Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Wednesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas to drive. I wanted to give you a tap in here. I know that DeMeco Ryans' press conference kind of threw us off a little bit time-wise, so we weren't able to get in what's popping. One of the things that's popping, Eurobasket 2025 has started. I know that you're like, why the hell do I care about that, Reggie? I mean, there's not a lot of reason, but I know if you're a Houston Rockets fan.
To be honest, there's not. But
there's probably not. But if you're a Houston Rockets fan, I know that this will do something for you. Your man, Alperen Sengun, trying to see what he looks like heading into what should be a very, very important and insightful 2025-26 season. And his Turkish team gets their first victory of Eurobasket in their first attempt. They faced off against Kristaps Porzingis and Davis Bertans and Latvia in Group A. They're actually the host country, Latvia, mind you. Alperen Sengun in 28 minutes, 16 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists.
Okay.
Not bad. Not the high scorer, mind you.
More than not bad, though. That's good.
Jetty Osman was the high scorer with 20 points, but he had three boards and 3 assists. Like, that is the thing that he wanted to score efficiently and then have the full complement of his game.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, how would you power rank like what you want to see out of Alperen headed into
power
the
rank
season?
how?
Like, because I think scoring is one of the things that I want to see, but we know he can score. I'm just like, can he get more dominant in his scoring? And then I kind of want to see his passing, because if he's going to operate somewhat as a hub, and I think that is something that we do want to see, at least I want to see continue to grow, because if you can have him at that high post, pass out of it well, but then also score, you're getting a lot closer to that Jokic, that baby Jokic moniker. So seeing those 7 assists was really good, but also I kind of want to see that put up crazy numbers, somehow get to 30 in 30 minutes. You know, I think that would be really cool headed into.
It's an interesting question, and I really don't think either of those things, because I think he can do both those things. I mean, he can certainly score in bunches. He certainly has always been a very good passer. I think it's going to be just as simple as shooting percentage inside, finishing. Don't blow the bunnies. Yeah, exactly. Just finishing and being able to score in the lane. Stronger, maybe. Now, he's a strong dude, but stronger to the hoop, you know? That's what I want to see. That's going to be the biggest thing he has to work on.
And for those of you that might be wondering, 2 for 2 from the free throw line. So 100% for Alperen Sengun at the free throw line. Y'all said he couldn't do it. All right, so I do want to circle back around to DeMeco Ryans. We're about to hand things over to the fellas of the drive. And he, a impassioned meeting with the media, covered a lot of different topics. I thought he gave us some good stuff. One of the things that he was asked about was with the way that this defensive backfield, the way that the secondary kind of came together with the 53-man roster, did some of that come about, especially with you having 10, pass rushers, or 10 rather defensive linemen? Mm-hmm. Some of that come about because of the confidence that you have in your linebacker core to maybe play more base in some of these circumstances? This is DeMeco.
Our linebackers are very athletic guys. Our playmakers is really, I'm really encouraged with getting Christian back in the fold, getting EJ Speed, like 2 very athletic, fast linebackers. And I feel like they can take our defense to the next level, right? So feel really good about those guys when it comes to different packages and stuff. It just gives me more flexibility. Like if we want to play base, nickel, whatever we want to do, having guys who can run and be athletic, make plays in space, it really opens up the playbook for me.
And, I mean, the system that we've seen in San Francisco and obviously the DeMeco has had, it really does kind of veer away from the ways that I think the rest of the NFL has been, where you have your nickel and you have kind of a big nickel, where teams are trying to be big, but they're trying to find this middle ground. DeMeco has been like, these are our guys. We know what we do it really well, and we fly around and we beat you. Like, that's kind of a zig to where everybody's zagging. Do you feel like this is another level of it where they might be a team that plays more base, especially compared to the rest of the league this year?
You've brought that up a couple of times, and it has opened my eyes a little bit to that possibility, likelihood, if we're being honest. And the reason is, and by the way, he talked about it. You just heard it right there. And he talked about the speed of EJ Speed and Christian Harris. Good to have him back. You know what I really think is a factor here, and I don't know if it's just knowing your lineup. If you're in a base defense and they throw the ball, the odds are you don't have to stay with your man very long with this squad. He's actually using what he knows he's going to get, and that's a lot of pressure on the quarterback, to be able to keep linebackers on the field, bigger dudes that can tackle. tackling, that's his thing. That's been one of the things he's just been emphasizing since day one. I think this is as much just like, all right, we know we're going to get a bunch of sacks. If we get caught, him trying to throw it to the tight end or whatever, it might be someone in the slot, and our linebacker's there, he doesn't have to stay with him real long.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, there's that. And I think maybe a little bit under kind of considered portion of this is how much does Kamari Lassiter's growth do this? Like,
because then you got two man.
You're not dealing with a rookie, even though he came in as a rookie and was really good, where maybe we need to be more cognizant of sending help his way. It feels like they believed in Kamari Lassiter almost in the same way as Derek Stingley, where on those outsides, we can have you.
And what does that do with the safeties?
And we could pull more resources into the middle and feel like we could really shut down this middle and help even those linebackers.
Yeah, I don't think this is a case of, hey, I'm gonna really show doodle on the back of this napkin and have some real good plays called defensively and sets and all that. No, I'm gonna use my studs and be able to get away with it because we've got fast linebackers.
And that's also the part that, as he's mentioning it, that's the big part is Christian Harris, big, fast, rangy kind of guy. EJ Speed, fast, rangy kind of guy. They help you bridge that gap. I kind of love the idea of seeing some base that have a little bit more movement to them. We were talking about it with the top 100, seeing Fred Warner come in at, 15? Like, there's a reason why. He can range, he can cover. I imagine that's exactly the type of thing that catches DeMeco Ryans' fancy. So, I'm excited for that possibility this year, seeing more kind of base with 3 linebackers out there and trusting those guys to cover when you need them to. That could be a really, really good asset to this defense and help them go to an even higher level as they continue. As we get ready to, we always thank D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to talk with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. They're getting themselves ready. I feel like more and more I need to caution my fellas that go ahead and get ready, because it seems like the more and more we talk about this mile, it's going to end up happening, right? Like, we're going to end up running this mile, aren't we?
I'll do it. I was going to do it this morning. My wife was out of town. I had the babies. I didn't have a chance.
Okay.
I literally have not stopped. I mean, I had to get up early to make lunches and get the bag, get them packed, and then when they get up, going to walk out the door, my 3.5-year-old who will not poop in a regular toilet, still got to put a diaper on her.
Yeah.
Oh.
Daddy, I got to poop.
Yeah.
So she's
monumental.
As I'm walking out the door.
Monumental.
I was proud of myself. No. That means put a diaper on me. So
she can acknowledge it, but she's like, I'm not going to go handle this.
She tells you to put a diaper on her.
Oh, she's playing y'all, man.
Well, yeah, she's playing the hell out of us. But, I mean, I just do what Mama says to do, so I put that damn diaper on her.
Yeah.
Here, the problem is I was proud dad, man, 2 days in a row. Boy, I'm 20, 30 minutes early. We done ate. They're dressed, hair's done, bags packed. We're ready to go. Hey, y'all can play for a little while.
Yeah.
They didn't play for 20. I'm up against it. I'm up. So I lost it. She ain't even 4 yet, and I lose it on her. I said, "Are you serious?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "Gosh, dang it! You gonna go to the big toilet?" Nope.
I'm good right here.
I said, "I'm gonna put this diaper on you." Well, take my shirt off. Take my pants. I said, "You ain't taking them shoes off." No, ma'am.
The shoes are
She's got to get toys. She's got to get a box of toys.
Oh, she's playing y'all so bad.
And get under the table in the same spot. I said, "You better hurry up."
No.
I literally say she got a spot. Don't
I
she?
literally let a 3.5-year-old, and then I feel bad about it, baby. I love you. I'm sorry.
They say you can be as mad at them for about as long as they make as they're bad.
Yeah, that's about right. And then I go in there and throw that diaper off, and open and realize what I got to clean up.
That's right.
Then I'm mad again.
That's the
Gosh,
part.
dang it, you're too old for this.
That's the part.
What's wrong with you?
She make you do the whole wipe cycle here.
So I don't know where we were going, bub. But that was my morning.
I don't know your experience.
I didn't get to run my mile.
I don't know your experience, John. It seems like forever.
Oh,
that
God,
it
yes.
takes for them. But if you look at it, you'd be like, "Damn, that was like 2 months."
Yeah. No, you're right.
It seemed like forever.
And
with
the thing
all
is,
of them.
and that's a big tell, what he was just talking about, when they're having a whole conversation with you, they're beyond ready.
Yeah.
Like she's having a whole conversation about it.
My little one will sit on the toilet and pass gas. My little one will at least sit up there and toot. The other one will not do it.
She's got you,
It'll
man.
go through quick.
She got us all, J-Lo. Yes, you are correct. She has got me. You are correct.
Man, excited to see what this team ultimately comes to fruition. You like it?
I'm inspired.
Oh, yeah?
By what?
For Reggie. I'm inspired. I think I'm gonna do it. I've been contemplating it, and now I'm looking at Reggie, and I'm
the do-rag.
No, that's more of a scarf. But no. I think I'm gonna go. I'm about to really grow this beard out.
Oh yeah.
How you know it's a scar?
Because
Tie it in the back.
is
in a different, yeah.
Oh, it'd have been a lot cooler if it was a do-rag.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna grow. I'm going out big, thick beard. I'm about to just let it go. It's hard for me right around here.
Yeah.
That's where I
Well,
get
I'm
annoyed.
gonna be honest with you.
I gotta shave that off.
As a fellow thick man, it's different for old thin guy over there like that to have that big bushy beard. Boy, it's a good look when you get thicker on our side, Bub. That beard makes us look thicker than we already are.
We'll see.
Okay.
Oh, so that's what's coming is beard.
I'm thinking about just letting it go.
How many years of growth is that right there? How long you had that?
Well, I haven't cut it really since college, but I also been trimming it. So
Yeah, I'm not talking about going hard, but I mean, I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna let it grow.
That one time I went a year and a half without touching a hair on my face.
Yeah, you braided yours.
Back in my fat days.
yeah, you went real Duck Dynasty with that. I saw a photo of that recently.
Yeah,
And
wasn't
the
a
way
great
he-
look.
The way he said that was like back in my fat days, like
Referring
still in
to
your
Clint
fat-
saying as a fellow thick man, yeah. Don't be sensitive, bro.
I just put it together.
What are we running the mile or what? What did I miss?
I
That's
mean,
such a dumb idea.
What, to get outside and sweat a little bit?
I'm
Or
out.
run grow his beard?
Nope, that was actually it. Yep, that one. Keep guessing. Oh, I can tell. We're
I want to see y'all gonna really because I heard Seth said he can get it down to 7.
that's he said he's
That's
shooting
fast.
for a 7-minute mile.
I got to see it.
But he said he need a couple of months.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or did he say a couple of weeks or months? I think he said
A couple of
something.
months
recall
isn't even.
exactly.
If we're going to train for it,
you lose the whole
if we're
concept.
going to train for it, yeah.
Now, a couple of months, everybody's going to be training and trying to
I mean,
finish.
the advantage that Seth has,
Ray, I better chill this out.
the advantage that Seth has, and I think I may have the same slight advantage, but his is extreme. Like, he's crazy.
Oh, he'll kill himself, is what you're saying.
I mean, like, it's just.
Oh,
like,
yeah, you would.
Yeah.
No, but I would. Admittedly, I would kill myself trying to practice to get to 8 just to tell y'all I did it. But like, Seth will kill himself over a 2-month period to get to 7.
Yeah.
Like he will literally. Like, he's nuts.
You give him some time, he'll
Yeah.
Like any 300-pounder that goes out there and gets his legs cut out from underneath him and bangs heads for any amount of money for year after year after year after year.
10.
I mean, that guy's nuts.
He's willing.
He's in
willing
a
to get
different headspace than
Yeah.
most of us. I mean, I think I'm headstrong from a workout perspective, and which he is too. But there's a level of crazy with him that just ain't normal.
Patrick Creighton's going to bust his ass to beat you.
Patrick ain't even gonna try.
I don't know, man. I think you're cutting yourself a little short. I think it's a little crazy to just sit there with guys like Sean Ellis sitting in front of you and Michael Strahan are just going to run you down with a free shot in the back.
At least
I don't know.
like I was protected. I had guys helping. Every now and then.
Every time you tell that story about Chad Hutchinson getting hit and his complete uniform was left, he got hit out of his complete uniform.
Like a cartoon character?
Out of his shoes.
I love my boy Chad, man. He did not have the sixth sense, man. Like he had everything you couldn't put a quarterback together better. But when it comes to that sixth sense of feeling that, we all, anybody that played at a higher level, you had that, you avoided injury because you had like a sixth sense, eyes in the back of your head kind of thing. My man had none. I mean, they'd come front side and he wouldn't see it.
Oh, that's like the Anthony Richardson joint?
Cheap, and he's 6'5". Hey, he's 6'5".
He hit
just like
that man out of jersey.
and they would hit him right. I mean, we played the Colts one year. We're in that damn dome down there, and it was Freeney and them boys. Freeney and Mathis, I think it was.
Yeah.
And Reg. They cut his ass in half about 7 times. Yeesh. I said, Chad, I don't know how you live. On that plane, I said, I don't know how you live. How did you not see that?
His Madden awareness was 0.
That's right.
I mean,
They hit his jersey out.
I saw one game and I was like, Hutch ain't got it.
Yeah.
I wish I had everything Hutch had except his sixth sense.
Yeah.
All right, fellas,
What you
y'all
gonna
have a
do, Red?
fantastic show. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now on a Wednesday, The Drive is live.
God, I wish I was there for that. Say that man's cleats sitting in that spot.
It's the only thing left.
Hit him.
Hey, knocked him about it in blue and white socks, and Paco took them and sold them.
Said, his daughter's a cross-country runner.
Yeah.
Said that he's already hit her up. Seth's already hit her up to put him on a regimen to get him ready.
I'm gonna tell you, man. See, that's the beginning of crazy right there. Hit up a collegiate cross country track runner as a damn former defensive lineman and say, hey, put me on a schedule. Let me know what I need to do.
Dead serious.
Ooh, man.
But beat himself up because I'm guessing he heard you yesterday, and he took your 8, and then he took it to 7. You said I'm shooting for 8. He said he's shooting
ran a 7. I don't know if I've ever been close.
7 is fast, right? Like that. Like
and by the way,
we're just getting out of the streets.
By the way, I do want to clarify. I wish those guys were still here. I mean, I think I can get in the 8-minute. I'm not saying I can get to 8-minute.
You think you can get 8:35?
I can get sub 9 minute. Okay. I can get 8 something. I know I can do that right now.
You can do that right now.
I can do that right now. Now I ain't gonna take a step afterwards.
Yeah.
You
can sell it.
I need an ice bucket to put my head in at the other end of that mile. But I can get you. Yeah, I think I can get into the 8s, high 8s right now.
High 8s. All right. Well,
I mean, I can walk 11s.
Listen, I don't believe any of this is going to happen. You guys have been talking about a golf tournament,
Well, Tyler's knees hurt; he can't play. I tried to put it on the schedule, and his knee hurts; he can't play.
BS. Like a 2-year span you've been in hiding.
I don't think Tyler
too
said
hot
about his
knee
knee.
hurt.
Nope. Oh, you know what?
You did have that oblique situation. I think that did stop us. You had an injury. I thought it was the oblique. Something happened.
Y'all probably know. Whatever you say.
I can't remember. You had an injury. Shoulder. That's right. It was the shoulder.
Yeah,
that's
it's
right.
something. Y'all are all over it.
It was a shoulder. Yeah. But again, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. All right. Someone texted in, T-Mill, please clip the audio of CJ saying, shut up, fatty, and use it against Ron. God, boy, we got some nice folks out here, don't we?
Not my style.
That's a nice folks. Hey, man, as long as you ain't a fat ass saying that, I'm good with it. Your ass better be under 225 saying that about me. If you're a fat ass, you better shut your ass up. And use it for yourself.
You're fat, too.
Telling you, man.
That is one, Ron, where you want to be like, if you ain't sitting over there built like Daniil Hunter, you need to shut the hell up.
I'll tell you, hey man, I tell you that time I almost got into it with that guy that I was in the gym one time. And that dude who was running about 285 to 290 tried to come over to me and talk about my lat pull down. I said, hey man, hey man, I know what I'm doing here. Chill out, man. Won't you go figure something else out, man? And that's a rule, man. I'm telling you right now, Clint, I'm not walking over to nobody to give nobody no pointers that I ain't came with.
Hey, let me help you out with your form there, Bob.
Nobody, no damn pointer. Hey, man, I want you to look out here, man. That leg press you do. Hey,
that boy wrong?
You got to have a certain look to be able to give pointers at the gym. A certain look to give pointers at the gym. All right, a lot to get to today. It is a Wednesday. So get ready in the 4 o'clock hour. Our guy Brandon Scott gives his Texans report, and it's a doozy. We heard from DeMeco and Nick Caserio today, so a lot to get to with him, as well as stock up, stock down coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. But Clint, I think we start with kind of the news of the day with Joe Mixon and the update. We found out this week that Joe Mixon is going to miss at least the first 4 weeks. We still don't have a lot of detail on the injury, but Nick Caserio, he met with the media first, and he went through a lot of things about Joe Mixon, but then when he was asked, will Joe Mixon play at any point this season, this was his answer.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll take it one day at a time, and we'll evaluate those players after 4 weeks and kind of see where they are in their progression and then make a determination.
We'll see. Hold on, Tyler. We'll see. Hold up. Is that where we are right now?
We don't like that.
With Joe Mixon, listen, I didn't really. I know I said this to you yesterday. Like, you don't think it's really on the table because Adam Schefter said that. I still think we will see Joe Mixon, but I don't know, Clint. When they talk about C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he said a little we'll see, but he talked about him being close and well. Like, we've heard him talk about that. We'll see with Joe Mixon. Like, I would feel like you'd have some confidence in, man. It's you got 18 weeks.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
And 2 more before the season starts.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. All my blind trust folks out there, you might want to change the channel because this is you ain't gonna like this. To me, Ron, the Joe Mixon thing is significantly worse than we thought. And look, here's the deal: you're looking at a guy, Trent Brown. Trent Brown was at practice. Trent Brown was seen at practice.
We've had an understanding of what his injury is.
Yes.
Too.
Trent Brown was at practice. There is a new offense being installed. You are the number 1 running back on this football team. Unless they're amputating one of your legs, you should be at practice.
Where art thou?
Like
And as you said, at least mental reps, right?
100%. The mental rep for yourself. This isn't about being there to be the leader that I wanted Laramie Tunsil to be for 3 or 4 years before they got his ass up out of here. This is, I'm going to be there because the only thing I can do is get mental reps. The only thing I can do is be around my team behind the huddle to keep that chemistry, to keep that camaraderie, to keep in the fields of the team. This is wild, man. He has not been seen. Yeah. The injury list he was put on, they can downplay it all they want. The injury list that he was put on was a non-football injury where he was injured away from the organization. Well, what was he doing? Oh, I don't know. I mean, seen. He appears to have zero interest in getting mental reps with this new offense and being around the guys. We have no idea how the injury occurred. All we know is the list he was on. It occurred away from he was not under team's control and working out with the team when it's happened. And now all of a sudden, everybody you ask about it, the little bit of push the media gave Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans, you could see steam coming out of their ears with.
Holy!
I mean,
they have been very defensive every time you in a weird way, like
in a dismissive like. What are y'all? Why are y'all asking about? He's a Pro Bowl running back. That's a number 1 running back for a team that has declared they're going to be a physical up front run football team. Yeah, they've got questions about it. Hell yeah, there's questions that you're going to get pushed on it. There's steam coming out of it. There's nothing normal about this. Like the fact, and keep an eye on this, the fact that it's specifically he's on a list that is specifically for an injury that occurred away from team activities. Right?
Yeah. That part too, yeah.
I don't know.
They don't ask about us getting hurt, though, Clint.
Because nobody cares about us getting hurt. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
If I lose my voice, ain't nobody losing no sleep over. Ain't nobody selling their season tickets.
That's a good point.
I promise you that. The bottom line is, I'm telling you, I may be crazy, but this ain't no damn hot take. Them cats being so guarded about this and being so defensive about this and getting heated about it, like they're acting like we're asking about Dare Ogunbowale or something. You're talking about a Pro Bowl running back that is by far the best leader on this offensive unit.
Or not just that, it's like people want to know information that is like personal or outside the realm of
that's
you know what I mean? It's just like we're not asking about his marriage. We're asking about,
quite frankly, it's bullshit.
Like what is the reasoning of we haven't seen him?
Well, and we can get into the DeMeco audio later. Like DeMeco's dead ass wrong on this deal.
Let's try to be first, boys.
He's just dead wrong on this deal.
I didn't understand what he was talking.
You're just trying to report it first, Ron.
Right,
Stop.
We can get that audio. We can get that audio.
We can get that because I want to play it in full.
But just
I don't want to have time.
As a fan, I'm serious. I personally am leaning more into, hey man, you can dismiss, like Nick dismissed the different kind of lists that you can put guys on. Oh, the league does that. What does league does that?
Smart, by the way.
Don't forget about that. If you're watching this situation unfold, if you don't care, hell, move on. But if you want to watch this, I don't think it's a coincidence that it is being specified, if you will, that he was injured elsewhere.
Yeah. Hopefully, again, as we said the other day, this is a 4-week thing. I'm not sure. Again, everything you just said from how this feels very similar to the Christian Harris thing, where there have been injuries with players, and in some way it's been reported by somebody of what the injury was, or they've talked about it, except for with Christian Harris. We just act like he didn't exist. Right? And it's happening again with Joe Mixon. Like, it's not a weird thing that you had 3 Pro Bowlers last year?
Yeah.
Him, Nico, and Stingley.
Well, look, but Ron, here's the deal. Like, if you don't, I'm not saying, for the record, I'm not saying that DeMeco or Nick or anybody has any. They don't have to disclose anything. I totally get that, but to be so defensive when asked about this particular player under this set of circumstances is, to me, is wild.
We don't like that.
Like, that's wild, and I think there's a lot of things going on here. One, you haven't seen the guy, period. Hell, I heard Sean Pendergast, who's been to damn near. I think he slides by the stadium over there and watches from the bridge above the practice field. He hadn't seen, just joking, by the way. I don't think Sean Pendergast does that. He hadn't seen Joe Mixon. If Sean Pendergast has not seen Joe Mixon, then Joe Mixon's ass ain't been around. That's crazy.
Yeah, text line coming through. Federal HIPAA laws protect our personal health information. Why is Mixon's medical information any different? Listen, for me, and I agree with this texter, the complete disregard of issues with Joe Mixon makes me feel like this thing is alarming. And the way they're handling it, the dismissive nature, and not just that, but Clint, them being extremely like, oh, no. Like we're coming out like, DeMeco came out, so hard against it, and then like started talking about all kinds of other things. Like, it is like weird. Like, well, hold on, what the hell's going on? Why are you coming so hard about, hey man, what's going on with your Pro Bowl running back?
Get out.
What's the injury? It makes me think that there's. I'm not saying that I have any kind of inside knowledge, but it makes me feel like this is a little bit more serious than just a 4-week thing. It feels
Ryan, much
more like a deal of Christian Harris last year where he missed like 13 weeks.
Yeah. Well, their deal is their crutch here is and I get it. Being a former player that DeMeco is always protect the player. There's a time when zero transparency in a situation, in my opinion, where zero transparency about an injury in a situation like this does more harm than that has an inaccurate report on an injury he saw on the damn practice field. Like, we're just that is not what this situation is, and it's interesting that it's kind of couched that way.
All right, I want to ask you a thought off of the Mixon news, where it feels like a little bit more of a serious thing, and Astros somehow lost to the Rockies last night, which means Tyler lost a little money. Somehow lost to the Rockies last night.
No, we didn't.
But Jordan, well, he had him on the money line. Jordan did make his return. What do we think about his performance? We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, all my last-minute fantasy football drafters, if you got a draft league out there,
country. Houston's March leader is Sports Radio 610.
Take the drive.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
With this situation and the Joe Mixon thing, and I guess we'll see it in 4 weeks where he is. Hopefully we start to see him get out there and see him during this season, out there potentially on the field watching whatever. Hopefully he is able to come back this year. But, I mean, that was an interesting thing to hear the general manager be non-committal, I would say at best, about his Pro Bowl running back returning. By the way, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can't always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Clint, if this is a situation where, you know, it's a lengthy time miss, or even what Nick Caserio was non-committal about, can the Texans get to where they want to get to with their current running back room?
The arrow's pointed up.
You get the sense that they can get where they want to get, depending on how much they put emphasis on running the football this year.
Well, I think the answer is yes.
Okay.
Crazier things have happened, but the answer is yes. If they are improved, everything offensively hinges on the offensive line. The pass protection, the run game, the success, the ability to win more than 10 games, the ability to be a real threat to a Super Bowl, everything hinges on the offensive line. If that offensive line is better, and you get a Nick Chubb that is, let's say, slightly better than what everybody thinks. I mean, slightly better than the injured running back over the last couple of years, slightly better than the aging running back, but still has a little tread on the tires. And or you get a Woody Marks that is produces beyond his fourth-year draft slot. Those two things right there, it starts with the offensive line, without a doubt. It's where every conversation starts with this offense. Really, I think with the team, if we're being honest, because the standard is so high, the bar is set so high. But with this running back room, if the offensive line improves just to, again, an average NFL line, middle of pack NFL offensive line, then yes, I believe Nick Chubb, Woody Marks would be a combo that could get it done. Absolutely.
Damian, you didn't have Damian in there.
But Damian can be a little piece of it. I think I'm not betting on that.
Yeah,
I'm not betting on that.
I think for them, if they had to go without a Joe Mixon, the general manager was non-committal on if he'll return this season. And as Clint has highlighted the last several days, like, we haven't seen him, like, just not even seen him at all. I don't know. Have you seen him since Kansas City? Since the Kansas City loss? We have not seen him. I think Woody Marks would be the one, Clint, that you would look at and say, if Woody Marks is the one that could step up for them to get what they need to get out of that running back position. Yeah. That would be the one. Like, if this was just a Nick Chubb, Dameon Pierce, Dare Ogunbowale type of situation, and Woody Marks wasn't there, I would think they've got to go make a real move. See what the Jets will do for Breece Hall or something like that. I would think they would have to make a real move. But I do think there is potentially something with Woody Marks, hell, maybe by week 4, when Mixon is eligible to come back or something like that, that he takes his game up another level. Because we've seen in the NFL, if there is one position that can catch on pretty quickly from rookies, the running back position, especially running the football. And he seems to have the pass blocking thing down pretty well, but the running backs seem to to kind of jump out quicker than other positions as rookies. So,
well, I mean, yeah, the hurdle for most young running backs is the pass protection piece of listening, retaining, and applying an offense. It's known, not some kind of gap scheme. They've all ran counter. They've all ran power. They've all ran duo. They've all done that. Contrary to what a lot of people want to think about Dameon Pierce, he's done it all, and he knows how to do it all, and he's been an effective running back doing it all. The reality of it is when you get thrown a playbook that has 25 different pass protections that are all executed 4 or 5 different ways based on what the defense is doing. Most rookie running backs. Most rookies in general, but most rookie running backs really struggle with that part of it. And I know we've seen nothing but vanilla defenses in the in the preseason, and so he may struggle with that down the road. But right now, the 3 preseason games, and I'm sure a ton of practice, what we've seen, and I got to believe what they've seen from Woody Marks is that he's mature beyond his years and has shown the ability to execute those pass protections, and is probably going to get rewarded because of it.
All right, fellas, the Astros, whatever the hell that was, lost 6-1 yesterday. A big error hurt a lot, but 2 big errors, you're right, Tyler, hurt a lot. But I mean, they'd have to hit them home runs, though. They'd have to give those up. Hunter, but they lose 6-1. But Clint, the big story was Jordan coming back. He was 0 for 2 with 2 walks. I'll be honest with you. I feel like the big fella's coming. When you get the walks, that's a one, and hell, that first one, hell, he was 4 straight pitches. You got to see the fear already of how people want. Oh well, he wasn't trying to get out of himself and swing at pitches that weren't in the strike zone. He is seeing it well, and one of his outs, Clint, was a hard hit ball opposite field that the outfielder was able to run down. But I feel like Jordan, hell, he already looks better to me at the plate than he did 100 games ago when he was struggling right before he got injured. He looks like he is seeing the ball well, and he is about to get hot and go on a Jordan roll.
Well, I mean, look, based on what we watched before the injury, it wouldn't take much for him to appear to be seeing the ball better. That was maybe the worst Jordan Alvarez that we've seen, in a sense of like just not seeing it well, seeming to be frustrated at the plate.
Swinging at pitches he normally doesn't swing at.
Yeah. So I mean that part of it, you're correct. He looks much more confident, much more comfortable, and at this point in time, that's really all I care about. It would have been nice to see him hit a couple of bombs last night and maybe win the game because Jordan was back. Don't get me wrong, that would have been beautiful to see. But at the end of the day, it was Jordan played in the field. I didn't see him make any plays. Did he get any action out in left field? I didn't see it all.
Not really.
But to see him back in the lineup, back in the field, and appearing to be full go. That's as an Astros fan, that will, for me, at least for the minute, overshadow losing to the damn Colorado Rockies in the first game of the series at home.
I know he got some action running back on that home run that was in the Crawford box. I know he did that. But listen, as Tyler has always told me since I known him, when you start driving the ball opposite field, that's when you know a hitter is
Tyler had
I
in his
perked
bag.
my ears up. I was like, damn, what did I say?
I didn't know T had that in his bag.
And that's when you know a hitter is getting close to going off. When they start driving the ball opposite field and they're going with the pitch and not trying to pull it, that's when you know. And that's
words of wisdom, man.
I mean, for 5 years, Tyler has told me that.
Damn, we've been together for 5 years.
Yeah, we have. Yep.
I didn't realize that.
It's time for us to take our relationship to the next level.
I'm always looking for that next step.
Tyler, you want to go to Astros game tonight?
Nah.
Well, something serious and real. But.
Unfortunately, because we're married, we're not going to be able to do that. But that is, I think I wish we could, boy. 17 years ago. Been right there with you. All right, coming up, if you missed it, and it was heard right here on In the Loop, the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, he gave his thoughts about the injury situation, especially coming off of kind of a bit of the mystery of Joe Mixon. You do not want to miss. And I'm telling you, I usually don't like to play audio this long, but you do not want to miss what DeMeco Ryans had to say. You'll hear that coming up next.
You are correct. You do not want to miss this DeMeco Ryans audio. And if you're looking for a new rig, you're looking for a new truck,
4414179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston. Say it. Leading tree care professional.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a big day here as we continue here on The Drive. Coming up, a little stock up, stock down in the 3 o'clock hour. You don't want to miss that sexiness. And in the 4 o'clock hour, our guy, Brandon Scott. It's Wednesday, 4:40. Texans Report has a lot to get to, hearing from Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans. And Clint, speaking of DeMeco Ryans, this, you don't generally like to play audio this long, but I don't feel like you can cut this out. And if you missed it in the first segment, I think Clint and I both were, at the very least, kind of confused by the rant. Would you call it a rant, Tyler?
Oh, that's exactly the word that popped into my mind in the middle of this 2.5 minutes from head coach DeMeco.
As I look down and I see it labeled as rant alert. Yeah, I think you would call it a rant.
And you really can't cut it, like you said, because you'd miss out on so many of the juicy, just great emotions that are within this audio.
So as we know, the Joe Mixon situation, there's not been a lot of information, right? I mean, we played yesterday. Adam Schefter pitch a fit about the lack of information. And some other local people, and of course, Nick Caserio and DeMeco were asked about that today by the media. But this was him in response to the handling of injuries.
Yeah, everything we do for when it comes to injuries, and I don't, again, talk about the injuries much because I'm thinking about the player. Like, it's different for me. I played the game, so I can see all the news and media that circulates on everybody speculating. Well, it's not us speculating. It's everybody who's writing the stories are speculating. So it's more so of let's not speculate if you don't know the true information. And why is everybody so quick to find some story on a player when he's dealing with whatever information? I don't think anybody would speculate on, the people who are writing the story wouldn't speculate on your medical situation, because would that be fair? No, it wouldn't be. So it's all out of respect to the players and the men who put the work in the locker room to grind and what they put their bodies through to be on the fields. Like, that's always the forefront of my thoughts. Everybody really doesn't care about our players in that manner. Everybody kind of just wants to write a story. And now, in the day and age where we are, with everybody wants to be first with a story, there's no repercussions for people writing inaccurate stories about players. You can just put something out and you don't really know the information. It's not true, but nothing happens. You just, take it down. So where is the old school reporting where people used to fact find, take time, really dig and find like the true, accurate information on the players? That doesn't happen anymore, right? Everybody wants to get right. Get it. It's the microwave society. Everybody wants it quick. Everybody wants it now, and that leads to inaccurate information. Well, I would just say that's Joe's business. That's whoever's business, and don't talk about it. Let him be at peace. Let him do what he has to do to recover and get back right to play the game that he sacrificed his body, time for. All these guys do that. So the speculation, it isn't from our end. It's from everybody else who wants to be first. And that's like, I reported it first, so I'm the best. Well, how is that helping our players? It's not. And it's inaccurate. And what happens to you when you put out an inaccurate story? Nothing. So who's the benefit from this? Our players aren't benefiting from it. Joe isn't benefiting from it. So what are we talking about here, right? So for me, it's always about protecting our players because I truly care about our players.
Clint,
wow, dude.
When he said, "What are we talking about here?" I remember driving in the car here, listening to it on In the Loop, and that's exactly what I said.
Ditto.
I said, I'm not kidding. Like, listen, you got to preface this by DeMeco's a good dude. Right? I don't know him well at all. But
love Miko.
Even the interactions we've had on the air, off the air, seeing him from afar, a good dude. Clint, I'm honestly not following him.
I'm confused
on this, and to me, it comes off of as if like it's a distraction to something else. Because I hear the words he's saying, Clint, but I'm just not following how that has to do with. Hey man, what's going on with your Pro Bowl running back? And what's the injury situation? I hear him when he talks about clickbait and stories and getting the stories right. Nobody has a story because nobody has any information, right? Like, I don't.
Yeah, look, man. The case he's pleading here, almost out of frustration, I just don't think it applies to this particular situation. I don't think it applies to DJ Bieniemy. I don't think it applies to Jonathan Alexander. I don't.
Aaron Wilson,
I don't.
Brandon
Well,
Scott.
there's a couple of those guys have not B. Scott, but a couple of Aaron Wilson is a guy that goes out and reports things and tries to be first. So that Aaron Wilson approach to the thing is almost being taken out on everybody. Right. And so I just don't think that what he is applying to the Joe Mixon situation should be applied to the Joe Mixon situation. Right. He's responding to a question about Joe Mixon specifically, who is a Pro Bowl player, who is the number one, I would say the biggest leader on this offensive unit. Right. This isn't about being first. This has been going on for months. Right. This isn't about being first. It's about covering a team. And now all of a sudden, it's everybody's getting a response as if everybody is trying to fight for being first. And really, there's a handful of people in the business, both nationally and locally, that are really trying to be first.
I didn't know we were racing.
Well, no, there's no doubt about it. There is.
Like you said, there are the guys whose gig kind of falls into that, but I've never thought that once right here in this producer booth.
Yeah, no, I don't think he was talking to us, but there's in general, I think. He'd make it lies. And in this situation, given who you're talking about, how long it's been going on, if you want accuracy, then there needs to be some level of transparency, right? I mean, his words himself is where are the people who want to fact find? Well, that's what they're doing. They're asking the head coach 6 weeks into this weird situation with the star running back, hey, man, what's going on? I mean, folks are trying to do what it is DeMeco Ryans just said. Look, I said this earlier, I'll say it again, and I'm going to say it every time we talk about it. I'd say that the team going to an extreme, as they're doing right here in the Mixon case, as well as last year in the Christian Harris case, and really bled into this year. I would argue that from a standpoint of giving the world that much time to speculate and put out accurate or inaccurate reports of what's going on with a player, I would argue that approach, now it may not matter, but I would argue that approach is just as damaging as one random beat writer being inaccurate on a report of an injury. I would argue that allowing, like right now, you've got a national, who was it, Ian Rappaport or was it Schefter? Schefter is shook. I mean, it's obviously a real thing. Schefter is shook about this deal. And if in reality, if it were just, hey, he's got a foot injury, he re-injured it this offseason, it's being worked on, he's going to be out, and then we'll check and see what's going down at the 7-week mark. We hope like hell that our star running back is back, and we understand why you're asking about it. I don't understand the frustration, I guess, is my point. Like, he's clearly frustrated with it.
When he's saying speculation, in this case, a while back, it was Ian Rappaport who first reported that, he could miss the entire preseason. And him being ready for the season is in doubt. And that was the first time.
That was a speculation that ended up being.
But that was the first time. That was the report about Joe Mixon And then I think he came out, and I would say he gave a defensive statement in response to that. And then we never heard another update or anything else about Joe Mixon. And then the next thing we hear is he's going to be on the on the list where he's got to miss four games.
Speculate and recollate.
And then before DeMeco just spoke today, the general manager was asked, will he miss the season? And the general manager was non-committal. So, he said, we'll see. What would be the response or reaction that he's having an issue that's been given on the Joe Mixon case? Is what I'm just, especially off of what he was just saying about clickbait and trying to be first and all that. I'm just trying to figure out what's going to play.
Well, relatively speaking, I mean, it's been pretty light about the Joe Mixon situation.
Yeah, nobody's saying anything.
I mean, nobody.
Given that now he might be missing a whole year, hell yeah, it's been light.
Yeah, it's just the frustration, I guess, that appears to be present with both Nick and DeMeco is interesting. It's like C.J. Gardner-Johnson being on the roster at this point. Like, hey man, what's going on with C.J. Gardner-Johnson? And we go back. It's going back to the injury situation and being vague, which is fine. I don't have a problem with them handling it any way they want to handle. I have no problem. It's the frustration and like pushing back on DJ and the fellas that are there reporting on the team as if they're the ones that are trying to be first on everything is an interesting.
But even
frustration,
with the C.J. Gardner-Johnson thing, they've expressed to us that he's progressing. And we know what the injury is.
And him being on the 53 tells you.
But Nick spoke about his injury and talked about where he is. When you asked about Joe Mixon, it turns into like a lecture on I don't know.
We don't like that.
It's just really weird. It's like, I mean, we're not trying to be first. We're just trying to be something. What's going on with it? Coming up next, DeMeco spoke about a few other things as well, and he gave a huge vote of confidence to his new OC. Wait till you hear what he had to say about Nick Caley and why he was sick. What's such a big factor of him bringing him in? We'll discuss that next.
Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in here to The Drive. There's a lot of that was a real polarizing topic. A lot of people on each side saying, I see a text coming in saying, man, I love DeMeco, but he's just wrong on this one, or other things saying nothing the Texans will do will satisfy y'all. There's a lot of back and forth. Someone here on
Team Macho
on YouTube and Twitter. God, man, just let us know if he's hurt. He's hurt. Yeah. So a topic that has people have a lot of feelings on, which is normal.
Ron, I love the DeMeco spiel if it were about like the C.J. Gardner-Johnson injury of like, hey man, y'all chill the hell out, man. I'm not going to tell y'all something 2 minutes after it happened. We're going to get in there. We're going to diagnose all this stuff. Man, we're damn near 2 months in this Joe Mixon stuff. You know what I mean? Like we've all had plenty of time to diagnose things and get second opinions and figure out how we're going to handle the situation. Like I don't.
Well, yeah, and nobody has had anything to report that was incorrect.
Yeah. And here we are. And here we are. The season is upon us, and our All Pro, Pro Bowl running back is in the mix. So yeah, it's I don't know. I have a hard time with boy, they just can't do anything right. I mean, I literally just gave them a reach around damn near on the roster that they built. I mean, it's
good old reach around.
It's tremendous in there to get that working. I mean, I am like. I'm scarily confident in Nick Chubb. Love Woody Marks.
4 weeks.
There's some sensitive folks out there.
4 weeks. All right.
I do like having difficult conversations.
Yeah.
Uncomfortable. Maybe not difficult because they're not very difficult for me, but uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. And sometimes it happens. Sometimes, people have thoughts on it. Let me stop. All right. DeMeco spoke about other things too, and as I said on the other side, he kind of discussed why and what he was looking for in terms of getting a new OC, and how he landed on Nick Caley. This was his response to what he was looking for when he was trying to hire an OC.
The most important thing for me when I was looking for an offensive coordinator was the connection piece. Right? It's about how you interact with the players. That was the most important piece to me because I feel like coaching is all relationships. Right? And it's if I can build that deep relationship, that trust factor with a player, and I can, as players and coaches, we can accomplish anything because we have that tight relationship. And it goes to the guys I'm looking for in our team. I talk about looking for everybody to come together, right, and be a tight-knit unit, right, to be together. Because when the ups and downs of the season, it's going to happen. There are going to be some high moments. There are going to be some low moments. But who are you in those low moments? The only thing that can allow you to survive those low moments is having a trust, having that true trust, having that true deep connection and relationship with your coaches and players, and that'll allow you to get through everything. So that was the main.
All right, so the main thing wasn't scheme, wasn't adjustments in the second half or adjustments to things. He said was building that connection in relationships. And Clint, you played for a lot of different coaches in college and the NFL. You used to quarterback coaches from Houston Nutt to Bill Parcells. You've played for a lot of guys and had a lot of relationships with guys. What's your thought of how important he put connection was the number one thing he was looking for.
Dang it, Bobby.
When it comes to the offensive coordinator, the guy that's calling plays, all that, how important and how big a deal is that in your opinion?
Oh, I think it's important. I mean, you either coach out of fear or you coach out of love, in my opinion. I mean, I think you either have people that are scared for their job so they fall in line, or you have people that are scared to disappoint you as a coach so they do what you've asked of them to do, and they exceed expectations. They work harder. They care more. And so I think it is a way of coaching, yeah. Now, I think when you look at that, I don't think it matters at all if the scheme ain't right. If you can't coach, if you can't adjust, if you can't, if whatever you're doing and whatever your approach isn't effective. Like DeMeco Ryans coaches out of love, former player and love. Love may not be the right word. Maybe it's respect. And he genuinely, sincerely, in a very authentic way, is himself within his leadership, right? You got to lead from within your own personality. And his authentic way, I love you, I care for you, I've been in your shoes, and I'm going to take care of you, man. Let's go get it. Whereas like Bill Parcells was, hey, man, I'll cut your ass in a heartbeat. I'll cut you on the field. Jimmy Johnson, you watch that Netflix show on the Cowboys. Hey, he's cutting dudes on the field right there.
He told him to go to the asthma field.
So go to the asthma field, right? So, yeah, I mean, there's different ways to do it. That's the way that I think DeMeco effectively coaches. I don't know. I don't think you can – I don't think that you can bring a guy in here and ask him to coach a certain way. Now you can ask them not to be a fear guy and run around cussing everybody out and threatening everybody for their job. But I don't know that you can come in here and say, hey, Nick Caley, man, get them relationships sparked up, boss. Get them relationships rolled. Right? Now, if he naturally, like, authentically can do that, then, yeah, it'll work. It's cool. But I don't think you can force it, in my opinion. And like I said, the relationships, if DeMeco Ryans didn't have an unbelievable eye for talent, if DeMeco Ryans wasn't a tremendous defensive coordinator,
I was going to say he can coach too. Like
he can coach, he can scheme up, he can call, he's got great feel, he's got guts when you need to have guts.
And the potential combination of the connections he makes with his players and also the X's and O's potentially makes him special.
Sure.
But a big thing is that he can come up with a game plan.
No
he
doubt.
can go down there and and at times shut down certain offenses and shut down certain players.
I think you can be, Ron, a top-notch $1 million position coach, linebacker coach, and not have a lot of the other things and just say, hey, man, I'm a former player and you can trust me and I love you, man. And that guy knows that this dude's got the ability to make me the best version of myself. When you get into managing a team, when you get into building an offense and game planning for an opponent and calling plays, designing plays for certain players, and then you get into game management and you get into, all right, we got everything built, but at this point in time in the game, damn it, I got to get Nico Collins the ball. How can I do it? Right? Do it in creative ways. All of that stuff trumps this juice that we keep hearing about with Nick Caley and these relationships that we keep hearing about with Nick Caley. So while I think it's a great foundation, a great starting point, and I understand that DeMeco has had a tremendous amount of success with that, it really doesn't matter unless Nick Caley is an offensive mind and can do those things.
And again, thus far, it's been positive.
Oh yeah.
It's been positive.
Love what you hear,
Caley.
love what you see.
It's been more than just juice thus far.
Oh, no question. Look, that's the interesting thing is the thing with Nick Caley. I've already seen enough with Nick Caley that I don't need the crutch of juice and energy, right? I mean, like, clearly, like, Nick Caley from an install perspective has done a tremendous job. Like, it's hard as an offensive coordinator to not want to do all these things, especially when you got a a rookie of the year in CJ. You got one of the top wide receivers in the league. You got a $12 million tight end over here. You got, hell, Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb. You got a fourth-round running back that can do a lot of things. It's hard to not get real excited and want to move at breakneck speed and do all these different things. It's hard to just stay right in there and go, hey, boys, we're going to spend 30, 45 minutes before every practice for 2 weeks of training camp getting this install right, making sure we understand what we're doing. And so I like what Nick Caley's done so far. Obviously what they're saying from a communication standpoint is clicking because they're able to pass protect, they're able to run block. We've heard it from the players consistently. So there's some good things about Nick Caley. We'll see when the rubber meets the road what Nick Caley's all about.
As you said to start the segment, you like to have uncomfortable conversations.
Yeah.
I will get to the uncomfortable part of this, and that is the hope is that he's a better judge of the connection piece than he was with the guy he previously brought in that he knew for a long time. Right? Like, that's the other part is he was very familiar with the previous guy. They worked together. He had always said, when I first got here, if I get a job, that's going to be my partner. And is it fair for me to assume when he says that was the number one thing he was looking for in an OC, is it fair to assume that he wasn't getting that from the previous OC? I think that's fair to assume, and especially when you hear from the others that Bobby wasn't given that. And he knew Bobby for a long time.
Yeah.
They coached together. He knew exactly what his style was. And after a year, in year two, he wasn't bringing that to the table enough. And, the hope is that he's got a better understanding of what Nick brings to the table.
Well, the interesting thing, and not to go back in the rearview mirror with the Bobby Slowick stuff, because I viewed these comments were like light bulb moments for me that there was something wrong, right? The whole, hey man, we just got to execute. At the moment, I looked at it as a, like, what are you talking about, Bobby? Why would you not adjust? Why would you not? I mean, it's not working. Like, you got to be the guy to adjust. And in reality, it probably should have been looked at through the lens of the player, because you look back on it, knowing the little bit that you know now, and if you're Laramie Tunsil, the offensive line, if you're C.J. Stroud and you're going, man, I can't communicate to protect myself. These schemes are all jacked up, and your OC's constantly going up there and almost arrogantly going, nah, man, guys just got to execute it. Oh, and that's a dagger every time it's said. You might as well go up there and say, my stuff's good, man. He's playing kind of read-blinds what they're saying now. I mean, it's like Bobby Slowick was going to the podium every time he had the opportunity, every time they asked him to. And it was, now I don't know if he was doing it purposely, but it was like his approach was, I'm going to drive this wedge deeper. I mean, it's
like he was saying, hey, it's working in LA.
It ain't my scheme.
In San Francisco.
It ain't my scheme.
Worked all around the league.
It ain't my scheme that these cats can't communicate.
It's you jokers.
It's them. Yeah. So it's to DeMeco's point is, boy, you don't want to hear that. No matter what's going on, you damn sure don't want to hear Nick Caley talking about, these boys just got to execute it, man. That's the last thing I want to hear from my OC.
Text in, Slowick got a big head. I guess. Something there.
I thought it was just big hats.
I mean, hell, my quarterback got Rookie of the Year, won 10 games, second round of the playoffs. Receiver, hell, if he stayed healthy, would have went 1,400 yards. Tight end had a contract earning year.
Well, I tell you,
hell, my head probably swelled up a little bit too.
It swung. I don't know if I've ever seen anything swing that fast.
Quick.
that fast. That's it was something to see there. All right, as we continue through this, remember, as I said, coming up here, we're going to do a little stock up, stock down, 4 o'clock hour. You will hear from our guy Brandon Texans report as we get going with him at 4:40. So stay tuned for that as well. But as the roster has come together, Tyler Milner. He'll lead us in a little stock up, stock down coming up next right here live on the Drive.
All right, y'all, it's hump day. It's time to get that cold Coors Light in that fridge. I don't care if it's bottles, cans, or aluminum pints. I just know you need extra. If you're going to drink 12 of them, you better get a case because your partner's going to drink the other 12. There's no doubt about that. Look, there's again, cans, bottles, or aluminum pints. Doesn't matter. There's little mountains inside of every one of them. And when them mountains are bright blue, that beer is at a perfect cold temperature for maximum enjoyment, maximum refreshment. You better believe it. When that bartender slings it across that
Sports Station of the Year, and we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
Tootski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
And tell him to
Stuck up, stuck down on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
That is right, Mr. McConaughey. It is the drive, Stoerner and Hughley, every hump day right around this time. Stock up, stock down. That's the conversation with old Stoerner and old Hughley. I'm guiding you along this little trip here. Producer Tyler talking in the mirror holes ears on a hump day. Today's edition, as we approach week one for the Texans, fresh out of yesterday, Casario's initial 53-man roster for the 2025 Texans. That is what we are looking at for stocks today, and I want to start with Ron the Show Hughley. Houston Texans, 53 fellas. How you feeling? Stock up.
Stock up to me after we see the 53-man roster laid out, Clint and Tyler. My stock up is for Jalen Petrie, and it is simply because as I look at this roster and we understand that maybe C.J. Gardner-Johnson, at least at this point, potentially maybe up in the air. We'll see how much he can play. Maybe he's on a snap count. I'm not sure. But the way they have their safety room laid out, it is natural to me to look at that, Clint, and think that they have confidence that Jalen Petrie can not only play that nickel spot that they have been putting him in the last year where he's really thrived, but that they feel like he has the ability to play in a safety role, which it seemed like they were avoiding. I think he got benched at least once playing in that role. So to me, I think the confidence that they're showing that Jalen Petrie can go in and be a little bit more versatile than just playing the nickel the way they've set their safety room up. So stock up right now and how I think DeMeco and Matt Burke are viewing the versatility of Jalen Petrie.
I love it, man. That is an absolute good one. Stock up for me, Ron. I'm going to give you a trio of stocks you asked you to bought a week ago.
Trio.
All right. Jalen Petrie's one of them. Ding, 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 ding. Ron's going to make a little money there. For me, I'm going Nick Chubb, boys. The stock's got to be through the roof for Nick Chubb. No Joe Mixon. You've got a struggling Dameon Pierce behind you and a fourth-round rookie behind you. And a special teams player, obviously, in Dare Ogunbowale. I mean, literally the stock could not be higher in 2025 for Nick Chubb. Coming off an injury, aging back, yes, but here he is and going to be depended on as a starting tailback in this league. And yes, with a team that I believe wants to play defense and run the football. This isn't about Nick Chubb's a veteran. Boy, he can – he's a pro and he can pass protect. No, this is a guy that is going to be leaned on at this point to run the football between the tackles, downhill. And to be honest with you, I think a lot of times we overuse the term establish the run. I think the Texans are going to be an establish the run kind of team this year, even with C.J. Stroud in the mix. So we'll go Jalen Petrie, Nick Chubb, my trio. I told you I'm going to give you a trio. My third one's Cade Stover. Right? I think the stock was up for a while now. But to look at that roster, and I do think this is going to change, as will Jalen Petrie.
They did sign Harrison Bryant back
to the practice squad, right? So the roster-wise, Cade Stover being one of two tight ends on the roster right now, which I don't think there's any way they go into a game with two tight ends. No. So we'll see what happens. But the thought of Cade Stover being the unknown here, Ron, we know what Dalton Schultz is going to bring to the table, right? The fact that they can sit there and go, we like Cade Stover enough to where we're going to have two tight ends on our initial 53-man roster report, I think the stock is not only up, I think it's through the roof for Cade Stover.
Gotta be. He's going to get time, and really there ain't much to look behind him to give him any concerns about how much time he is going to get. So I'm with you on that. I like them like them stock ups. T. Millie.
Wasn't sure, Mr. Hijacker of the steering wheel over here, Clint Stoerner.
He was horned up about the stock ups, baby.
Kidding. No, that was good stuff.
He was horned up about it, man.
No, I really wasn't sure because I couldn't remember how many he had in his list. But
He's cheated, man.
stuff.
You ain't lying, man. He went 3 stock ups, didn't he?
Got the stock ups done. There was a Chubb. There was a Petrie. What else was there, Dirty?
Thanks for listening, bub.
Oh, I'm a little busy back here,
and
man.
A Stover,
you
baby.
can come try it, though, if you want.
Stover.
Big Stove. Oh, Stove in the building, the farmer.
Right on the show, Hughley. Stock down for Casario's initial 53.
Listen, stock down, and first off, I will say congratulations who made the 53-man roster. Like, look, I saw Henry To'oto'o make a video with his lady 3 years in a row, third year now making the roster. Yeah, it's a big thing to make an NFL roster. All these guys' dreams. Now, with that being said, if we go with the stock down, Blake Fisher, you have to know that the only reason why you're on this team is because you're a second-round pick. I don't know if he understands that. Maybe in his mind, and I think in a very good way, hell, I think I'm this way, that guys that are competing in the NFL have a certain amount of delusion, and maybe he, in his mind, he feels like he's right there. But if Blake Fisher were a 4th, 5th round pick and not a high selection, there is no way he would still be on this roster. And I know he's returning from an injury. He played better in that final preseason game that he was in. But to me, the stock has been down on him, and he is on this team to me just because of how high he was drafted.
Great call. Look, the thing about Blake Fisher is there's
got a real Kenyon Green feel to him in a way of that.
That hurts.
Not from the injury. He can play better than him, but
He's
got a real feel of like, I don't know if you'd be here if your draft status was different.
Oh, look, there ain't no doubt. There's no doubt that the second-round draft pick keeps guys in the building, and I think Blake Fisher right now is one of those guys. Now, I will say this, even given what we saw, some rough play, Fisher, I do believe, for what it's worth, I do believe that Blake Fisher is more of what we saw last year and more of what we saw recently in the most recent preseason game where he played. I do believe that's how they view him. I do believe that he is a guy that has staying power in the league and has a chance to get some good quality reps. And so buy low, right, while the stock is down, because I personally do think there is a chance that he ends up, whether it's here or somewhere else, I think he ends up being a good little player.
It felt like he took a step back because, listen, he wasn't great when he was starting last year. Like, I mean, if you're going to leave him one-on-one with Chris Jones and George Karlaftis, I mean, that's probably not his strong suit. But there wasn't a lot where I'm just like, it wasn't like, I know I compared him to Kenyon Green. I meant
the security.
Yeah.
Second-round pick.
But it wasn't like, hey, damn, he's about to just get his ass kicked every single time down, no matter who it is. But it felt like it was becoming that during training camp this year, and hopefully he's able to kind of get things going.
One could argue that it's probably not fair to roll his ass out there against Daniil and Will every day.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I know it's pro football, but damn, boy, how'd you draw that one?
I wasn't Daniil and Will against the Vikings in that first one.
Fair. Fair. Oh,
the initial 53 for Casario and the 2025 Texans. Clint, stock down.
I'm going to go with the other backup tackle on this team, Cam Robinson.
Unbelievable.
I think Cam was signed, obviously, to come in here and make $12 million, ideally $14+ million, and do it in fashion of replacing Laramie Tunsil, one of the best left tackles in the game. And the injury is really what the stock is down for, because I don't think that he loses his job if he's available and he's actually practicing. But any way you slice it, man, it looks like Cam Robinson is going to be a highly paid backup to a left tackle that you drafted. And I don't know anyway. Even if he were to play and start, the stock is still down relative to when he walked in that building over there. So I got to ride with Cam Robinson.
Yeah, man. I almost feel bad for Cam Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair.
Because I think it's the right move, and I think DeMeco and Nick and Cole are doing the right thing, because Ursary is going to be the guy over there you want to be there. But if I'm Cam Robinson, you're like, damn, man. Hell, I played. I got about 3-4 days of practice, and maybe 2 in pads, and I lost my gig going over there. But as you would say, Clint, on Tuesdays that check is clearing.
Every Tuesday.
Every Tuesday, that night check.
Big one. Can't believe you're getting paid that to play a sport kind of money.
To sit in the back is what he's getting paid. All right, coming up, as we've got a lot going on, our college football question of the day as we lead into the real week 1, and we will head to Austin, Texas. I'm sure Tyler will be fair in this conversation.
Sure in the city.
Love 6th Street. As we'll continue coming up next.
All right, y'all. Some things, they just go better together now. Burgers and fries, Friday nights in football, and right now, Academy Sports and Outdoors and Whataburger.
Send your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios.
Get on the jugs.
Sports Radio 610 presents
How many guys you think out there wear a cup?
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the Drive as we continue to roll through. Shout out to everybody here who is rolling with us. Somebody texted and just said, "Damn show." I don't know what that
What'd y'all do?
Damn show.
It says "damn show" right there, just like old Larry said.
Is that my boy Ron?
There he is. That's a young. But no, man, we have a good time. YouTube and Twitch. Shout out to you as well. A way you can be a part of the show, as you guys always are, and it's always a good time to do that. All right,
Hey, real quick,
go ahead.
Ran into old boy at my not Juice Well, but the other one I went to this morning, this afternoon on the way in. Grabbed me a little lunch. Walked in. I said, "Hey, the hell's going on over there at y'all's Richmond location, man? Doors been locked. AC ain't working." I'm talking to the guy behind the bar, right? Some old boy buying old acai bowl said, "Hey, are you that guy that's on the radio?" I said, "Yeah, every now and then." He said, "Man, love what you do." I think it was Paul. If I remember correctly, it was Paul.
Shout out to you, Paul.
Paul, if I'm wrong, man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I told you that. We greatly appreciate you listening. He's a good dude. Solid dude, man.
What did Paul order?
He was on his way out in the bag when he was leaving. I didn't get it. I did not get it. But Paul, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's Paul. Paul, I appreciate you, but my man, appreciate you. By the way, great taste eating over there. Good stuff.
No, I love it. They'll get you.
Ooh,
they will get you.
I'm a twice a week guy.
Are you?
At least.
I went to a similar joint right down the street from the house twice last week. I think I might go down again. My God, what in the hell got into Nick Russo?
Must have been up against that clock, baby. Oh, the old bull down there. He must have been up against that clock.
Oh, was he moving quick?
Oh my God, he ran through like he had to pee, boy.
Pulled a hammy. Let me know if you need my old
Is there something
underground doctor over here?
I'm gonna be dumb here, so you can tell me. Is there something to the, hey man, like your bladder can feel you getting closer to the toilet, and you have to go more once you get closer to the toilet? It is weird.
Maybe.
When I got to pee really bad, like I just had to in this break, and I was good, but it was like my bladder felt it knew that the toilet was within distance.
Hold on, so.
And I almost didn't make it.
I feel like it could be a combo. That might exist, but there's also like a certain point, I think, just scientifically, biologically, where you reach in your bladder and it's like, all right, we got to empty.
I get that, but most of the time it happens the closer I get to it.
It's like,
I remember, boy, I got off
Turtlehead.
I got off in the at the airport in Atlanta, and I had to pinch it before I got to it. I had to reach in there and pinch it. It was about to come out.
Oh, you pinching your piece? I had to. Pinching one off.
No, I had to. Yeah,
I've had to pinch.
I've had to pinch before I got there, and I must have maybe shot at a fella, but
Hold on, show.
I made it there. Weird. Right when I get there, it is just. Somebody said their rectum does that to them.
Yeah.
They get home, get closer and closer.
You could also have IBS, friend.
I know y'all find this hard to believe, but right along the lines of my running out of gas, I push the limits on the old bowel movements.
Oh God, Nicholas is the king.
I don't play bingo with my draws, but nothing like that. But I do.
Well, I don't anymore. After I've told that story, that time I got cavalier with that fart in the press box.
That'll do it.
Had to throw them draws in the trash.
When was the last time y'all had doo-doo cramps?
Oh, all the time.
Man, Aruba.
I'm like you.
You was on vacation. What the hell was you holding it for? I mean, let me tell you where I said, where was the last time you had doo-doo cramps? He named Aruba and Turks.
Well, on the beach, I've run into that a few times myself.
At an all-inclusive, you just well, I mean, if you're not at Crystal, if you're at Crystal Beach, you're in trouble. But if you well, get out of the tub. Don't be playing peekaboo in the tub like my 2-year-old does.
I'm like you though, Clint. I feel like I wait to dookie until like passengers are loaded up,
it's
packed
that FOMO,
in, ready
man.
to go.
I can't can't. I'm no time. Wait till it's right about time before I get out. I am a.
You're
what do you call
foul
it?
dumper is
Yeah.
what you are.
Oh, there's no question.
Oh, you are the foulest I've ever
He
seen.
says, I wait till we're touching cloth.
Yeah, I mean it's.
That's the foulest thing I've ever
It is.
encountered.
I mean, I actually decided to risk it the other day, boys.
Whenever he ends boys with it at the end.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I bought me a pair of white underwear.
Oh God, no, you didn't. You got some white draws?
I got some one pair.
You didn't get no bikini draws like John McClain did.
Same Nikes, same Nikes that I always get. I just accidentally picked up a pack that had, instead of all blacks, it was a black pair, a gray pair, and a white pair. First time I was clear. First time, no nut. I was good. I mean, I was proud of myself. I told my wife about it. I was like, babe, this is good stuff. You guys ever wore a thong?
I'm wearing one right now.
The second time, boys, it was not the cramps. It was the old evening itch. I reached around there and had a nice little itch going on, scratched. And
that happens.
I said, boy, them white draws got me.
Yeah.
I had to go right back to now I'm super selective when I wear my white ones.
Yeah, you
old skid mark Stoerner.
If I'm going to be out of the house for more than 6 hours, and white ones ain't getting me.
Hey, I almost got real nasty. I'm laughing so hard because I almost got real nasty with you two idiots today because I sat down and took my morning dump this morning. I put up at the house. I go down to the angle.
You take a picture.
Hey, Doc. I had these blue Hanes. These light Carolina blue Hanes. Tyler, if you're looking at me on YouTube and Twitch, I looked down, baby, it was a hole that big. As big as a damn softball. I almost pulled my phone out and took a picture. Look at these big ass draws.
You should have sent it to Courtney.
I took them off. No, I took them through them. I threw them off immediately. Took them draws off and threw them in the trash immediately. I mean, that hole was so big. I said, you're just call your own name, Ron. Come on, man. Come on, man.
You ever go full name?
Ronald. You've been walking around here with that big ass softball.
Oh, that's good.
Softball.
That is good.
I mean, it was.
The game is over.
I said, damn, dog, what am I there walking around with these big ass hole in these draws? I swear to God, I almost took that picture of the draws and sent it to you. I said, hold on.
That's got to be one of those moments where you look down and you catch yourself and you're like, man, I am disappointed in my damn self. Like, you got to be grown ass man.
Oh, man.
Them old $2 underwear you wearing, man. Them things wear out quick, boy.
I was laughing so hard. And I don't know why, Tyler, when I throw a pair out like that, I rip the hole just to end it.
You're like, I'm really ending this life.
That's destroying evidence.
Hulk Hogan, that bad boy, just ripped it open.
He's destroying the evidence. He doesn't want his wife to walk in there and go, well, dang, it's a good pair of underwear. Whoa, no. What happened? That's destroying evidence. I know what's going on. I've been there.
Hey, Courtney has folded my drawers and text me. It's a damn shame you got this big ass hole. And I'm like, which one? Or don't you throw them drawers in the trash? All right, college football tomorrow. We start to officially start week 1, and we've been doing a college football question of the day, and this is the one I want to give to you, and I know Tyler will jump in. The Texas Longhorns, they are the preseason number 1 team in the country. They will play Ohio State because Fox is hell-bent on this big noon Saturday thing. They're not playing in prime time, but they're playing at 12 o'clock noon, which pisses me smooth off. That game should be under the lights at night. I know it's called Big Noon Kickoff, but just say Big Noon Kickoff at 7 o'clock.
You are right.
Stupid. We got to get up there and get yourself ready in the morning for the game of the day.
That should be a 6 or 7 p.m. kickoff under the lights on prime time, no question.
Why the hell are we doing that? But anyway, they are facing Ohio State.
What a game.
The Texas Longhorns, Clint, are overrated because Arch Manning is overrated.
No, I don't think so. No, we're talking about the Longhorns, right? Now, I fall in the category of Jordan Rodgers. I do not think the tape matches the hype around Arch Manning. Now, it may end up, but I think right now that folks are getting a little carried away.
But don't you think that they're thought to be the number – like, how much is it him, in your opinion, that people believe Texas is number 1? It feels the best team in the country, and he's maybe the biggest reason why.
Well, I mean, look, you can argue. You look up and down the roster. I mean, the rankings, and there's a lot of new faces in the quarterback arena with some really, really good teams. I mean, you've got your top teams in the Big Ten, with the exception of Penn State, I believe, are replacing a quarterback.
Yeah.
You got your top teams in the SEC.
Except LSU.
Except for LSU, which I really like, by the way. The point is in that top 25, man, in the top 10 in particular, there's a lot of teams, there's a lot of new quarterbacks. And I think Arch Manning, folks are a lot more comfortable with Arch Manning, and he's played a little bit. They're a lot more comfortable with Arch Manning than maybe they are some of the other guys. I just can't get there. I can't get Heisman Trophy first-round pick with Arch Manning. I like him. I think he's talented. I think his athletic ability is overrated. I don't think it's going to translate to big game football. We'll see.
You're out on him with the Heisman?
No, I'm not out on anything. I'm out on claiming he is the Heisman and he's the number one overall pick. I'm not, like, the season hasn't even started yet. I don't know who my Heisman favorite would be, but and he would be in the conversation. But
let's be honest, Tyler. They're going to do everything they can to keep him.
Look, it's a money making machine. But no, I think Texas, with any quarterback that had any star power behind his name, not star as in Manning, but star as in rating, I think the Longhorns would be where they are. Especially a guy that has some flash. It's not like a old buddy up in Ohio State. So I think Sark, being a head coach, play caller, offensive mind, one of the best in the game. I think they have done a tremendous job over the last 2 years of building depth. I do think that he turned the corner, and the culture and the standard up there is a little different than maybe it was when he took the place over. And so I think the supporting cast for Arch is really good. And so Arch is set up to succeed. I think Texas football right now, being a top 3 team, I think makes sense.
This has got to be the feel of what they've been recruiting and what they have out there. Because, they've lost some guys. They've got several first-round picks that rolled
2 years in a row.
Yeah, I know Barron, the corner, Banks, their best offensive lineman last year.
They lost
the receiver that went to the Packers.
They lost their running back. They lost a couple of wide receivers. They lost their tight end. They lost their 2 defensive tackles in the first. I think one of them went in the second round, one of them in the first round last year. As you mentioned, a couple of defensive backs. He's just done a really good job, and I do think they are right now coming off the year they had last year. I think it's fair to have them in that top 3. And look, number one, I'm preseason rankings. I'm not mad at it.
Yeah. All right, so we'll see. We'll talk about it more later on. But you like them against Ohio State?
I do. I do like them against Ohio State.
They're 2-point underdog. Yeah.
I like them against the replacing offensive coordinator, replacing defensive coordinator, first-time quarterback that we've seen very little, if any, of. Is the Sagan kid a freshman, or is he a red shirt? Anyway, I like the Longhorns in this game on the road. It's going to be a beast, but I like the Longhorns in this one.
What you got coming up?
It's easy, baby. We got a 53-man roster here in Houston, and there are glaring issues, glaring things that we need to discuss. They just flat out have to be addressed. And here's the thing. Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans spoke about them as they met with the media today to discuss the roster. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Underdog. Look, here's the deal. It's football's kicking off, right? Underdog Fantasy, no doubt about it. I've told you about it before. It's the best place to make picks and win money.
Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Take the drive.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. We're going to get to it. Them Astros take one on the head last night. Hunter Brown, he got beat around a little bit. Most of what he gave up was unearned, but got beat up a little bit. Yordan Alvarez was back in the lineup. Didn't do anything flashy, but his ass is healthy. And we'll check in on them Astros as the season as the show goes along here. But also the Texans, yesterday was the cut down date for them to go from 90 to 53. And they got down to 53, and the reality is I think there are some glaring some things that stand out. Let's put it like that. I'm not overly concerned about it. I think it's going to be a fluid situation here over the next week or so. But there are some things that really stand out that I think is worth discussing here on this 53-man roster now that we know that it's final and we've had a little bit of time to hear from the coach and the general manager on that topic. Here's DeMeco Ryans' thoughts on the overall 53-man roster and finally being here.
I feel really good about our team. Our initial 53 roster is set. It's initial. Things are always in flux. Things are always moving. We're always looking to improve our roster as best we can. But we feel really good about 53 men that have made our team so far. And those 53 guys definitely deserved it. And there are more guys who are deserving. We just couldn't keep more guys. But had to make some tough decisions there, but we feel really good where we are.
Yeah, look, they always talk about wanting to keep. I think Nick said 65. I think he steered clear of the number 69 for some reason. But the number 69 is what stands out for everybody in the NFL right now. It's funny how Nick was talking about that about 2 years ago, and now that was Lovey talking about it 2 years ago, and now all of a sudden everybody's talking about 69 players. Well, I think Nick was on record today talking about 65. At the end of the day, I think Larry and Stafford is right. I mean, look, they need to extend. They need to extend the caps, the number 53 to, I don't know if it's 60 or 65 or something, but show some kind of just that, hey, we see that there may need to be some expansion, right? Maybe a couple, maybe 5. I don't know. We'll see.
I was surprised they didn't just hang on the way they did for COVID, and they just didn't roll how they did it there. They had a couple of extra spots.
Okay.
Yeah, during the COVID season.
Right. Yeah. I think COVID changed it for the better. We expanded the practice squad and all that. But anyway, they cut down to 53, and I think there are a couple of things here, Ron, that are absolutely glaring that to me it just screams, hey man, not, well, what are y'all doing? Why'd you keep 10 offensive linemen? Why'd you keep 11 offensive linemen? Whatever the numbers were. Like I would say that they kept extras at places. Hell, you ought to feel better about it where they kept extras. The first most glaring one for me is the tight end position. There is absolutely no chance. There is no chance that the Houston Texans go into a game with just 2 tight ends on the roster, on the active roster. And right now, it's obviously Cade Stover and Dalton Schultz. As Ron mentioned earlier, they did add Harrison Bryant to the practice squad. I would imagine he would move up. But for now, here's Nick Caserio talking tight ends and the fact that there was only 2 on the roster.
Yeah, we'll see. And I've talked about this at different points. Some positions you carry your depth on the roster. Some positions you carry your depth off the roster. We view it as 65, 70 players are essentially available every week at our disposal. And whoever we feel can help us that particular week or game, we'll consider it. We probably very easily could have carried 60 to 65 players on the actual roster, but the rules are the rules. So we try to work within the parameters that were given by the league. So some positions they'll be on the 53, some will be on the practice squad, but we don't view the practice squad players any differently than the players that are on the roster. Some of this is just mechanics and just positioning, and where do you feel that you have to carry a player or handle a player. So we'll always look at it and ultimately do what we feel makes the most sense for our team.
That's Nick Caserio when asked about the tight ends. Again, there's 2 on the roster right now, Cade Stover and Dalton Schultz. And as much as I would like for them to enter a game with those 2 on the roster and say, hey, boys, I mean, you 2 are the ones we're going with. And Cade Stover's going to get all of the run that is ultimately hand in the dirt attached to tackle the more finesse things and kind of catch passes and be in the hip position and things of that nature. I would love to get a good heavy dose of that. There's no way it's going to happen. They've got to have a third tight end in the mix. Irv Smith.
He's on IR.
Is on IR. He's done for the season, I believe, is what I read. Yep. But Harrison Bryant was brought back. Harrison Bryant, Ron, has got to be one of those guys. Nick Caserio mentioned today in his time with the media, he mentioned that something's going on when guys hope they clear waivers or guys agree that they'll come back and join a practice squad because they want to be on the squad. I got to believe that Harrison Bryant is one of those guys of, hey, man, look, we're going to release you. And Harrison, I believe, is what year is he in the league? I got to believe he was a cut, not a waive. But hey, we're going to cut you, and you're going to be on the streets, but we want to go ahead and work something out with your agent to bring you back, put you on the practice squad, and basically we're going to guarantee you that when the time's right, we're going to move you up, and we'll compensate you accordingly when we move you up. We want you here. You're not a practice squad player. I got to believe Harrison Bryant is that.
6 years.
So Harrison Bryant is a 6-year vet that is not a waiver guy. He's a guy that was cut, put on the streets, and then chose to come back and be on the practice squad. There's no way that there's not obviously some conversations there of come back here. We're going to get you back on the roster, and we'll make it right money wise when that time comes. But I fully expect the Texans to make a move at that tight end position. The other one for me, Ron, we talked at length about it in the secondary. 3 safeties on this team, and one of them is C.J. Gardner-Johnson, on this roster. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson is one of them. And he is injured, and we don't know when he's coming back. Again, they were vague responding to questions about C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I think the fact that he's on the 53-man roster and not on some injured list tells you that he's at least less than a month into the season from being well. So he's got to come back at some point. But there were a slew of defensive backs that were cut. I think most notably Miles Bryant. Miles Bryant is a guy that has history, I believe, with Nick Caserio.
Nick brought him up today in the press conference.
Yeah, Nick brought him up today when he was talking about the roster, and then I think he caught himself and said, well, he's not here right now.
I'm about to say.
That's where I was going with it. I think ultimately Miles Bryant is a guy that they bring back. Just like Harrison Bryant, I think Miles Bryant, have they announced whether they're bringing him back on the practice squad yet?
I haven't seen that yet.
I'd be willing to bet you there's some kind of deal worked out of, hey, if you get an offer, we'll match it or we'll one-up it to bring you back here when the timing's right. So again, look for Miles Bryant to be added to this football team. But that does leave us in a spot, Ron, where you got one true nickel defender right now that we know of. You've got one true nickel defender. That's Jalen Petrie. Both of us love him. Everybody loves Jalen Petrie. I think he's a great player. But the reality of it is the nickel defender is not a position where you only want one of. And luckily, they got several guys that have a little bit of flex position-wise that can jump down there. I talked about Kamari Lassiter. I love Kamari Lassiter in the slot. But there's also another guy here that I've talked a lot about, I've been a big fan of, that I think factors into the nickel defend what DeMeco Ryans can do defensively. So here's Nick Caserio talking about rookie corner out of USC, Jalen Smith, that could also play some nickel.
He's taking reps a little bit in, a little bit out. Probably work a little bit more on the perimeter here. So we'll just try to figure out what makes the most sense. We have a number of players that have experience playing inside the formation. Petey's one of them. Kamari's played inside the formation. Miles Bryant's played inside the formation. I mean, he's not here right now, but Miles has experience there. Even Ceedee, when he was in Philadelphia, has played inside the formation. So just try to find guys that maybe have a certain degree of flexibility in really whatever you ask them to do, making sure that you're not asking them to do something that either A, they're not comfortable with, or B, maybe they're better off doing something else. So we'll figure out kind of what makes the most sense, but we feel like we have, a number of versatile players back there in the secondary. Other than Stingley, most of the guys have some position flex. And honestly, if Stingley had to go inside and play inside the formation, situationally, guy's the best corner in the league, so I'm sure he could probably figure it out.
Well, agreed. Stingley would be fine wherever you put him. But I love the point he makes there, Ron, is look, I think Miles Brown, I think he kind of misspoke there. Miles Brown will be back.
By the way, he is on the practice squad.
Miles Brown is. Right, perfect.
And Damon Arnett Jr. as well.
Damon Arnett, I think he is a practice squad player. I think he's a developmental guy. I think he's got a lot to prove. Miles Brown is a guy that chooses to come back here because there's some level of guarantee that, hey, man, just come back here, put you on a practice squad. Before the first game, we'll have you back on the roster. We want you here. You'll have a hell of a deal, and we'll probably even give you a little signing bonus, boost to make prize. Miles Bryant is on the practice squad. I would bet he's going to be on the roster. The point there, though, I think with Nick Caserio is talking about, some of the position flex with these guys. They feel really comfortable, and I love this. I absolutely love this with DeMeco Ryans scheming and play designing on the defensive side of the football. When you've got a guy, again, like Jalen Smith, the rookie, that can play nickel or can play outside corner. You've got a guy like Kamari Lassiter who is really, really good at corner and really, really good at the nickel defender. And you got Jalen Petrie, who is really, really good at that nickel defender in his own way. The flexibility there. And then you bring a guy like Miles Bryant back into the mix. You get a guy like C.J. Gardner-Johnson healthy. Now you've got some real weapons there for DeMeco Ryans on the defensive side of the football. So don't be alarmed about the tight end position only having two, and don't be alarmed about, there's only three safeties, one of which is injured on this roster right now, because I think those are two spots, Ron, that we see some pretty significant movement.
No chance they're going to roll in with those numbers. Now, especially the tight ends, Clint. The amount of 12 personnel they're going to use, there is no chance that they're just going to roll with two tight ends.
Yeah, no, it just doesn't. Not with Nick Caley on the ones and twos.
No.
It just seems like he's going to be the one that really brings the tight end position to life. It's a shame that Brevin Jordan was injured, but it's I still think that he can do some things to make the tight end. Last year, look, the tight end position was a liability. A lot of that had to do with Dalton Sperday, that the tight end position was a liability for the Texans, and on several fronts. And this year with Nick Caley, I've said this about DeMeco Ryans. Like, when you hire DeMeco Ryans, look, you hope you get one of the best coaches in general, head coaches in the NFL in general, which we do. We got that, right? But the first thing you got to make sure you have, that DeMeco had to make sure, is get that defense right? You had to be a top-tier defense in this league year in, year out when you have DeMeco. Now, bring that down a notch when you hire Nick Caley, and Nick Caley's expertise has always been in tight ends, right? I'm not gonna look. I don't expect him to go in there and be Bill Walsh. I don't expect him to go in there and be one of the greatest offensive minds from a scheming perspective, from a play design perspective, from a timing and a game plan. And I like the adjustments. Like, I hope he's good. Like, I hope he shows us a little promise. I don't expect him to be great. I do expect Nick Caley. I do expect Nick Caley to get the absolute best out of every single tight end on this team. I do expect Nick Caley.
That should be an expectation.
Absolutely. I do expect Nick Caley to create an offense, to design an offense that highlights, utilizes the tight end in like impressive fashion, right? Noticeable fashion. Like you got a $12 million tight end that, while I'll agree is a tight end that is more suited to be a route runner, to see the game through the lens of the quarterback, and to be that safety blanket for the quarterback, and to create a little separation and catch pass. I expect to see him used in different ways that kind of highlight his pass catching abilities, right? You look at Cade Stover. One of the reasons I'm so excited about Cade Stover is because I think naturally his style of play is kind of old school. Well, it's just kind of old school, right? And if that's the way Nick Caley sees it, we saw the wham block when he cracked down on Brown. What's his first name? The big D tackle or nose tackle for Carolina.
Derek.
Derek Brown. That seeing those kind of things from the tight end position, that's sexy, man. And I just expect to be able to see those things executed, implemented first of all, part of what we're doing, and then implemented, in a way that we see come to life. And so I'm not giving Dalton Schultz any way of an out here, but to think that they were still trying to use him in pass protection with the season on the line in Kansas City is a crying ass shame. Like, those kind of things have to be a thing of the past with Nick Caley, right? So go back to Nick Caley, like, hey, I expect the tight ends to be used in a fashion around here that we ain't seen in a while, right? I'll give you a little grace with the game management, clock management. I'll give you a little grace with, hey, man, it just takes a little time for C.J. Stroud and this offense to get rolling.
There's one position group that really takes a step forward, it's his expertise.
Come on, hey, look, Coach. Don't tell me about how your whole approach as an offensive coordinator is to put guys in position to play to their strengths, and then we roll out here and Dalton Schultz is running fullback in the first game. That ain't it. Like, so, there's the tight end position in particular is where my expectations from jump out of the gate for the Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley. I want to see the impact of having a guy that's been a tight end coach for 8-9 years in this league and some really good systems. I want to see that impact immediately out of the gate.
Well, as Tyler said earlier this week, arguably the best of all time, Rob Gronkowski, had some glowing thoughts about Nick Caley.
Juice and energy, baby.
His old
juice and energy
tight end coach. So, that'll be a real expectation with Nick Caley coming up with this offense. All right. I hate being this person to have to deliver this type of news, but we've got some new Astros news. Somebody else is going, at least on the IL, for a temporary period. I'll tell you the latest on that coming up next.
All right, look here, y'all. I don't know about y'all, but I love some good chips and dip. I really love wings, dipping them in something, veggies, dip.
We couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, again, as I said, I don't like to be the one that has to deliver this, but
the bearer of bad news. We're on the show, Hughley.
There you go. I see a texter, 23767, every day. Every day. I hear you.
Let me guess. They don't like the commercials?
I hear you every day. But
you still can't do nothing about it.
But about here is what's happening with the Houston Astros, and this isn't good news. Victor Caratini, he is in the concussion protocol.
No, God!
He is in the concussion protocol, but that's not it. Apparently, he took a ball off the head last night, and he had taken one similarly against the Baltimore Orioles, so they have placed him in the concussion protocol. And Yainer Diaz had a ball hit him in the wrist yesterday. He is struggling with his wrist, and he needs an extra day or two. He needs an extra day or two with his wrist issue, so he is also injured. Now, it is reported for Brian McTaggart that he was out at the Daikin on the field with equipment on. So maybe it's obviously not as bad as Victor Caratini, but with that, Clint, they did have to make the move of bringing Cesar Salazar. He will start tonight, and now the fun starts. Because who's the emergency catcher on this team? Do we know?
Chaz? Oh, let's see. Got to be a right. Got to Dubon. Dubon. Got to be.
Got
to
be
Dubon.
Right? Is Dubon?
Got to be.
Because if let's say 4-3 in the ninth, and Salazar ends up at second, you got a pinch run for him, don't you?
No chance.
You just got to keep him in there. You got to pinch run for him, and you got to put the emergency catcher in.
No chance.
It's got to be Dubon. Is that who it is, Tyler? Do you know?
Nothing I'm finding is like concrete in that way.
I don't you're right. I don't even know who else.
You want to know what the robots say? AI?
Sure.
They say yes, Yiner, Caratini. After them, the most likely player would be Salazar. And if he was unable, it would potentially have to be an infielder like Mauricio Dubon. So the robots agree with you?
I mean, Christian Walker's old ass ain't squatting down back here.
Hell no.
I mean, Los and Altuve and Pena ain't going nowhere.
Well, they're too valuable.
I mean, there's no other right-hander out there. It's literally the only right-handers.
Can Cam Smith get down there?
Cam.
Yeah, I already went and learned the outfield.
I bet he's got a little catch in his history. He was third baseman too.
I don't know, man. Cam looks like he blinks every time.
I think Dubon is the only one that would get good and excited about it.
Cam looks like
Altuve back there. He's closest to the ground. He's got the shortest distance to go down there.
He didn't go far to squat, does he? Just don't throw a high pitch. We're in trouble. Am I the only one that reads that? And that is that there is a certain level of softness.
On what?
Concussion protocol?
I mean,
I'm not even going to react to that.
Test, I think.
Nope.
In baseball?
Yeah, he's a catcher.
Bro.
He gets hit. Yeah, those catchers
they get knocked.
drilled in the foul balls.
Umpires too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Especially that's especially if it hits him in the right spot. I've watched the Royals over the years. Salvador Perez he's hit the concussion protocol probably as many times as Aikman.
Really?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
I know
he wears
that they take shots off the head, but concussion,
especially the side. They're built. Those helmets are built, especially now the ones that are really bad, the ones that come over like hockey masks.
Yeah,
those are terrible. But the ones that if you hit them in the center, that's where it's built to block. But if they get hit in the side, they get.
Ooh, boy, it's
that foul ball
hot
off
butter
that,
thoughts right there for me.
It's. I mean, I just don't think we can hot butter concussion if you feel the concussion.
Kidding me? I watched a little leaguer take a pitch off the dome yesterday and go to first base.
Yeah, I mean it. Again, if you as you watch the Cowboys documentary, the concussion in which, by the way, the NFL is insane. Troy Aikman received a concussion. And said he didn't remember anything else out of the NFC Championship game that he played in. The next day he came and watched the film and didn't know any of it, didn't remember any of it happening, and he was the one out there doing it. He watched the game for the first time.
He rubbed some dirt on it.
But anyway, you saw that it was a glancing blow on the knee, and you never know.
No, I get it. I got
it right.
Javon Curse, I'd have swear he shot me with a 30-06 in the forehead, and it was just a little glancing blow off of his pad, and sure enough, I had some tunnel vision.
Text line coming in.
No damn concussion program.
Mustang Sally, come on, Clint. Show is right.
Sally, come on, man.
And then someone else texted in, Clint is correct.
Damn,
listen, folks, I love you all here. Clint is definitely not correct on this one.
I mean, the brain seems important.
He is definitely not correct.
It just seems soft.
Yeah, brains are soft. That's why you get concussed.
It seems on the soft side.
It's a literal organ, like up in your dome. Y'all are wildin'.
Don't say y'all.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the tags line.
Aziz Al-Shair's over there filling the A-gap with 220, 250 coming downhill at him.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, did Trevor Lawrence miss any games?
Consistently.
Yeah.
Talk about that a little bit.
What is going on? Seriously, Tyler.
I don't get it. I really don't. Most time I can at least see an argument, but I mean, we're talking about the brain.
Someone else texted in. I'm with Clint on this one. Unless they get ran over.
They wouldn't do it unless they needed to, people.
Like, I would see if he ran into somebody else and hit his head on the deal or hit his head on the ground or something. A pitch?
Just that gray matter in your skull. Who cares? Yes.
By the way, did you see that? Did weekend who got hit square in the nuts three different
times, bro.
I did not see that.
Right in the nuts.
2 were foul balls. One, the Little League catcher just missed it. Hit him right in the nuts.
Did he do it on purpose?
No, I don't think he did. But that third one, man, he hung in there those first 2. And that third one,
he was stuck.
Hey, man, when I say fetal position, he was in the fetal position when that left leg just up in the air stuck. It
felt like it ripped my nuts off.
The first 2, man, he just went down. That third one, he said, "Oh!" like Homer, it went down with them nuts. But oh man. By the way, Jordan will be. I haven't seen, unless you have Tyler. I haven't seen the lineup. The only thing I have seen is that Jordan is going to be DHing tonight. So I have not seen the lineup yet, but Jordan will be in the lineup as the DH tonight. So he'll have game 2 in this thing tonight. But again, if you're just jumping in and you missed it, the Astros tonight, game 2 of this series with the Rockies, Framber Valdez on the mound. Good luck. Victor Caratini is in concussion protocol. Yainer Diaz is having some issues with his hands. His wrist, he took a foul ball where he got hit in the wrist by an errant pitch in Baltimore. And what is going on with this? I'm sorry, I just really read that, Tyler. He got hit in the wrist by an errant pitch in Baltimore, and it's been bothering him. They say he needs an extra day or 2. So he is going they're calling up Cesar Salazar, and he is starting tonight.
So Diaz is the emergency. His injury's not bad enough to take him completely out, but he's the emergency.
They're saying he needs an extra day or 2.
He's on the field with equipment.
I know he's on the field with equipment. I wonder how much you're right. I wonder how much they want to avoid him. If it's a wrist and he needs an extra day or 2.
I mean, I need to reserve the diva.
Can we get an understanding of which wrist it is?
The diva tendencies are reserved for Jordan.
Tyler, I swear before God, when he said diva, I thought it was Yainer that he was talking about. I thought that's clearly where he was going. Clearly where he was going. No. Somebody texted and said, I want Clint to coach my kids' baseball team.
You damn sure do.
Hope you're ready for some CTE.
There ain't no doubt about it. You damn sure do.
Hey, I ain't going to lie to you.
Is the alternative?
I'm not going to lie to you. When I think about that, I wonder how many little league concussions that just get going on. I don't like some of these places don't have actual doctors coming out there to checking on checking on some of these. And they're like, how you doing? Good.
You good?
Like the old school.
Follow my finger.
The old school. Yeah, the old follow my finger thing. And how do you know the old school? Yeah, just wondering that. But Cesar Salazar in the building. He'll be catching for Framber tonight. Hopefully he is all right. Coming up next, it is Wednesday. That means our guy
Soft Sally
Brandon Scott. Brandon Scott joins us as he does his Texans report. We'll get his thoughts on the biggest stories involving the Texans as they're about 10 days away before the opener against the Rams. B. Scott coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. If you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, man, you need that.
next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love DeMeco Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is Texans report. Brandon Scott is in the building every single Wednesday as he joins us. And today was a big day. We heard from Nick Caserio. We heard from the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, and the roster was dropped yesterday. A lot happening in the last couple of days. And B. Scott with us. Let's jump right in here, Brandon. What for you is all of this going on? A lot of stuff going on. What for you is the story that kind of has your attention the most dealing with the Texans?
Well, we've talked about this on the show quite a bit. I know a couple of times when I was in where the running back situation is a really curious one because you are talking about, and this is before we knew that Joe Mixon was going to be out for 4 games, but who knows how long you're going to be without your Pro Bowl running back at a time when the Texans have tried to change, or at least trying to right now, change their identity to be more of a physical, up front, smash mouth type of football team. That appears to be, based off of what we've seen in these preseason games and what we've been watching at training camp. Clint, you were on this early on in our earliest days at training camp. They were going to try to run the football. That a lot of these passes were going to be what a lot of people call dink and dunk, try to get chunk plays, short yardage type of stuff, or at least short passes and the run game. That's what they were going to lean into. But a lot of that, at least in my mind, the success of that was predicated on having a dude like Joe Mixon in the backfield, at least at some point, if not week 1 or week 2, at some point pretty soon.
Yep.
Now we're talking about a minimum of 4 games, and then based off of how they've talked about it, and I'm not here to necessarily criticize them for how they're handling it, because I think it's okay for the team to have separate interests from the media. Like what I want and what I want to know is different from what they want to give out there. I don't have to like it, but I understand where they're coming from. They got to understand where I'm coming from. But at the same time, you do get to glean from their answers that this does not look good. There is no way that you can listen to Nick Caserio or listen to DeMeco Ryans talk about this injury and talk about this issue or not talk about this issue and feel good out to me the most. Obviously, earlier in the week, finding out that Joe Mixon was going to miss at least 4 games, and then everything since then feeling like he could miss more.
Not only are they not wanting to talk about the Joe Mixon situation, it is clear that it is a point of frustration when asked and pressed a little bit about the Joe Mixon situation, which I find very interesting, B. Scott. Look, I said this earlier. Like, to me, I would argue that having a guy like Joe Mixon, a Pro Bowl player that has not been seen all of training camp, we're talking 5-6 weeks.
Yeah.
And then on the backside of that, you get frustrated every time that he's asked, which visibly, notably, audibly, there's frustration there. And he's placed on a list, an injured list, that is specifically for guys that were injured away from the program, away from the organization, not team functions, team sanctioned, workouts.
Right.
I would argue that dynamic and not being some level of transparent of, hey, here's what's going on, is really, really risky. Because I'll be honest with you, I'm not a hot take artist, but I can't help but look at that. We were talking about it before the show, and it kind of you start wrapping your head around it. It's hard to not look at the Joe Mixon situation and go, hey, man, I wonder if he got hurt outside of football, outside of the Texans building, and now you're looking at it of like, is there a chance to void a contract here for Joe Mixon and him no longer be a Texan if this is a longer-term injury? Like, to allow the speculation, which I think is very fair, first, and shooting off the hip. I mean, it's very fair to right now to view this thing as like, man, connect some dots. There may be something going on here.
It's like it feels like Christian Harris from last year, where you're just trying to figure out like what's going on, and they seem to be real defensive at times, when they have to answer anything about it. It is at the very least not the norm of how you see situations of injuries handled.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Christian Harris, Ron, because I think two things are going on here. You can remember earlier on in training camp when C.J. Gardner-Johnson gets injured and there's the inaccurate report about his injury. I think that caused some level of frustration within the organization, which makes sense. I think you couple that with, to Ron's point about it feeling like Christian Harris. This is what I can tell you where it is kind of like the Christian Harris situation, and you kind of alluded to it as well, Clint, of getting injured away from the facility. So with both situations, with Christian Harris and with Joe Mixon, my understanding is that these injuries happened in the offseason, in some type of offseason training or program that is separate from whatever the Texans got on their own time. And my sense is the Texans already don't like to talk about injuries. Most football teams don't. So they're already reluctant to talk about injuries, but they're especially reluctant to talk about injuries that happen outside of their purview and outside of their control. And not just reluctant to talk about it, but there is some agitation, some frustration with it, especially when it's long term, when it's not just a little kind of got nicked up.
Put him in a bad spot.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about with Christian Harris, who missed 10 plus 13 weeks or so, and then still wasn't right when he got back. Even for training camp,
of the year,
right? And then now this situation with Joe Mixon is a very similar kind of thing where it happens off their time, away from their dime, but now they are the ones left to deal with the ramifications of it. I think there is some frustration on the organization's part with that sort of thing. Now, as far as the contract, look, I would imagine that if they can help it, if they can get Joe Mixon right, they just want to have Joe Mixon. But I think all of that stuff are things to actually consider in terms of the team's vantage point on how they both view the situation and how they want to communicate about it, because they don't want to really talk about an injury that happened off of their watch. They don't fully necessarily understand.
The interesting, fascinating part to me is the combination of two things. You don't want to talk about it, but you get frustrated when you asked about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the zero.
They don't want to talk about it.
But to me, that's like deflection, though. I feel like that's what's happening.
Sure,
like, hey, let's take the focus off of us and let's put the focus on y'all for wanting to be first and for wanting to be messy and wanting to be in somebody's business.
Right, which to me is wrong. Like to lump everybody into the I want to be first. That's wrong. I mean, that's just dead ass wrong. There's no way about it. Like. What world are we living in where the media goes to practice and your starting quarterback that's fixing to be the face of your franchise, you're going to pay $60 million and isn't throwing is not a story?
Yeah.
Is not, and like the frustration of being asked about that. Like that is just, I don't know, man. I think it's an interesting way about going about business, but I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eat up your segment.
Well, they are clearly targeting somebody with the I want to. It kind of comes off as a catch-all, and that part I agree with you is not really they're talking about specific the news breakers of the world, both locally and nationally, who want to fixate on being first. And then just I think the overall general speculation part, like they're like, hey, well, why are you speculating and you don't know? Well, we're not just speculating. To be fair, we are asking you, and on your side, you don't want to answer the question. So I mean, I think if we would just say that, hey, we want to know, we don't want to tell you, and we can leave it at that. But then it has to be this tit for tat sort of thing of, well, y'all want to be first, and y'all want to be all up in somebody's personal business type of thing.
It's weird when the way you guys are talking. It's reminding me of the Azeez Al-Shire situation last year, where they just kind of deflected the conversation to something else that wasn't even being talked about with the Trevor Lawrence thing, where they deflected it off.
But I mean, you're Ron, you know this from your family's got PR background. Like that's kind of part of that's part of the game. It's like, hey, let's deflect, let's change the narrative, let's change the conversation, and let's talk about what we want to talk about. And we would rather talk about anything but this injury, even if it's got to be us generalizing the media as one when we're really talking about 1, 2, 3 people.
That's Brandon Scott. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. B. Scott, roster, what was the biggest takeaway for you till victory?
Y'all help me talk through this, and the audience can do so as well. Should I be confused by the Texans only carrying the 2 tight ends on the 53-man roster, or should I be confident in the Texans only carrying two tight ends on the 53-man roster. And this is why I asked. Confused because it's like, well, you figured you would have more, right?
Yeah.
Or confident because, especially with the new offensive coordinator having a tight ends coach background, like confused by that. But also confident from the standpoint of, well, maybe this guy just feel like he can make it work with two tight ends. Hey, I don't need a bunch of I just need the best two. Give me those two and I can make it work. Like I honestly do not. Then I understand that they're going to bring guys back and you're going to have practice squad guys and all of that. But I did not really understand and was just at least surprised by the lack of tight ends on the roster, on the initial 53-man roster. And then they had like 11 defensive linemen.
Yeah.
It looked like every defensive lineman that ever lined up for the defensive line was on this roster. So like that part stood out to me.
Yeah. I don't think you should be concerned. They ain't fools to think they can carry just two tight ends.
The problem with just carrying two tight ends is one injury away from not just losing that player, but you lose the ability to be your whole 12 personnel package, which I think they're going to be a big part of. Most of the NFL does have a pretty hefty 12 personnel package, one back, two tight ends, two wide receivers.
They do have big receivers.
Yeah.
So, not that I would want to do that, but they do have some size.
I've been wrong a lot in my time, B. Scott. I would bet a large amount of money that they will not go into a game with two tight ends on the roster. There will be three guys active. The Harrison Bryant kid, I'll be honest with you, I was surprised specifically on the need. Irv Smith being injured even more significantly than when you traded for Harrison Bryant. Now that he's on the practice squad, I'll be shocked off my ass if a veteran came back to be on this practice squad isn't immediately, if he hadn't already been guaranteed, hey, you're going to be on the roster week one, just give us some time to work this stuff out.
Yeah, I mean, just like you mentioned, just from the numbers game standpoint, you're an injury away from completely taking out a chapter of your playbook. Like whatever your 12 personnel plays look like, however many of them you have, I don't know. But whatever they are, they're gone now. Oh, and if you are running them, you're trying to make Xavier Hutchinson or poor rookie Jaden Higgins or somebody that's a bigger, and Justin Watson's got decent size as well. That surprised me a little bit that he made the roster, but he did. So you do have some size at the wide receiver position if you were to try to do some makeshift 12 personnel type of stuff, but it's not ideal.
You Nick Caley telling Bobby Slowick, hold my beer and watch this if he gets Justin Watson blocking on the edge receiver off the
No, don't do it. Don't do it. I don't think Nick Caley needs me, the tight end coach and offensive coordinator. I don't think needs me to tell him that. And hopefully he watched the film from last year to see how that worked out with real tight ends. But hopefully he doesn't need that birdie in his ear.
That's B. Scott. Stay tuned and catch all of his work, SportsRadio610.com. He's all over the station every Friday with In the Loop. That's Brandon Scott. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you next Wednesday as we'll be ready for the regular season, baby. We're getting there.
It's time, man. I hate this little 2-week period where we got to wait for it, but we getting there.
Right around the corner.
Coming up, the Astros, yet another member on the IL. We'll give you the latest in their catching position and their situation. Get you ready for tonight as Framber is on the mound again. And the latest, if you haven't heard it from Nick Caserio himself, the latest of what he had to say about Joe Mixon and him playing this season. We'll continue that coming up next.
Look, for many of y'all out there, it's happening, y'all. Look, your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing. Maybe hair loss has you feeling like you've lost your identity altogether. Good news is I'm here to tell you all about advanced hair restoration, man. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the face that produces the place here at Sports Radio 610. The latest is the Houston Astros are looking to dust themselves off after that. Is it embarrassing fair? That embarrassing loss, 6-1 loss to the Colorado Rockies.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's embarrassing. Hunter Brown was on the mound. You lost 6-1 to the Rockies.
Hunter Brown on the mound.
Yordan
Alvarez in the lineup.
Yes.
And 6-1. Like pretty careless in the field a couple different times.
Never a ball game.
Yeah. That I would say.
Well, Jesus did go deep, and then you had a lead, but never a real ball game after the 6. They should dust themselves off with that. Now they will have to do so with being a little shorthanded. At least some of their normal guys. Victor Caratini, he took a foul ball off the mask yesterday after taking a similar one last weekend against Baltimore. He is now in concussion protocol, and also Yainer Diaz got hit in the wrist by an errant pitch in Baltimore as well. That's been bothering him. The word on him, though, was that Yainer Diaz's hand needs an extra day or two. Brian McTaggart also reported that earlier he was out in gear at the Daikin Park, kind of getting things together. So maybe obviously he's not as bad off as Victor Caratini, but they do report he needs an extra day or two. So with that, the Astros are calling up catcher Cesar Salazar. He has been up the last couple of years. He will get the start today as well, Clint. So they're going to be without, at least to start the game, without both of their primary catchers in this thing right now, which obviously is not ideal.
If it's going to happen, I mean, it's a hell of a thing to say after losing to them 6-1 in the opening game of the series, but if it's going to happen, you want it to happen against the Rockies. That's for damn sure. So hopefully we can overcome this little catcher issue that we've got here, and get a dub tonight. With Yordan in the lineup, with Correa, Christian Walker, with all those guys in the lineup, we ought to be able to put some runs on the board and give us a chance. Huh?
By the way, Tyler, they play tonight at 7. It's very odd. I cannot find the lineup yet. Joe Espada.
Now that you say that,
Joe Espada. The lineup is usually out on a 7 o'clock game in the 3 o'clock hour.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
Maybe they're still trying to put some things together. We know the only thing we know in the lineup is Salazar is catching, and it has been a report that Yordan Alvarez will be the DH tonight, but have not seen the full lineup yet. So we'll see what that looks like. But anyway, it is the Rockies, and I will be damned, Clint, if the Houston Astros play against the Colorado Rockies and they start Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez and they lose back-to-back ball games. That will be painful. That will be painful. By the way, bottom of the 6th, the Mariners are leading the Padres 4-2 currently right now. So they're leading 4-2 right now. So stay tuned for that. That obviously is a big thing, as well as they are now a game and a half. Now just still a game and a half behind the Astros after both of them lost yesterday. So that is one to watch. But yeah, they can't go down losing the Framber and Hunter Brown starts.
Yeah, that'd be rough. To this end, we talked about it multiple times, man. This run of games with 7 of the last 10 against Baltimore, and these 3 following those Baltimore games, boy, to not be able to extend that lead out a little bit in the division with the Mariners struggling a bit would be a crying ass shame. So, but the way you do that is you lose back-to-back games Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez starts against the Colorado Rockies is a way you keep this thing close and keep it interesting and let it come down to the head-to-head matchups that are in the future and in that last 20-game stretch of the season for the Astros. So hopefully, again, we can get we can get a little run here and take care of business. We'll see.
Well, someone texted in and said, luckily for them, their ace, Jason Alexander, is pitching tomorrow, so things should look up there. Like I asked Jason Alexander, their ace. Thanks, Tyler. Yesterday, the Tanner Gordon fella had an ERA walking in of 7.11. He went 6 innings, 1 earned. Today, this fella, Chase Dollander, he is 2-10 with a 6.91 ERA coming in. So
tonight's the night, T. Bet big, man.
I always do.
That's right.
I felt real good about that bet big yesterday. I don't know about that.
Yeah, you lose some that you feel good about, man. It happens.
Yeah, I guess. So that's it. Big one tonight. See if the Astros can even up this series.
It feels huge.
5 o'clock fire.
We get a damn lineup, Joe. By the way, maybe someone texted me. Maybe Ron shouldn't do the lineups anymore after they lost that game yesterday.
Hold on, Joe.
I think that's
may have heard it the last, boys.
All right, today DeMeco Ryans and the general manager Nick Caserio, they both spoke following the initial release of the 53-man roster after they had to make some moves with the roster. They both spoke today, and I think the big topic was Joe Mixon. We had not heard from anybody a part of the Texans brass since the decision was made about Joe Mixon, since the decision was made about Jimmy Ward and their designations. And when asked by the media from Nick Caserio, would Joe Mixon return this season, this was his response to that.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll take it one day at a time, and we'll evaluate those players after 4 weeks and kind of see where they are in their progression and then make a determination.
Clint and the people, you can join on this, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, jump in. His response, Nick Caserio's response, Clint, to that. Also, if you haven't heard it, but I know you've heard it, Clint, the response from kind of DeMeco Ryans around the Mixon injury situation. Hearing him say, we'll see, did that change your feeling at all about the Mixon injury situation, especially when it comes to potential time he may miss?
No, not at all. I think this is a significantly worse injury than Wation, and I'm speculating here. Absolutely, I think the
so you've been on it thinking it was significant.
Him not being around the organization at all with a new offense being installed as one of if not, I believe he's the biggest leader, the most impactful leader on this offense. Him not being seen at all, I think, speaks volumes, and not about how badly he's injured, but more importantly about how long he's going to be out, or maybe that there's something strained between him and the organization. So it is absolutely speculation. But I'm just, for crying out loud, Trent Brown was out there. Trent Brown was seen out there being around the team and watching these guys and helping Ariante Ursery early on. And so when Sean Pendergast says, man, he hadn't been seen around the program. Sean went to the Greenbrier. Sean's been to every practice over here. I've been to a huge chunk of them. Nobody's seen Joe Mixon. That's not normal. I don't care if Joe Mixon was going to be out for half the season. This was hey, man, we hope to get him back in the back half of the season and help us down the stretch. He would be at practice watching what the hell's going on. Right? So to me, there's no doubt about it. There's no way to spin this thing. And yes, Nick Caserio's, I think the tone, I think the delivery, I think all of it means something. I think it's that's a Pro Bowl running back that again has been your best leader on the offensive side of the ball. And we'll see.
The very least non-committal on a very important piece not being there, and I think that Nick, DeMeco, all the crew, the decision makers, clearly they're a smart group, right? And I think they clearly have a game plan of why they're handling certain situations the way they're handling it. I think there's an understanding of why we have more information on other injuries than we have on this situation, right? So I think they have an understanding of why they want to handle it a certain way, and I don't think they're just being vague or very short with details just for the hell of it. Well, I think there is a reason behind it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I know I've heard what you have speculated, that this may be either more serious injury-wise or there may be a rip. I'm not saying that, but I don't think it is a coincidence or this is just simply how there is a reason why they're treating that injury with their information much different than the other.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think there's something to the fact that B. Scott even brought it up earlier. I did not know that Christian Harris's injury happened away from the organization. I did not know that happened as well. But when it's a injury that happens away from team activities, there's obviously, depending on what he was doing, there's obvious thing contractually of like, hey, how long is he going to be out? This was on his time. Do we need to void something? Can something be voided? Or do you just move forward and, hey, man, we want him back as soon as he gets back kind of deal? I think there's plenty of room here to kind of connect dots in a speculative fashion that I think is any option could be what's going on with Joe Mixon. Look, I hope I'm dead ass wrong and him not being like anywhere around the team, and you know them showing some level of frustration. I hope like hell I'm wrong, and we get to, as Texans fans, we get to see Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb 1-2 punch this thing, you know, after that first month of the season's gone. I'd love nothing more, but I'm being completely honest with you. It's hard to look at this Joe Mixon thing and just go, yeah, man, it's just an injury. Everybody should just sweep us under the rug and let's see what happens in a month. That's a tough pill.
Yeah, it is definitely not being handled in many ways as the norm.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. As we know, Joe Mixon is going to be out for 4 weeks. This situation with the Kansas City Chiefs, Rashee Rice, he is expected to be suspended 6 games for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy. He had that dangerous where he put many people's lives in danger, and just really stupid, just racing where he wrecked and could have killed himself and others. A few just innocent folks were involved in it. Luckily, everyone came out of there as safe as possible, but he is suspended 6 games for that situation. It was an odd situation because at first they were thinking this would come down in the middle of the season because of the court date situation, but the NFL has decided for him to miss the first 6 games, which will be the Chargers, Eagles, Giants, Ravens, Jags, and Lions. But he will be there week 13 when the Chiefs host the Houston Texans, so he will be back there for them. Clint, do you look at this and think, this is a big hit to the Chiefs, and the Chiefs potentially need to make some sort of a move to try to figure out what they're going to do with their leading receiver?
No, look, I don't doubt. I mean, you talk about Pat Mahomes, you talk about Andy Reid. I don't think either one of them guys are a fool. I got to believe that Andy Reid knew something.
Yeah,
something was coming down the pike here, and that they were going to plan for it. And if anybody, whether they have a plan or they don't, or they've got somebody waiting in the wings or not, you would know. I have no clue what exactly their depth at wide receiver looks like. I would imagine it's pretty healthy. And I would imagine that between Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes, they're gonna get the best out of whoever it is. So no, I don't see this being that big of an issue.
Yeah, they got to the Super Bowl last year without him.
Yeah.
Without him and Hollywood Brown. 10 games. He'll be back. He is healthy. Xavier Worthy took a big step forward.
I think Xavier Worthy takes a monster step forward.
They still got Juju Smith-Schuster, the guy that's really shined for them in camp. Baylor Bear. Tyquan Thornton, I don't know if you remember him. He went to New England. He had a big 60-yard catch in their preseason game from Mahomes against the Bears. So I think they'll probably hang on for the first 6 weeks with him being out. But I am glad that this didn't. It was going to be weird and unprecedented if this thing was going to fall. Hey, all right, here, man, week 8, you're going to miss the next 6 games. It was right. It was a weird situation, but he will be there when the Texans have to travel to Kansas City to play the Chiefs. But that is a tough front schedule that they're going to miss their number one receiver there for it. All right, coming up as we continue on here, right here live on the drive. As we looked at things here, DeMeco gave a huge vote of confidence to his offensive coordinator, Nick Caley. Wait till you hear what he had to say about what he was looking for and what Nick Caley fit when they got him in there. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, look, there's nothing more frightening than suffering an accident at work or on the road. Heck,
mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Your favorite Houston sports station is a Marconi finalist. For the first time, the National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610 as one of 5 nominees for Sports Station of the Year. And we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, today was a big day. DeMeco Ryans, he spoke for about 20-plus minutes or so, conference as well, and spoke in length after the rosters have been decided. Clinton, they've made some moves. As if you were wondering, they were able to bring back Miles Bryant back on the practice squad, bring back Damon Arnett Jr. back on the practice squad. They were able to bring back Harrison Bryant, the tight end. They traded for, so they did get several players back on that practice squad. So,
well, I do think those are the two: Harrison Bryant, Miles Bryant. I think those are two guys that we could see bump back up and somehow, some way on the roster come game time. I mean, as they've said multiple times, in terms of how they practice, it doesn't matter. 53, 65, 69, whatever the number is, they're going to practice with the intentions of potentially using them all in a game, and that's kind of how they view their roster. And so the two I would expect is Miles Bryant and Harrison Bryant to be back, to be on this roster and be in uniform on Sunday versus L.A.
Yeah. So we'll see that situation. So they were able to get some of those guys that they had to let go yesterday. But he talked about more than just the roster. I thought this was interesting to me, Clint. He talked about what he was looking for, the most important thing he was looking for when he was looking at bringing in a new OC to replace Bobby Slowick. This, listen to what he said was the number one thing he was looking for when he was trying to find, eventually, Nick Caley.
The most important thing for me was the connection piece. Right? It's about how you interact with the players. That was the most important piece to me, because I feel like coaching is all relationships. Right? And it's, if I can build that deep relationship, that trust factor with a player, and I can, as players and coaches, we can accomplish anything because we have that tight relationship. And it goes to the guys I'm looking for in our team. I talk about looking for everybody to come together, right, and be a tight-knit unit, right, to be together, because when the ups and downs of the season, it's going to happen. There are going to be some high moments. There are going to be some low moments, but who are you in those low moments? The only thing that can allow you to survive those low moments is having a trust, having that true trust, having that true deep connection and relationship, with your coaches and players, and that allow you to get through everything. So that was the main
connection, man. Connection looked to be not as much X's and O's, not as much ability to what we hear sometimes, fix the quarterback, not the ability to create a really good run game, new scheme. No, he said connection, Clint. Now, I don't think that is surprising to hear from DeMeco Ryans, being covering him for the last 3 years and how important that is to him. But I would wonder from you, how big of a thing would you rate that in terms of an OC connecting and being the guy to kind of get this offense to the next level, is what they expressed.
Look, I think the same way that we can talk. Yeah, it's great in theory, man, to have the ability to connect with your players. It's great. But how real is it? Is it authentic? Is it a real? Is that really who Nick Caley is? And is there a serious ability to connect, or is that just kind of a crutch because we don't know exactly what they're going to do offensively, and there's no film on Nick Caley and what he can do as an offensive play caller? So we're going to use this juice and energy and connection as a I say crutch, but just as a talking point, when in reality you're rolling the dice and hoping that a young offensive coordinator that Nick Caserio knows can make this thing work, make this thing sing. Look, I think there's something about, like, when you look at DeMeco Ryans, I think a huge part of what makes DeMeco Ryans great is his ability to genuinely and sincerely connect with people in general. And in this instance, we're talking about other coaches. We're talking about a general manager as you're building a roster. We're talking about players as you go out and try to win a championship. And I think he genuinely and sincerely is, that's who he is. That's how he relates to people. I think he genuinely cares about people.
Absolutely.
That he's responsible for managing. I think, but I've also seen guys and been around guys, some of the greatest, Bill Parcells, it was all fear. He didn't want to care about you, he didn't want to love you, didn't give a damn. He wanted everybody in the building to know, I got your job in my hand. I can cut your throat at any point in time.
This is a dictatorship.
That's it, and that worked. And so, while it is an approach, and I think it is a real effective approach, and part of what makes DeMeco Ryans great, it ain't for everybody, and everybody's not capable of doing it. That's why DeMeco Ryans is so rare. So, look, I hope Nick Caley has this connection. I hope that the juice and the vibe, the energy that he brings that everybody talks about, I hope all that is great. But here's what I'll end on is, I don't care how good the juice and the vibe and the energy is. I don't care how good the connection is with your quarterback or how good you connect with people. If your ass can't call plays, if you can't manage a game, if you can't put guys in position to win and to make plays, if you can't figure out a way to protect C.J. Stroud, then your connection isn't going to be great. And so I think it all relies. Say it again. Yes, multiple times. It's just, I think there's. I think they just got it. That all that stuff is great. Like DeMeco Ryans. I mean, look, DeMeco's a great dude. We wouldn't be talking about DeMeco being a great dude if his ass couldn't coach, if he couldn't scheme plays, if he wasn't an absolute beast when it comes to game planning and scheming defenses and in-game.
He can coach his ass off and connect his ass off.
Yeah. If you can't coach, it's just like a quarterback. You can be C.J. Stroud can be the nicest guy in America. He can connect with everybody out there. He can pray for everybody out there. He can be a good dude and like everybody and have 42 best friends. If C.J. Stroud can't play, none of that matters. Nobody's going to pay it. And luckily, C.J. Stroud, we know already, we've seen it at the NFL level, can play big time. He's one of the top quarterbacks in the league, right? Now it's Nick Caley's turn. We watched DeMeco Ryans prove that he's one of the best coaches in the league. We watched C.J. Stroud prove that he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And now we're going to get to watch and see if Nick Caley can prove that he's one of the best offensive coordinators in the league. We'll see.
Yeah, it's an odd thing, right? We've just watched Jimmy Johnson literally say on the air, man, I didn't give a damn about what Troy Aikman or Steve Berline was thinking. I'm just trying to win. I don't care, and I don't think Bill Belichick has thought about connecting with anybody in 25, 30 years, maybe longer, and it has worked. But I do think, Clint, when we look at the situation that was with the Houston Texans and what we're finding out now from last year's Texans team, the connection and communication was clearly off on that, especially on that side of the ball. And so I could see how that was a big thing for DeMeco, right? Like, look, man, we can't let it get to. However, like I would assume by what we're hearing, it was bad in many different ways of communication and how things were happening on that side of the ball. And I think DeMeco is saying, hey, man, we got to have a certain level of connection right off the jump so we're not dealing with this. So I can see why coming off of last year, that was.
Look, here's the deal, man. I think Nick Caserio. I'm sorry. I think DeMeco Ryans, as I've said before, I think he was dialed in on making the defense great and dialed in on doing what he knows he can do and what he was hired to do, which is create a top defense in this league. And he handed the keys to the offense and said, hey, Bobby, do your thing. And I think he did something similar with Laramie Tunsil. Let them kind of do their own thing on that side of the football. And whether it was planned or not, you look up, and the problems on the offensive side of the football are you've got a quarterback that doesn't have a great relationship or a great connection or a great respect and trust for a coordinator. And you've got a coordinator that doesn't have a ton of trust and respect and for his fellow coaches and maybe that quarterback. And so you look up and all of a sudden you've got this situation where you're like, hey, I don't know how we got here, but I know I've got to solve this problem. And so you fire that guy, and then the next guy you hire, you make sure that it's front and center. Hey, here's what's going to happen. We're going to have great chemistry. We're going to communicate at a high level. We're going to have respect and trust for each other. And if we don't, then you're not going to be here. And so I would imagine that's how that went. And the beautiful part of it is DeMeco Ryans is now, I think really dialed in on ensuring that those things happen with the Houston Texans offense. Forget CJ, forget Slowick and Caley. Like the Houston Texans offense moving forward, I think DeMeco has a very good plan of what he wants on somebody else to develop that offense and make sure it happens.
Text line coming through. One correction, show. I think there is at least one young person that Belichick has thought about connecting with lately.
Fair. And has successfully connected.
Yeah, girl.
Yeah, you're right.
I would say he brings a little energy to that.
He's got a little juice.
Got a little juice.
Got a little fire in there.
I'm sure the vibe the vibe appears to be good.
I got to tell you. You're right. Let me try that. I don't think he's cared about connecting with football players.
With New England Patriot football players, because he might change his tune in North Carolina.
Okay. All right. Coming up, T-Mill's best bets. We'll jump back on it as well. He 1 for 3 last night, but he is still in the green for the week. Take advantage when he gets hot, make some money. And I don't know about you. I heard what Clint said. For me, I didn't feel any better about the thought of how long a Joe Mixon is going to be out, coming from, we'll see. When I asked, will he play again? Not after the 4 weeks. Will he play again this season? We'll see. From Nick Caserio. I guess the thought off of that is this team, as is, good enough in that running back room to get to where they are looking to try to get to? We'll discuss that. You can give your thoughts on that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Synergenics and low T center. Let me give you my thoughts on that right now. Right, the original MVPs of the testosterone replacement therapy game, y'all. They've been changing the
G Network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Big night tonight, and even after your number one afternoon drive show in Houston, number one sports show in Houston ends, doesn't mean you got to stop right here, baby. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as the fellas are going to roll tonight. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, they got you covered tonight. They had some good conversations about the roster yesterday, and I'm sure they will comment on some of the things that were said today by the head coach and the general manager. So stay tuned. Texans All Access, they follow us coming up as soon as we get done at 6 o'clock. And then after that, you know you can recognize it. The best sports show, late night sports show in all of Houston, Area 45. They're back at it tonight. I know Patrick Creighton's here. Sean Bijani and Chris Santiago. Is there no Bijani?
Or Santiago.
No Bijani or Santiago. Oh, boy, they're going to let...
It'll be PC and old Mitch.
They're going to let PC just let it ride, huh?
He was just letting it ride in my double wide in there. I know that much. I don't appreciate that.
Well, all right. You had to really let it ride. I was just going to say, I know Patrick's here.
Trying to get me an OBM before we end the show, and old PC's all spread eagle in there in that double wide. Gosh dang it. Got me all hunkered up over here.
He was spread eagle. He
was spread eagle, man. I thought it was open when I saw your feet. I thought it was open.
You're real comfortable in there, huh? Mm-hmm. Just laced out. Well, Patrick Creighton, he'll have you tonight, 7 to 11. They'll do the postgame show after hopefully the Astros are able to take care of the Rockies, and Framber bounces back with a good performance tonight. And then coming up here in just a bit, Clint, T-Mill's best bet, 66% so far this week. He's going to try to win you a little bit of more cash. We'll get to that here in just a second. Clint, for me, as I said on the other side, listening to Nick Caserio become non-committal on a 18-week season that starts in 2 weeks on Joe Mixon. Will he play? Like, he could be just saying stuff. I don't know. I don't know what gamesmanship is held right now when it's when he's already out 4 weeks to your opponent. But I do think this is a situation where it's maybe a little bit more serious than just 4 weeks and he's automatically back. And we've talked about it. He hasn't been around. We haven't seen him. And with that, Clint, it does make me immediately wonder, this team has certain goals, right? Obviously, for them in that building, they keep talking about it, adding a ring to the bull. I would imagine that is the Super Bowl situation. Most, I believe, can the Texans get past the hump of winning the division, winning a playoff in divisional round of the playoffs? Can they get to the AFC Championship game? And I would ask you, Clint, the way their running back room is set up right now, which is Nick Chubb, Dameon Pierce, Woody Marks, Daria Gumbawale, and British Brooks, the way it's set up right now, do you think they are good enough if they don't get a Joe Mixon? You think they're good enough right now to win and get to where they want to get to, or do you think they need to add something?
No, I think they're plenty good enough in the running back room to get, beyond where they were last year, 10 regular season wins or the second round of the playoffs. Yeah, I think you look at Nick Chubb again, Woody Marks, and Dameon Pierce and Daria Gumbawale and company. I mean, I think they're plenty good. Are they going to, individually or running back by committee? Are they going to? Is that going to be the reason that they improve? No, everything offensively with this football team. And look, I'll be honest with you. I think everything for the Houston Texans, when it comes to improving on 10 wins and getting beyond the second round of the playoffs, everything hinges on offensive line play. Can you protect C.J. Stroud? And then to your point, talking about the running backs, are you good enough up front to have a respectable run game? And I think you can do, running back-wise, I think you can do that with Nick Chubb and with a guy that's drafted in the 4th round and a guy that's been in this league for 3-4 years in Dameon Pierce. I think the running back room is plenty. Is the offensive line good enough? Is Ed Ingram, Jake Andrews, are those two, is that interior, Lake and Tomlinson, is that interior offensive line really good enough to give those guys a shot? I think it's more about the O-line and significantly less about the running back room. I think they're good enough to answer your question, yes, in that room.
Yeah, the two questions to me with that is, one, is this going to be a team that is run first, or I don't even know if that's the way to put it, run first, but at least like run dependent, where we want to run.
You're just going to be balanced and be able to throw effective play action.
I think you've said it. We talked about it over the last couple of years. This is a team that should pass to set up the run the last couple of years. It feels like they're switching that.
Feels like it shifted a bit.
Yeah, and so if they're going to be that, I think you have to look at it differently with that group, because they want to be a depend on the run type of team. And then the other one is how quickly is Woody Marks going to be ready to take on more? How quickly is that? Because I think he clearly is showing something to me, and I think they really like him. I thought it was a deal of, all right, man, early, this is going to be a potential pass catcher, 3rd down back pass catcher, but it looks like he is bringing more to the table with that. And he would be the one that I would look to over Dameon Pierce if we were to just run with this group. And if for some reason this Mixon thing is more serious than we think, and it has to be more than 4 weeks, and it's some extended period of time.
Yeah, and look, the thing, I don't give my opinion in terms of the running back room being okay lightly. I think Woody Marks is a guy that I liked him coming in, but I think when you look at both in the pass protection game and the ability to run the rock, I think he's got a real chance. He's a five-year college athlete. He's mature beyond his years. And what we've seen in the preseason is I think the guy's playing above expectations of most rookies. I don't care where you're drafted. And so, look, I think he's shown promise in the ability, the twitch, the explosion, the change of direction, the speed. The pass protection stuff is the huge hurdle for most young running backs to get over. And so I think he's going to be a real piece that they have confidence in early and often. And so, yeah, I think, and I'll be honest with you, again, maybe dead ass wrong on this, but the Nick Chubb thing, assuming the offensive line is improved, the Nick Chubb thing for me has a lot higher potential than I think most folks believe.
Yeah. All right, shout out to Lacey Jr. I've looked that up too. The Astros play a game in an hour and 20 minutes. Don't have a lineup.
What is going on?
But we do know Cesar Salazar.
Is Joe at the park?
I'm guessing Cesar Salazar is catching and batting 9th, and the DH tonight is Yordan Alvarez. That's very odd that they don't have a lineup.
Well, speak of that big fella, Yordan, you want best bets?
I do. I want T Mills best bets. All right, as we said, man, stay in the green. Stay in the green. Had a little off night last night. Bet heavy on the Astros with the Rockies, and hell, why wouldn't you? What you got tonight? Let's get to T Mills best bets.
Yeah, I can't think of a better place to start than right there with the big fella, the slugger, Yordan. Some refer to him as your daddy. I'm on over 1.5 total bases for Yordan and the Houston Astros tonight. Again, if you are unaware, that means Yordan gets a double, you win money. Yordan hits 2 singles, you get money. He just goes ahead and blasts one out of the park. Cash. Yordan over 1.5 bases, one of my favorite bets tonight, if not the favorite. Next, I got the Phillies plus 1.5 runs. They're going to be in New York taking on the Mets. I got the Detroit Tigers. Their money line at -120, playing at the A's tonight. And lastly, in that same game, I'm on the under for the first 5 innings between the Tigers and Athletics. Under 5.5 runs in the first 5 at +105 odds. Can't beat that. Those are your 4 best bets. Let's ride.
Yeah, that A's Tiger, that was a fun game last night as the A's walked them off, winning 7-6. So they were scoring a lot too, which is it's weird. Outside of their ace for the Tigers, they've been giving up a lot of runs lately. Yeah. Outside of him, so
I was on that under 11.
I know you was.
5.5 and 5. Get the hell out.
We'll see on that. That one's a hard one for me to bet the score in the first 5 innings. That one was tricky for me.
Shouldn't be hard for you, man.
That's all it is.
I'm tired. He's scared money, T.
Oh hell yeah, petrified money.
Let's pay for them floors, bro.
We gonna bet them Stros?
I do have action on the Stros.
Hey!
Yes. They didn't make best bets, but I do have a few bets going on.
I think I'm gonna get a little action with that.
All right, Tyler's gonna need Jordan to get his first hit. Get his first hit. Get it off the schneid here.
I think we get a bomb.
You think so? Think he does it in one swing? Why not? 1.5 bases.
Only Tyler can get paid big money on Jordan's first hit.
There you go. All right.
Come on, you deserve it.
Shout out to Brandon Scott, who joined us earlier. Great job, as always. Clint, fantastic. Tyler, great as always. I am Ron, the show, as always. Houston, we love you, baby.
Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
The countdown is on. 3, 2, 1.
It's the final countdown.
The rosters are set. The preseason is over. The moment we've been waiting all offseason for is just a week away. H-Town. Are you ready?
Insider access.
Exkios 10. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. On the West Sam Houston Tollway, northbound after Memorial, it's an accident that has a right lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Result faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for the Men's T Clinic. You guys know that I go to the Men's T Clinic for my testosterone replacement therapy, but they are about so much more than that there with their long menu of male wellness treatments, including if you're suffering from joint pain. If you're suffering from joint pain that's holding you back in the gym or even just day to day, all natural regenerative therapies are available for joint health and a whole lot more. No meds, no surgery. It's long lasting. Find the location nearest you. There's 5 around town here in Houston. It's mensteclinic.com.
Do you have kids? Then you know the importance of properly installing their car seats and buckling them up correctly to protect them from injuries. Unfortunately, most parents think their children are safely buckled, but that's not always the case. Visit SaveMeWithASeat.org to easily sign up for a free car seat inspection near you. Keep your kids safe with properly installed car seats and by buckling them up correctly so you can save them with a seat. Brought to you by TxDOT.
This is Eric Dick, a home insurance lawyer. With summer heating up, did your AC pan overflow? If you made a claim, did your home insurance company leave you with a wet crack in the ceiling? We can help you with that because it has never been this easy to get Dick. The number at Dick Law Firm is so easy to remember. It's 832-LAWYERS. That's 832-LAWYERS. Call us right now at 832-LAWYERS. Home insurance companies are in the business of making money and not paying out claims. That's why you get like me, Eric Dick. That's why you call me right now at 832-LAWYERS, and we'll take them to Pound Town, baby. Don't delay. Call me today. Call me right away at 832-LAWYERS. They won't sit straight for a week. Our office is in Houston, Texas, and we want to help you. Our clients always come first. Better get Dick.
If your dog makes you itch, it isn't hair. It's CAN-F1 and 2. And dust mite flare-ups? That's Derpy 1 and 2. Pathogen sprays go after the allergens themselves. Whisker Block for dog dander, EnviroBlock for dust. Spray surfaces and rooms to neutralize allergens and help cut the sneezing, itching, and fog. Safe for the whole household. Buy Pathogen online at Pathogen.com today. Pathogen.com. Pacagen.com. For a home that finally feels livable.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it. Start defending, registration, delivery. It's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
5 nights a week. We talk Texans.
Go, 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 go!
Intercepted!
Here we go!
Touchdown, Houston!
Unreal! Let's go, baby! Attack the ball!
Sacked! 3 and out! Texans!
This is Texans All Access.
You better believe it. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. And we're live in the Hyundai Texans radio studio. Boy, we've been all over the place lately.
What? I can't hear you.
Wait, are you down?
Wait, I can't hear you. Okay. No, I can hear you now. I'm just saying it was so loud.
It was so, yeah.
It was just blaring.
The levels, this is radio stuff. The open, Mitchell's on the board tonight. It's not his fault. The open coming back in our headset is just blaring. But I love that open. I love that guy.
It's a great open.
Yeah. I love that guy because I picked him out. I don't know. I deal with a guy who does that stuff for us. He might be AI. I don't know. Johnny, he might be. Our voice guy, the guy who does more Texans radio coming up. That guy, because it's a new guy we started using last year. Uh-huh. And when I deal with him.
You say new guy, but it might be
a new computer. He might be AI. Because just seem a little strange, but I get the stuff and I make those opens and everything out of it, so he sounds good, you know. Yeah, might be AI. That's all I'm saying. So somebody's losing a job. No, just kidding. He's got a job. Look, whoever handles him is human. Right? So the human is handling the AI.
As far as you know.
Until the AI decides that he needs to be turned into a battery like in the Matrix.
What did you read me on the, we were on the bus driving back after we landed from Detroit.
Oh, the godfather of AI?
You started reading me about how AI systems are starting to fight AI systems?
Yes. There are AI systems that are battling it out with each other and maybe with the people who run them. Uh-huh. So think about that now. You're looking at AI deciding, you know what? I'm good.
Yeah.
You know, you try to change it. No. This is the best way to run things. And that's when you become a battery like in the Matrix.
Yes.
Or you become evaporated like in the Terminator.
Very true.
Art, look, art often predicts reality, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Art does this. Life imitates art very often. You know, we didn't think it was possible to go to the moon, but, you know, the movie makers had us go to the moon, and all of a sudden Kennedy said, let's do it at Rice University. And later on, we were on the moon, allegedly. Whatever. I'm joking about the allegedly part, I think. I'm joking about it.
We went there, right?
Yeah. Look, life imitates art.
I saw it on TV. Well,
so remember the ESPN show? Now, you have to be a little more seasoned. Playmakers.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so this
Playmakers was good.
This came out in the early O's.
Yeah.
And the league didn't like Playmakers.
No. I tweeted about that yesterday.
Oh,
about
really?
Playmakers.
Playmakers. Somebody should buy Playmakers and just run it on Netflix or something. People would watch it. It didn't run for long. I think it was one season.
And there was a storyline that happened in Playmakers, and everybody was like, this is. I mean, the NFL was like, this never happens. There's nothing like this ever. And literally a month later, something almost 100% analogous happened, and everybody's like,
Oh, if you watched it now, you'd say,
Playmakers
yeah,
is
this
onto
is like
something.
week 2. Are you kidding?
Yes.
Playmakers.
Yes.
Yeah, it's correct. Well, think of some of the things that have happened in this league. And you wouldn't even put them on Playmakers, just too outrageous. Anyway, we don't have to do that. But the league is great drama. And this week, we were live last night talking about the initial 53 coming out and wondering what was going to happen, hypothesizing what was going to happen, because you know that they were light in certain position groups. They would fill those in the practice squad, maybe even on the 53, and replace some of those initial 53-man roster members.
Right.
So we'll find out as the days go on here. DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio talked with the media today. They told you everything. All right, they didn't tell you everything, but they told you a lot. And they basically, I don't know, confirmed a lot of what we were saying, just in the philosophy part of this,
That's
Johnny.
right.
In the philosophy part of it.
Yep.
But there are reports today of players signing with the practice squad. The team has not released a practice squad yet.
Yeah,
I think they'll do it tomorrow, but this is just a hunch.
Yeah, you know, one of the things about being in the building is you see some things.
Yeah.
So you're like, well, I know he's on the practice squad. When I see DeMeco hugging a guy in the practice squad, that's pretty good confirmation.
He's not coming back to visit. Like, I just thought I'd come and say goodbye.
Yeah, I mean, big old smile. I don't think that really means that.
Right.
But at the press conferences today were interesting pretty much for one sort of aspect, and that was the Joe Mixon injury situation.
All right.
And, you know, injuries are not something that you and I talk a lot about in a sense. Like, we talk about them when they happen and when they're announced and those kind of things, and then try and assess, okay, well, this guy's hurt, all right, what are you going to do, all that kind of stuff. But we don't get into the whole projection of, okay, well, this guy's going to be out the whole year. And I think that got kind of brought up the last couple of days because, well, Adam Schefter, one of his podcasts, and says, well, nobody's telling me anything about the injury in Houston, so I don't know what's going on. He could be gone the whole year. And, of course, as soon as you say that, everybody's like, oh, and then there's panic. And so the questions for Nick and DeMeco today were kind of injury-related in some sense. Yes.
And DeMeco went on, or I'm just going to show you, I'm going to let people in to what we get here.
Right.
Sports Radio 610, the guys do a great job of compiling audio. Sound bites. Tyler Milner did this one. He does a lot of them.
Right.
And they put DeMeco's comments into cuts. Right. Did you see the cut sheet? So we get a cut sheet. And Sean plays his stuff in the morning. The guys play it throughout the day.
And so what it is it tells you how long the cut is.
Right.
And it tells you what the subject of that cut is.
A brief description. I'll give you a feel overall about the initial 53-man roster. That probably was a rephrase of a question thrown at DeMeco to begin it. And you have a 26-second comment on how he feels. All right, that's fine.
And that's typical. 26 to 30 seconds for the most part.
Yeah. Sometimes they run up to a minute, and those are meaty cuts. I kind of like those. They're tough in, tight situations.
Sure.
But we do possess here, Johnny, along the lines of what you're saying, a 2-minute, 35-second cut here from DeMeco Ryans. And on it, Milner, it's highlighted in red. It says, rant alert.
And I don't even know that it was a rant. I felt like it was more of a clarification of something that was probably bothering DeMeco. Yeah. And I would imagine that DeMeco probably had either heard Nick's press conference or knew about Nick's press conference. Landry was asking about some of the things with injuries and Joe Mixon, et cetera. And so it kind of kept coming back to this, Joe Mixon idea, this, what's going on with Joe and that, and it, people just kept asking about it. And finally, DeMeco was kind of like, listen, here are my thoughts about this.
Okay.
And let me explain this to you guys. And when he was done with it, I was like, yeah.
Would you like to hear that right now?
I'd love to hear
All right,
it. I thought it was great.
See, and I've got it right here.
Everything we do for when it comes to injuries, and I don't, talk about the injuries much because I'm thinking about the player. Like, it's different for me. I played the game, so I can see all the news and media that circulates on everybody speculating. Well, it's not us speculating. It's everybody who's writing the stories are speculating. So it's more if you don't know the true information. And why is everybody so quick to find some story on a player when he's dealing with whatever he's dealing with? That's his personal information. I don't think anybody would speculate on, the people who are writing the story wouldn't speculate on your medical situation, because would that be fair? No, it wouldn't be. So it's all out of respect to the players and the men who put the work in the locker room to grind and what they put their bodies through to be on the fields. Like, that's always the forefront of my thoughts. Everybody really doesn't care about our players in that manner. Everybody kind of just wants to write a story. And now in the day and age where we are with everybody wants to be first with a story, there's no repercussions for people writing inaccurate stories about players. You can just put something out and you don't really know the information. It's not true, but nothing happens. You just, take it down. So where is the old school reporting where people used to fact find, take time, really dig and find like the true accurate information on players? That doesn't happen anymore, right? Everybody wants to get it. I get it. It's the microwave society. Everybody wants it quick. Everybody wants it now. And that leads to inaccurate information. Well, I would just say that's Joe's business. That's whoever's business. And don't talk about it. Let him be at peace. Let him do what he has to do to recover and get back right to play the game that he sacrifice for. All these guys do that. So the speculation, it isn't from our end, it's from everybody else who wants to be first. And I get it. It's the clickbait. I want to be first. I reported it first, so I'm the best. Well, how is that helping our players? It's not. And it's inaccurate. And what happens to you when you put out an inaccurate story? Nothing. So who's the benefit from this? Our players aren't benefiting from it. Joe isn't benefiting from it. So what are we talking about here, right? So for me, it's always about protecting our players because I truly care about our players.
Oh my gosh, what? And that was not a rant. You're right, Johnny. That's not a rant.
I was sitting in the back, and you know what it felt like? It felt like Coach was doing a sermon. I was sitting in the back, and I was just like, "Hey, man, preach, preach!" I was just,
that's so good.
And I guess part of it, he's talking about Joe, but he might as well have been talking about C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yes, I think he was talking about C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
I think he was channeling that because that was one of those things where we're at the Greenbrier. There's a rush to get it out there, and it's reported that he's torn his ACL. And meanwhile, everybody in the Texas building is like, well, no, that's not true. And then, okay, well, like to DeMeco's point, like, what happens when you report something like that? Nothing.
I mean,
and I mean, I guess that's, it's kind of why we're in the media, I guess, is, we can, make comments about certain things and make guesses and projections and things. And if we're wrong, well, okay.
Yeah.
We'll just move about, and I don't blame him. You're trying to protect your players, and you've got stuff that's going out there, whether it's true or not, but it's just, I think about this a lot, especially, in sports radio and podcasts and things like that. I've listened to so many people over the years that they'll bring up a question, a thought, whether it's an injury or thought or whatever, and they'll sit there and they'll pontificate about it for 20, 25 minutes, and by the end of it, they've convinced themselves that this question, which kind of came out of nowhere, is actually true, and also, oh my God, we're going to overreact to that.
Yeah.
And it's like, we don't know a damn thing about Joe's injury. we don't know. We don't know what happened. And if the team wanted us to know, they'd tell us. If Joe wanted us to know, he'd say it.
He could tweet it out.
He could tweet it out if he wanted to. Hell, Arian put his damn MRI on Twitter way back in the day. He put his MRI up there for the reason of, hey, you guys are wrong. This is my MRI. Look at it. So I really feel like it was kind of this, I don't even know what the right way of saying it was, but it's like, you guys are going to keep asking me about injuries in a sense. I'm not going to tell you jack squat.
Right.
I'm not going to tell you anything because I'm going to protect my players. When it matters and when we have information, the player wants me to share, okay, fine. But I was in the back just going, all right, good. I don't know if it'll matter. I don't know if it's one of those things that's just kind of spoken and it just nobody's head. It's like because you got to be first.
Right.
It's what we do. We got to be first. And it's like, I know you don't. Be right.
Well, hang on. Not to defend everybody here, all the story breakers, but they really do feel like they got to be first.
Well, they're story breakers, and so that's their metric is being first.
Because Rappaport and Schefter will often tweet something out at the same time because they both got it from the same source.
Can I tell you a story?
And that's like more like a press release, but it's meant to go directly to them. That's how they're going to get it out there instead of actually having a press release. Go on.
So here's my story. So I may have told this one before, but when it comes to being first, it's amazing the level to which things go. So our buddy Sal Capaccio is a sideline reporter in Buffalo.
Right.
So this is probably 3 or 4 years ago. And Matt Milano's dad texted Sal and told him Matt is going to re-up with the Bills. He's going to extend with the Bills.
All right, so this is the offseason. He's going to re-sign with the Bills.
So this is the offseason. It's a big deal. He's signing a contract to stay with the Bills. He's with the Bills.
Yeah.
So Sal calls Bills PR and says, hey, Matt's dad just told me that he's going to re-sign with the Bills. I'm going to put this out on social media. I'm going to tell people that it's Matt Milano, it's happening. And, it's a big feather in the cap of Sal. And that was legit. It was coming from Matt's dad.
Right.
I mean, Sal, got it, kind of through the reporting. And Bill's PR said, wait. And he's like, what do you mean, wait? And they're like, wait. He and Schefter, with the exact same tweet, they composed the tweet all together, exact same tweet. Schefter was on one end of the phone line of Bill's PR. Sal was on the other, and they counted down 3, 2, 1, hit it.
And see who gets it first.
So they could submit it at the exact same time.
So it's going to show up on different phones at different paces, I would imagine.
Yeah.
But I get it.
But it's like that's the degree to which people want to get and be first about it.
I've interviewed both Rappaport and Schefter at an owners' meetings, I think it was 2 years ago, put them on camera, and just talking about this kind of stuff, not specifics of stories broken, but how to break stories. And I did not ask that question. Have you ever been, how many times have you been on the phone with Rappaport on the other end on speaker counting down 3, 2, 1? Because if they did it like that, it happens.
Oh, it's got to, yeah.
Now, here's where I'm going to play Mr. Businessman.
Okay.
ESPN gives billions to the NFL. And if this is not like a damaging, it's a PR story, really.
Yeah.
I'm fine with I'm fine with teams giving stuff to Schefter. I don't know if we do it here, but I'm fine with the Bills doing that because, hey, they're a big partner. But Sal did have it first, and that's too bad for Sal in that instance.
But I guess
Milano.
My point in that is there is this insatiable desire to be first on, if you are first on a particular story. And that one mattered to a lot of Bills fans. Matt Milano and, Sal's breaking it at the same time as Schefter, and, there's we like to live in.
Right.
We don't want to be. We're not news breakers.
No,
that's not our thing.
Well, I do
we're not
break
supposed
news
to
every Sunday afternoon.
Even though there's a lot of times, man, we could break some serious news well before anybody because we're in the building.
The first story would be the last one, though.
Yes, exactly.
So,
and
that's what I always
we
tell
won't do
people.
that. So we just kind of we go with the flow. But when it comes to injuries, I've always had kind of this. I'd like to know, but I don't feel this insatiable desire to keep asking about injuries. If it's going to be something that Coach will tell us or Nick will tell us, they'll tell us. If not, all right, well, we'll just wait until time comes. And until then, As it pertains to the running backs, we got a running back room. Let's roll with it.
I will say this, though. DeMeco, what he just said right there in that 2-minute, 30-second clip, the players got to love hearing that.
Yep.
He does care about them.
Oh, yeah.
He cares deeply about them, and he played, and he remembers it freshly.
Right.
Being hurt, is he going to play? Is he not going to play? That kind of stuff. He remembers that so fresh. It wasn't that long ago. It's not like he has to harken back to the 70s or something. I mean, DeMeco Ryans played in the league 15 minutes ago in my mind. Yeah. So there it is. And the other thing is this. He gives you less information on injuries than maybe any other coach I've ever seen here.
Right.
Seriously.
For that reason.
O'Brien gave you more on injuries as a media member because he would say stuff like, that's not life-threatening, so, that kind of thing, meaning not season-ending, okay?
Yeah, right.
That's the translation there. We still jokingly say that sometimes, but we're just guessing. And since we we see it all the time, we're not going to report things and out things. I saw a player literally with his foot on a cart once, and, one of those little, scooter things. Yeah. And I actually said to him, I was like, oh, man, I'm so sorry. It looked like a Matt Schaub kind of thing. He's like, oh, no, man, I'm good. I'll be out there Sunday probably. And I think he was. It was either 1 week or no weeks. You see stuff like that. I'm not going to go spouting it off.
No. It'll get out there. It'll get out there eventually at that point. I remember when DP and I were walking in one day. It's 2015. We were walking in together. We're kind of chatting, and all of a sudden, there's a door. There's kind of an auxiliary door coming out of the equipment room, and all of a sudden, 6'6", 290-pounder comes bouncing out of there with a big old bulb cast on his right hand. Jeez. And I'm like, hey, DP, we should probably not tweet about J.J. Watt having a big old cast on his hand. And it took about 3 days for it to come out. Right. Because he didn't go out to practice while the media was out there. So nobody really kind of knew what was going on. And eventually, 3 days down the road, it was announced he had, I can't remember what it was. He broke his hand. He played with that big old cast, the bulb on his hand.
But you never know what it's going to turn into.
Yeah,
that thing might have come off on Sunday and been fine. You never know.
You absolutely never. That's especially in the building when you see guys that Monday, Tuesday, they're kind of limping around. I remember seeing DJ Reader in 2016. I'm like, how is that dude even going to walk this week, much less try and play?
And then he plays.
Sunday he played?
Yeah.
Sunday he played.
The stuff they go through.
Yeah, it's
incredible. That's another reason why you get so much respect for them and everything they put themselves through when you watch them or see. We're watching them in the locker room. We're not. But you see them in the halls and getting lunch, whatever, getting coffee. But DeMeco, that was tremendous. Mm-hmm. And he was wrong about one thing. He said these days it's all about – or he said something about it's recent. It's not recent. This has been going on since the beginning of sports media. It's trying to be first in the newspaper. But there was a day, and if McClain was on, we'll have him on tomorrow. I'll ask him about this because he'll talk about, he wasn't going to get scooped really unless it was maybe Berman because Berman was on the radio. But I don't know if Berman was as well connected when he started as McClain was with Love You Blue Oilers and beyond, right?
Good,
I think it took Berman probably a little while to get the footing as a story breaker.
Yeah.
That McClain was on. I didn't mean to go off in this big tangent, Johnny. We want to talk about the practice squad, but I love what DeMeco said today about that. And just hearing about the whole process is always interesting to me. And by the way, starting next week, we're going to get those guys, the head coach and the executive vice president and general manager on every single week till the end of time, meaning the season, till the end of time. So every week, stay tuned for more information on that.
So does that mean that, are we getting DeMeco next week or no?
Yeah, we are.
We are.
Okay, we're going to get DeMeco next week.
That is fantastic.
And Nick Caserio, and a player to be named later, and several other things.
Yeah.
So it's going to be great.
Okay, good.
All right, so
because I don't know that we've always gotten them the week of Labor Day, but that's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
Reports surfacing of practice squad members, and who knows? I hope this is accurate, but a lot of this makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Yes.
In the Twitterverse.
Yes. First, did you find it interesting that I was not surprised that the Texans did not make a waiver claim? And when I say did not make it, that's probably the wrong nomenclature because they're sitting at number 25. It was going to take a minor miracle for somebody to go through waivers that they would probably put a claim on. So I wasn't too surprised they didn't get one. But they didn't have a player that was claimed by any of the other teams. So I thought that was probably a little unusual. But then again, it's weird because I don't think that's an indication really of anything because the Jaguars had just as many guys taken off their roster as the Colts and the Ravens. Like, how does that make sense? Like, the Colts ended up claiming Chad Muma, who's a former third-round pick for the Jaguars. They claimed him. And then there was one other player that got claimed from the Jaguars. Yet, I think we're a better team than the Jaguars. Do you remember? I don't remember. Daniel Thomas guy, I think it was a Charger.
But it's all about fit.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about fit.
And Muma being in the division, you know what I always say about that.
I know. But my point in that is I saw a few things like, well, the Texans didn't have anybody claimed by anyone. Okay, maybe their depth wasn't as good. And I was like, you can't make much out of what is claimed on waivers and what isn't, et cetera.
I was happy about
29, I think there were only 29 players that ended up being claimed on waivers in particular. In fact, there was more movement on practice squad than anything else.
You and I will agree with this. Of the reported people to be signing on the practice squad, who were you most surprised wasn't?
I'm trying to. I don't know.
He has the initials JJ, Jawar Jordan.
Yeah.
I thought maybe he would get picked up.
I thought he might get picked up.
And we thought about Tennessee themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I went through Tennessee's running back roster, and I'm like, I'll take JJ. I'll take Jawar Jordan over any of those guys, minus maybe Tony Pollard.
I was with you.
Back.
We were wrong about that. We were right about Mertz being on the initial 53.
Mertz would have gotten snatched up.
We were right about that.
Yeah.
Mertz probably would have been picked up.
Right.
And we were right about Mertz playing so well that it was like, okay, now we got to put you in the 53.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do it.
Well, and it goes to, and we say this all the time. I mean, I don't know how many tweets I ended up seeing on Saturday against Detroit. Like, why is anybody watching this game? This game doesn't matter. Blah 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 blah. Just bitching about it. And then you look up and go, yeah, the game does matter. There's 2 or 3 guys that are in that final preseason game that end up making a final push. Now, they're not going to make a final push if the first 11 chapters of the novel sucked, and then chapter 12 was fantastic. But for Graham, he had been really good except for one chapter of the book. Everything else, he had been really solid, really growing and growing well, and then finished it with a flourish to a point where you're going, well, damn. First of all, he's a 6th-round draft pick.
Right.
And you're going, there are teams that are going to snatch him up. We've got to keep him on the 53 so that he doesn't. We'd like to continue to work with him. Now, okay, well, maybe you could have let Slovis go to waivers and you could have brought him back. Yeah, but I think you saw something to work with him. And being a draft pick, I know they always say, well, it doesn't matter where you're drafted, make the team from wherever. There's 6th-rounders make it, undrafted free agents make it, 6th overall pick in the drafts make it, et cetera. But I do think it matters for a guy like Graham because I don't think he's even a 6th-round pick if he's able to be fully healthy going through the final parts of his senior year, because he goes to the Senior Bowl, he would have gone to the Combine, he would have ended up being, I think, a couple rounds earlier than he actually went. And I think teams may have been scared off by the injury part, and then when they see him do well with us, they're like, okay, that confirms what we thought about him, which was pretty good. We just couldn't take the risk. The Texans took the risk. We'll wait for them to waive him, and then we'll claim him on waivers.
Yeah, because
and then they didn't get a chance to.
If he had played so-so on Saturday, but they're still kind of high on him because upside, and he just needs the reps and needs to get back into it, they would have tried to sneak him through, I'm thinking.
I think they would have.
I think we can get away with this. Let's go ahead and do it and get him back on the
14 is 16, and he's scrambling and making plays.
Quarterback talent, it's like left-handed pitching. You're going to pick it up.
Absolutely.
You're going to find a way to acquire it one way or another. All right. I promise we'll give you more of the information in the wind of possibilities on the practice squad coming up and how it fits in, really more importantly, what that 46 to 48-man roster is going to look like when they take on the Rams a week from Sunday. How can they match up with this team? An early glimpse of that. I had a lot of questions thrown at me today by the San Antonio radio affiliate of the Houston Texans in regard here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio.
Your health is personal, which is why your Houston Methodist primary care team takes the time to get to know you and your unique goals, offering personalized health care at more than 40 locations throughout Greater Houston, with same-day clinics when you're sick and expert specialists when you need them. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
H-Town, the Houston Texans, ConocoPhillips, Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages, and the Texas Lottery are awarding grants up to $50,000 to local nonprofits through the Inspire Change Grant. If your organization is breaking barriers, driving social justice, or creating new opportunities in our community, this is for you. Fuel your mission, grow your impact, and be a force for change. Apply now at HoustonTexans.com/InspireChangeGrant. Again, that's HoustonTexans.com/InspireChangeGrant. Let's inspire change together.
Houston, we have a great problem. Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa Champagne are the official sponsors of the Houston Texans. Now, as we get ready for game day, you've been hearing the hype, you've been hearing the real. Now you're going to experience the great taste of Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa, because it's available starting August 1st at all sideline bars of the club level of NRG Stadium. That's right, Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa will be available at all suites in season. So bring your friends, bring your family, and taste the great taste of Branson
H-Town, get ready to bring the heat as the Houston Texans return to NRG Stadium this fall. Be part of the action for huge home games, like our regular season home opener against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for some Monday Night Football, our Thursday night game against the Buffalo Bills on November 20th, or our holiday game against the Las Vegas Raiders on December 21st. Don't just watch these games from your home. Experience them live. Tickets are going fast. Secure them now at HoustonTexans.com.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems, like snoring, aches and pains, hot sleep, or even an old saggy mattress that can keep you up at night. And our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now get a king bed for a queen price, plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details. Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend and anyone do son out there. That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. At the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days on select Hyundai models. Only at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in today. Offers end September 2nd. Call 469-405-7740 for details.
This is Texans All Access.
Getting some texts on Playmakers. No, we're not going to run audio from Playmakers. Not going to do it. Not a good. Wouldn't be prudent.
That would be the right thing to do.
Not going to do it. Old ESPN show was not about the NFL, but come on, it was about the NFL. But it was another league name. I don't even know. Another team, another league. The names were changed to protect the innocent. Kind of like Any Given Sunday.
Yeah.
I want to see that again because there's some great moments in Any Given Sunday. It's not a great movie necessarily, but there are a lot of great scenes.
Oh, the speech in the locker room is awesome.
The speech, the Al Pacino in the locker room. The inches are everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great speech. And Pacino, I think it's in his contract. Listen, if I'm going to be in this movie, at the end of it, I need a great speech.
Yeah.
I need to be able to deliver a great speech. And he does it in so many of his movies, like The Devil's Advocate and Justice for All, Stop Me, Scent of a Woman, Any Given Sunday, Stop Me. Okay. See, all right. That's from young Pacino into old Pacino.
Yeah.
Because every
I like
role he
old
has.
Pacino.
I like old Pacino, too. I love The Devil's Advocate Pacino.
Mm-hmm.
Every movie past Scent of a Woman is, I'm going to talk like this.
Yeah.
But in The Godfather, the original one, it's not like, Sonny, it's not personal. It's business. He doesn't talk like that.
Yeah.
Sonny, he's much more understated. It's kind of like Sinatra. The way he sang as a young man was, when I'm calling you. It was very, very different from start spreading the news. You know what I mean? It was totally different.
Totally different.
And he had a massive career as that crooner-type singer. And then he bottoms out, and then he's reborn with Nelson Riddle and Quincy Jones and becomes the Frank that we know.
Quincy Jones. How about that?
How about that? He produced him and Michael Jackson, which is an area. See, we went off on another tangent. I think I blame this on two things.
Yeah.
You and I haven't talked all day.
Right.
So
we got a lot to catch up on.
When we don't talk all day, stuff like this leaks onto the radio show, right?
Yeah.
And that's really the only excuse I have. Okay, let's get to some practice squad stuff. All right. Here we go.
Yeah. Here we go. Guess what we just got?
The release.
We just got the release.
Thank you. How about that? So
the timing is impeccable.
This is not leaks, reports, speculation. This is it. They have signed the following players to the practice squad. So I'm going to give you this. I'm not going to headline it, but I'll say that Trent Brown is indeed on the practice squad, an 11-year veteran on the practice squad. Yeah. And Trent has been working out on side, and I don't know when he's going to be available. Hey, who knows? Maybe sooner rather than later. I don't know.
We don't know.
For all we know, Trent Brown could play against the Rams. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Oh, my
God.
But
that's good news, though. Trent Brown on the practice squad.
It is great news.
Because you know he can play. But can he play in terms of health? Can he get out there? He's 6'8", 380. And let me tell you, talking about seeing guys in the building, this is one of the largest. He might be the largest player we've ever had. I could look that up. In terms of height and weight combined.
Trendon Holiday would like a word.
He's not the largest.
Largest. Oh, my bad. I can't think of anybody that was.
I mean, Derek Newton was a huge tackle, but he wasn't 6'8", 360. Wait, what did I just say?
Trent's a different. Like there's a great Gabriel. There's a great Gabriel Iglesias joke where he talks about the size of human beings, and then his last level is damn, and because that's the reaction you have when you see somebody that large. That's what happened when I saw Max Starks for the first time. Now I was also 26, a first-year head coach, and we're taking on the number one team in the state, and he is the left tackle, and he's just a junior. And I remember seeing him, I was like, oh, God.
Jeez, that's amazing.
Yeah, he was 6'8", 345.
But he doesn't even look that big now.
He doesn't.
We see him all the time at the Combine, at the owners' meetings. Max Starks does all this Pittsburgh Steelers radio. They have, like, Steelers radio the way we have Texans radio. Max Starks is great. And he's Travis Johnson's cousin.
That's right. Here is your practice squad, if you wanted to know. Trent Brown is on it. So in alphabetical order, Damon Arnett, Trent Brown, Harrison Bryant. All right, we got a tight end. I know people were panicking about that. We got a second tight end, too. We'll get that in a second. Miles Bryant, Solomon Byrd, Eli Cox, Jakob Johnson. That's who I saw hugging DeMeco in the hallway. So I had a feeling that Jakob was back. Jawar Jordan.
Yes.
Luke Lachey, Casey Osai, Junior Tafuna.
As Al Pacino would say, yes.
Jalen Thomas. And then this one I saw, I was like, I had to kind of think this one through. Because from a transaction standpoint, I'm like, wait a second. Didn't we waive injured Jared Wayne earlier in the year, and then now he's back on the practice squad?
A few weeks ago.
Yeah. So I don't know how that all went down, other than the fact that Jared Wayne was having a really nice start to camp. Then I interviewed him, so I feel responsible. Then he got hurt. Then he got in, and then he was waived injured, I guess. So I don't know how, but either way, Jared Wayne is back on the practice squad. I was glad to see that. Jackson Woodard, I saw him in the cafe today, so I figured that was probably right. And then international pathway player, Haggai Undabisi. So that right there is 15.
You missed a syllable.
Undabuisi, sorry.
Undabuisi.
Yeah, I should have listened to Indy. Indy would help me with that. So that's 15. Now, I'll do the math for you. 53 plus 15 is 68 with an international pathway play. So there's still 2 spots that you can have on this practice squad.
No. If it's 15, you said 15 total, including Ndubuisi?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 2 spots.
Yeah. You got 2 spots left.
What else do you notice about this? What sticks out to you about this practice squad collectively? I'm gonna
all
give it
Texans.
They're all Texans.
All Texans.
They didn't sign anybody else who was on the street. No, this guy can help us. They went with the guys who they like.
Yep.
They like these players. They would have put them all on a 69-man roster if they could have.
That's right.
But they didn't because they can't. It's 53. They let them all slide back home. That's awesome.
Yeah.
These guys have been through it together. They've all been to camp, the same camp. And look, it's not always absolutely necessary. I mean, the Texans played pretty good offense 2019 opening weekend with Laramie Tunsil and Carlos Hyde having just joined the team the week before. But so it's possible, but it's great to know that they've been with the team, that they've been in camp with the team. And there's a lot of talent here. There's a lot of talent that you know you can elevate and utilize. All right, give me, here we go. This is Wednesday night, 10 days, you play the Rams. Give me your two elevations right now. If the initial 53 stays the same, because you need that information if I'm going to make you do this. The initial 53 stays the same. This is your practice squad. Give me your two elevations right now.
The Bryant brothers.
The Bryant brothers. You got Miles Bryant and you got Harrison Bryant. And they're not really brothers,
That's right.
but I get your point.
That's right.
Because Harrison, you need another tight end. You only have two on the 53. And Miles Bryant, you're very light in the secondary.
Right.
And you need to elevate somebody who you know can play for you.
That's right.
Okay, good.
So those are the two positions when it was announced yesterday. We talked about this last night. Okay, there are only two tight ends. Now, I surmised as I thought it through, I was like, I don't worry about it because even if you brought Harrison Bryant up, he's your third tight end, you really don't have that kind of rock star wide tight end. You don't have a guy that, 260, 265, just put his hand in dirt and just go to battle against defensive ends. And so I surmise, well, maybe you'll use a sixth offensive lineman for that.
Yes.
Now you lose the passing game part, but you've got three tackles as it sits right now. Cam Robinson, Ariante Ursary, and Titus Howard, that you could put Cam Robinson as the sixth offensive lineman, go in, and, man, you could really run the ball with those three guys on the
play
field.
action off of that. Here comes the boot.
Yes.
Oh, Nico, drag it across the field,
That's
untouched.
Right. There's a lot of things you can do. So I think, but having a third tight end, if something were to happen to one of those tight ends, and we've seen that before, man, we're really light at a position, and then all of a sudden, one of those guys at that position goes down early in the game, and now you're scrambling. But that's kind of part of the jigsaw puzzle that is the NFL on game day. I think at that point, let's say these are your two elevations. Let's just say that they are. Here's the flip side of that, and that is you got to figure out who's sitting from the 53.
Yeah.
That gets tough.
Because now, all right, so there's still from the 7 players sitting.
Yep.
7. Because it's +2, but it's not
7.
It's not 6. It's not 5 because these guys are coming from the practice squad. Okay, you got it.
Yeah, that's the other part of this. Yeah, you can have two elevations, but now that means you're going to have 7 guys on the 53-man roster.
There's 9 OLs on the 53 right now, or 8?
There are 9 right now.
Okay, so one of
only 8 DBs.
One of them sitting. One of the 9 is sitting.
I think one of the 9 O-line would sit. I think one of the 7 wide receivers would sit.
I think, are we?
Well, I think one of the linebackers would have to sit.
Yeah, you go with 5 instead of 6.
Yeah. And potentially one of the defensive linemen might have to sit.
Absolutely. One of the defensive linemen's going to sit.
Yeah. So that would. So I don't know what the number is on that.
What did we say here? Just hard on the fly on the radio. You're driving in your car like I can't even do math. With an abacus.
So let's say it's one wide receiver, it's one offensive lineman,
DL,
it's one DL, it's one linebacker.
I need 3 more.
That's 4, and we need 3 more.
Mertz.
But yeah, Mertz. But I guess as the number.
Can he be the emergency?
Yeah, he ends up. He's classified as inactive, but
he's the emergency.
He's the emergency.
Okay,
so he's classified amongst the inactives.
Okay, so there's 6, right?
Yep.
Who's 7? Did you say OL? Yeah, whatever.
We squeezed everything out of it. I mean, I don't know what more you could.
Well, I don't think you can keep all the backs, all the running backs. All the backs active?
I mean,
you can go into the game with Chubb, See, I hate to deactivate Woody. I mean,
yeah, not deactivating Woody.
Right,
he might
okay,
be my most explosive back. I might fight you on that.
Is Damian or Woody? Is Damian inactive, or is it just simply British Brooks? We're going to deactivate him, but then you don't have your fullback. I'm going to put that in air quotes.
The reason you're keeping British Brooks is because he's that good on special teams. So to me, your trade-off is you keep British, but you got to give up maybe one of the linebacker spots.
Wait, you already gave up a linebacker.
Yeah, I know.
You can't go with 4.
No, you can't go with 4, but maybe that's your trade-off.
Special teams factor
the math
there
is,
too.
Listen, that's what you and I don't get paid for that one. That's going to be a tough call.
But often you go to the game with 7 offensive linemen.
Well, you want to have 8. If you go with 8 offensive linemen, you get the extra number. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
You get the extra number. Like, I think you can go to 48, I believe.
All right. Okay.
So
that's good. That's good that they did that.
Yes.
Because otherwise I'd feel like, can we have an emergency offensive lineman available just like the emergency third-string quarterback?
No, I think there are going to be some serious questions going into week 1 from that standpoint. And who's the punt returner?
Berrios.
I mean, my guess is it's Berrios, but it's got to be a slam dunk, no doubter. Absolutely, without question, it's got to be a slam dunk, no doubter. Now, I think I would want him in SoFi because that sheath roof is kind of weird. I'd rather have Berrios back there than a rook. Not comfortable with it. So my point in that is what you have to do with players 40 through 48, how many downs can they impact? Can they impact 3rd and 4th down? Can they impact offense and special teams? Can they impact defense and special teams? What more can they do for you offensively? And I think with, like last year when they kept Steven Sims, it was like you knew Steven was really going to be the returner. Right. But he was going to return both, kick and punt.
But they didn't have 7 active, and they have 7 right now.
Right.
So somebody's sitting.
Yeah, somebody's going to sit.
Ooh.
Somebody's going to sit.
I just had a bad feeling about this.
I know.
Well, so
it's
Justin Watson can sit, but he plays special teams.
Right.
But Jalen plays special teams.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how you pare this down. Yeah. It's going to be hard.
I got to see Jalen, and I got to see the Cyclones out there in full force.
You don't have to have 2 elevations. You don't have to have 2 elevations. You could only do 1. You could do 1. You could feel really comfortable about what you have and not have any.
You could, because you could have 8 defensive backs and feel fine with what you have on the 53. Sure, you could. You could go to the game like that.
Well, here's the other thing we hadn't considered.
What?
And that is, what happens if C.J. Gardner-Johnson isn't ready to go week 1? Now, he's on the roster. No, he becomes the inactive
Who did
one.
Russ Yeast sign with? The Bengals.
Bengals, yeah.
So, like you said, the young so how many years does Russ have? Was he a waive or is he a cut? He was a cut?
He was. I don't think he had 4 years of service, so I think he was a wave. I think he was.
So he did get. Oh, he dropped through.
Yes, that's right. He dropped through and then chose to sign with the Bengals.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, so that's what it is.
But it's still getting picked up.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just a contractual thing. And that's
his dad played at the University of Kentucky, so I mean, I guess that maybe makes some sense. But Russ had a good camp. It was interesting talking to the coaches about Russ and how far Russ had come in the amount of time he was here. And I thought it was really kind of interesting listening to them. But that's another question that you have to answer. Is C.J. Gardner-Johnson ready to go? If he's not, on paper, you have 2 safeties. 2. And if you decide, okay, well, we're going to play Petrie at safety, if something were to happen.
Yeah. Now what do you do at nickel?
Now what do you do at nickel? Do you go put J-Rock in there? Do you put Kamari in at nickel and put Jalen outside?
Don't mess with too many spots.
I know, but see that's the thing you have to think about on game day. It isn't just the practice squad elevations.
Yeah.
It is, okay, I remember this against it was against Baltimore in 2014. We were playing here and somebody got hurt. Did Dwayne get hurt in that game? I can't remember. No, it was a guard got hurt. I think Brandon Brooks got hurt. And we had to go I remember during the time it took for the injury and for whoever the player was to get cleared off the field, Derek Newton had to go in the game and go to guard. And he had never played guard in a game before.
He did okay.
And he did great. He did really, really well. I remember the first run, he buried somebody. But game day, that you can plan for everything.
Yeah.
But there might be something that comes up, and you're like, oh,
Man.
we got to do this.
People listening to this nitty-gritty roster stuff, they're like, I'd rather hear about Pacino again. Just kidding. But we do get into the nitty-gritty. We do that on this program.
We have to.
And we also have to talk about the Rams. And also, Johnny, I spoke with a group today, because I was taking a lot of questions. I was throwing a question about Taylor Swift today. Yes, I was in this group. I'll tell you what that was next.
Okay.
It related to the Texans. So you're going to want to hear this, among other things, here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans All Access.
In football and in life, having the right team makes all the difference. That's why the Sheriff Injury Lawyers are proud to be the first ever official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. If you've been injured in a car accident or on the job, don't let insurance companies call the plays. Let the Sheriff Injury Lawyers fight for you. Call the Sheriff Injury Lawyers today at 832-600-0000 or visit myinjury.pro.
Okay, quiz fans, what's one word to describe Whataburger's new Prickly Pear Raspberry Whata-Fresher? Is the best word refreshing? Or does the real raspberry make you say tangy? Or perhaps the sweet prickly pear fruit is simply delicious? Actually, the only word to describe it is quenchy, tangy, sweet, chalicious. And that may sound like 4 words, but we used hyphens. Introduce Whataburger. Available for a limited time.
H-Town, the Houston Texans, ConocoPhillips, Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages, and the Texas Lottery are awarding grants up to $50,000 to local nonprofits through the Inspire Change Grant. If your organization is breaking barriers, driving social justice, or creating new opportunities in our community, this is for you. Fuel your mission, grow your impact, and be a force for change. Apply now at HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. Again, that's HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. Let's inspire change together.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Houston, we have a great problem. Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa Champagne are the official sponsors of the Houston Texans. Now, as we get ready for game day, you've been hearing the hype, you've been hearing the real. Now you're going to experience the great taste of Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa, because it's available starting August 1st at all sideline bars of the club level of NRG Stadium. That's right, Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa will be available at all suites in season. So bring your friends, bring your family, and taste the great taste of Branson Cognac and Le Chim de Wa.
Summer's meant to be wide open, and with BMW, nothing stands between you and the road ahead. The BMW X3 makes every journey effortless with xDrive and expansive cargo space. The plug-in hybrid X5 moves through summer without limits, combining uncompromising power and electric adaptability. And the all-electric i4, sporty, sleek, and unmistakably BMW. Find your ultimate driving machine now at the BMW Summer Sales Event.
Visit HoustonBMWDealers.com today for exceptional offers on the.
We believe in possibilities at Texas Children's. As the nation's largest women's and pediatric healthcare system, we believe all lives can be changed for the better. We're inventing revolutionary in utero surgical procedures, finding a cure for difficult-to-treat brain tumors, solving the world's most complex neurological disorders, developing life-saving cardiac technology, and so much more. Texas Children's, the difference is life-changing. Come see why at texaschildrens.org today.
There is no better way to watch C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Houston Texans on game day than in a luxury suite. From hassle-free VIP parking to James Beard award-winning, chef-curated food selection served by your own private suite attendant. Texans Luxe is unparalleled. But hurry, suites are going fast and already sold out for select games this season. Call 832-667-2299 or visit HoustonTexansLuxe.com to reserve your private suite today.
This is Texans Radio.
Okay, Mark and John with you, Texans Radio, final segment. Oh, the Taylor Swift question. I got to tell you this. I spoke with a group today.
I'm intrigued.
HPGA, and they oil and gas people, for the most part, they do great work in the community and scholarships and things like that. Anyway, big event there at the Houston Club. They have a lunch there, and I spoke to it. I spoke with the crowd.
Yeah.
I say with because I took a lot of questions. It was great. So one of the questions was, this is not really related to the Texans, but it is, because I want to know. Taylor Swift announced the engagement, or Travis Kelsey.
That's right.
And how does her presence, because a lot of women have become interested in professional football who might not have been previously, and I got to think that's a fact. How does that affect the Texans? I said, well, I had a lot of places I could have gone with this. I said, I can't quantify that with the Houston Texans. Anything that's good for the NFL is good for the Texans. And whether you love them, it's kind of like the Patriots were or the Chiefs themselves. Whether you love the whole thing or you hate it, it does draw attention. Yep. I don't think it turns anybody – I mean, it might turn you off, but you're still going to watch. Right? It's reality television.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the most successful singers of all time is in the booth watching her boyfriend play. That's a big factor. All right? I did say this. I think she's amazing as an artist. She is really good, blah, blah, blah. She's not the greatest female artist ever. This is crap.
Are you
Anybody
looking to
think
start
she
a
is?
fight tonight?
She's not. She's not. So I said that to the group.
That's
and
Mark
they said, well,
Vandermeer
who is the best?
IHateSwifties.com.
I'm not. No, I think she's awesome. In fact, I loved her on the Kelsey and Kelsey podcast.
She's great.
Loved her.
She's great.
Love her.
Terrific.
I'm not the biggest fan of her music. I think it's good. It's good, catchy pop stuff. It's good.
Right.
It's good.
Right.
She's not the best ever female vocalist. The best ever female vocalist, not songwriter, but vocalist, is Whitney Houston.
Yeah, I agree.
I will die on that hill.
You watched the Billy Joel documentary,
She's
right?
better than Celine. She's better than Streisand.
Yeah.
She's better than Mariah. Whitney's the best.
Whitney's number one.
Best female vocalist ever.
Yes. Whitney is
Pop.
2001 Miami.
I can't judge opera. I can't judge that stuff. Pop. Whitney. All right? She's 2001 Miami. For the male vocalist, it's a lot harder because it's hard for me. Like, guys like Sam Cooke, Otis Redding, they have amazing voices. I don't know technically. I actually think technically the greatest pop male vocalist, singer, not writer. He doesn't write. Elvis Presley. I just think his voice is so good.
Yeah.
Now, it's all subjective. Some people don't like it. But there are a lot of male pop vocalists who just don't have great voices, but they have great appeal.
Yeah. You know who had a really good voice? And it wasn't until I heard it without – somehow it was one of those things where they eliminated the music and it was just his voice. Steve Perry's voice for Journey.
He's great. Holy
crap.
There's so many good ones.
By the way, I wore my Elvis Presley socks for the 3 games during the preseason. That was my ritual.
Really?
I had my Elvis Presley socks.
I didn't know that you had Elvis Presley
I did.
socks.
I don't know where I got them, but I liked them. They were good. So
wear them on the sideline. Maybe we win.
I watched The Kingdom, and they get into the whole Taylor Swift thing.
Oh, they do.
And it's kind of fascinating because I think one of the things that I don't know how it impacts the Texans, but how it impacted the NFL in a sense was, and Clark Hunt talked about this because he's got a daughter. Daughters and dads started watching football together. And they started talking about the game and learning the game. And there were more young girls wanting to watch because Taylor was there. And if Taylor was there and what she was watching, and she was actually learning too. We found that out on the podcast. She started learning about, and I remember it was funny because Travis kind of taught her the game because she talked about how she thought Josh Allen and I can't remember the other, Jared Goff, she said, I thought they would just run at each other. And she was like, what she's learned from the game. And now she's talking about coverages afterwards. I'm like, oh, my God, she's learned. I think young girls are going to learn the game. Throw on top of that, she's next in all the football opportunities that are out there. And you're going to see much more young woman involvement in football in all forms going forward.
And it's already – because I've been to the owners' meetings where they present this stuff. It's already almost half women, the fan base of the National Football League. That's why it's such a big deal.
Yes.
Because people are watching it together. It's the campfire. In a country where we really don't have that kind of stuff anymore. Do you know what the highest-rated TV show is in history other than Super Bowls? In history.
It used to be MASH at one point.
It is MASH.
Yeah.
It still is MASH.
The MASH finale.
The MASH finale. Wow. And MASH was terrible the last 5 years of its existence. It was awful. Whenever you watch MASH and Klinger is not in a dress, it's not good anymore, okay? Not that
Do you think Klinger would have gotten canceled, though?
Oh, I watched the old ones with my 12-year-old Liam.
Yeah.
I watched the first 3 years of MASH are the best years because Trapper John and Henry. We watched that, and I'm like, oh, my gosh, some of this stuff would be so canceled.
So canceled.
And it's not that it's that raunchy or anything.
No.
I mean, the movie was, but not the TV show. But I'm just thinking this would not fly today. The network execs would say, nah, we're not doing that.
We're a little bit sensitive to things now.
A little sensitive.
A wee bit sensitive.
there's a lot. But I will say this about Hawkeye Pierce. He's a great, I don't want to say great role model necessarily, but he's cool because he's great with the language, with the quips, with the humor.
Yes.
He's great at his job. His character is.
There's that.
And it's really well done. It's really well done. It's kind of a good follow for him, if you will, for entertainment, because there's a lot of crap out there. Anyway.
But other than match finale, it's all been Super Bowls.
Anyway, about the Rams, now that the show's over, beat up the quarterback, bludgeon them with the ground game, get that play action rolling, go out of there with a victory. That's what I'm saying 10 days from now.
You know what I said about it. Matt Stafford's going to play. We're going to hit his ass all day long. Put him on his wallet. I don't care how you get there with 4, 5, 6, or 7. You've got a great secondary. You go man coverage, and you make it hurt. You make it hurt.
This is the kind of game where the Ninja would have picked up a 15-yard penalty or 2. We love you, Antonio.
Absolutely.
It would have happened.
And if you asked him about it, he's like, well, yeah, I'm definitely getting one of those for the team. He definitely would say that.
Good stuff. All right, tomorrow night, the General will join us. He'll talk about the roster, the Rams game to come. We got a lot of college football to digest this weekend as well. We'll do it all on Texans Radio. Thanks so much, Mitchell, for producing. Have a great night, everyone. Go Texans.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems, like snoring, aches and pains, hot sleep, or even an old saggy mattress that can keep you up at night. And our sleep experts have the mattress that can help. And now get a king bed for a queen price, plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Hey, Texans fans! You probably can't count on finding shade for your parking lot tailgate, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. That's right, watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, right through the playoffs. And follow along as C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, and the rest of the squad look to take the next step towards history. So visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And count on Sundays for another must-see season of Houston Texans football with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Texans fans, this season, take more than the field. Take the drive. It's Coach DeMeco Ryans here. Look, whether it's game time or go time, I count on Ford SUVs to handle it all. Bronco when I need grit, Bronco Sport to move quick, and Explorer, America's all-time best-selling SUV for versatility. So, take the drive. Visit your best in Texas Ford dealer, official SUV of the Houston Texans.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Listen up, y'all. Game day is locked in this winter for the 2025 Kinder's Texas Bowl when the Big 12 takes on the SEC at NRG Stadium on Saturday, December 27th. The Texas Bowl has welcomed top college football teams from across the nation for 20 years. And in honor of our anniversary, we're ready to have a year like no other with bigger events and better moments. This will be a Texas-sized celebration you cannot miss. Join the wait list now. Be the first to know when tickets go on sale this December. That's KindersTexasBowl.com.
H-Town, the Houston Texans, ConocoPhillips, Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages, and the Texas Lottery are awarding grants up to $50,000 to local nonprofits through the Inspire Change Grant. If your organization is breaking barriers, driving social justice, or creating new opportunities in our community, this is for you. Fuel your mission, grow your impact, and be a force for change. Apply now at HoustonTexans.com/InspireChangeGrant. Again, that's HoustonTexans.com/InspireChangeGrant. Let's inspire change together.
Balancing your work, family, and health is a lot to manage. Houston Methodist has a lot to offer. Convenient primary care checkups, personalized orthopedics to keep you moving, and experts in specialties like cardiology, neurology, and GI, all in one manageable system, so you can stay healthy and strong. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Popsicles, sprinklers, a cool breeze. Talk about refreshing. You know what else is refreshing this summer? A brand new phone with Verizon. Yep, get a new phone on any plan with Select Phone Trade-In and My Plan. And lock down a low price for 3 years on any plan with My Plan. This is a deal for everyone, whether you're a new or existing customer. Swing by Verizon today for our best phone deals. 3-year price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate only. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
H-Town. You feel that?
The Stampede fans returning to NRG Stadium for the 2025 Houston Texans season.
These last few months have been grueling without football.
And we can't wait to welcome you back home. On Monday, September 15th, your Texans will be taking on the Buccaneers for our kickoff presented by Hyundai Home Opener.
football.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection.
Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates.
Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Area 45 Sports Radio 610. Pat Creighton, Chris Partee with you tonight till 11 o'clock. We got the General John McClain joining us in just about 13 minutes. We will talk about your Houston Texans. That 53-man roster, which is already undergoing changes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will get to plenty of Houston Texans.
There's a lot going on
for you tonight. Quick update for you. Astros have a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the first inning, courtesy of an RBI single by Jesus Sanchez, driving in Yordan Alvarez, who mysteriously was walked. I mean, who'd have thought?
How about that early run support, huh?
Man, Yordan getting the Barry Bonds treatment very early. He returned yesterday.
He just got back from injury.
He's already walked 3 times.
That's crazy.
He has walked in 50% of his plate appearances.
I mean, somebody's got to pitch to him at some point.
No, I'm sorry. That is not true. He has now walked in 62.5%
Damn.
of his plate appearances. He has walked 3 times in 5 plate appearances. Is 60%.
Somebody's got to pitch to him at some point. It may not happen until next week, but it's got to happen at some point.
I'm going to pull up the pitch chart to Yordan. 6 pitches. He saw 1 strike.
Yeah.
1. So, yeah, they really just don't want to pitch to him.
No.
Hey, it's like, hey, listen, of all the
maybe
guys
it's smart.
all the guys who are going to beat us, let's not make it that guy.
Exactly. Let's not let it be their power hitter who just came back for being out for, 3-4 months? 3 months.
100 missed games for Yordan Alvarez for what originally was just going to be a day.
That's crazy.
Then a couple of days. Then just the minimum 10 days. Then just 2 weeks. And became 3 months.
Crazy. I mean, at a certain point, it just became, all right, I'm just going to stop asking and checking and just wait until he's actually back on the field. Because how many updates did we get that, next week, he'll start hitting off a tee and all these other little updates that we got. And
his hand hurts again.
Yeah, his hand hurts again. Now it's actually a fracture and just all these different things.
And see, if you're just honest and transparent, at least to a good degree, about things like that, the media doesn't hound you and come up with their own ideas and start digging for info. And this is a lesson that clearly the Houston Texans have not learned.
No.
Which you would think, after the way they handle all the conspiracy theories that were put out regarding C.J. Stroud's shoulder in the offseason.
Wasn't that long ago.
They really could have handled very, very well if they had just said, look, he doesn't need to throw. We're not throwing him.
Yeah.
They could have just gave the media something, and then the media would not have responded with, oh, my God, his shoulder must have exploded. What did they do to him last year?
You know, when you don't give anything, the media is going to speculate.
And they're going to dig.
Every time.
And teams don't like when you dig.
No.
They think they like that less than when you speculate. Well.
But it can be avoided.
Nobody has seen Joe Mixon all camp. The Texans have given pretty much zero updates on Joe Mixon. So the media is looking for clues.
Of course.
Today, DeMeco had some things to say about the running game. And we're going to get into a little bit later on the things he said specifically about Joe Mixon. But DeMeco did say he is not worried about the running game without one Joe Mixon.
I'm more confident in the run games because of what I've seen through training camp. Like I've seen our guys improve on just their blocking combinations up front. I've seen all and I give up immediate penetration in the backfield to allow our backs to stop their feet. So I've seen it time and time again since we've been here throughout OTAs and throughout training camp. I've seen the production that our run game can have strictly because of what those guys are doing up front. Like our tight ends are doing a much better job of blocking at the line of scrimmage. Our O-line is doing a much better job of knowing where they're going and working in combination, working together, making the right calls, the right checks. So we're starting cleaner. We're starting right. And that allows me to have the confidence that I have that we should be able to run the football this year.
Now, DeMeco says, yeah, we don't have Joe, but our line has been much better. Yeah. Our scheme has been much better. We have more guys capable of running the football this year, so he's not worried. How do you feel about a backfield and a running game that would be without Joe Mixon?
Well, not having seen this offense in real time or as far as real games that count yet, I'm worried. I would be worried. But looking at what Coach Ryan said there, that tells me that he not only believes in Nick Caley's offense, but he also believes that they finally found the right combination on the offensive line. If he's not that worried about not having Joe Mixon, if Joe Mixon's not going to play in week 1, 2, or 3, potentially, hopefully not, but that's what that tells me. Or 4. It could be a month. Who knows?
He's on the NFI list with the non-football injury list. So he is going to miss a minimum of 4 games.
Yeah.
Now, the Texans' bye week is week 6. So to me, I think it's very possible he misses the first 5 games and potentially comes back week 7, which would be their 6th game of the year. But we don't know anything about what's wrong with Joe Mixon. And if he didn't play this season, would you be overly surprised that a guy whose injury is completely shrouded in secrecy would... Let me pose this to you. You're a wrestling guy. You'll get this. More likely, Joe Mixon comes back 5th week of the season, ready to go, playing like a Pro Bowler. Or he pulled a Kerry Von Erich, had a motorcycle accident, lost half his foot, and nobody knows about it.
Wow. Wow. And
you're thinking about this.
Now, while you were going through that, I was thinking to myself, maybe it's not even an injury per se that he's actually dealing with.
Did he have a JPP moment, step on something and blow half his foot off?
That's very possible.
And obviously,
I don't think that's what happened, but that is possible.
Obviously, we are being facetious in some of these statements.
Yes. But something, obviously non-football because he's on the non-football injury list. But, I mean, do you remember
stepped on a Lego?
Maybe it's something personal he's dealing with off the field that's really, really serious. I mean, we have no idea right now. That's the thing. You just don't know right now.
Clearly, there's a foot injury because, we know he's been rehabbing some sort of a foot injury just on his own. And like I said, stepping on Legos could, very, very be realistic.
I'm sure in your day you've stepped on quite a few Legos. You have children.
I had children.
Well, you know what? You still have children. They're just adults now.
Yeah, they're both off.
They're still children. Still your children.
They're just more expensive.
They just don't live with you anymore.
Instead of spending $20 on a box of diapers, now I spend $80 on a video game.
I'm sure diapers cost more than $20 a box now.
Yeah, now they
everything's more expensive. There's no way diapers are $20 a box.
Used to get a box of Pampers for $13.99.
Ain't no way you'd finding that anywhere in this country.
Now you're lucky if you get a 10-pack for that. Right?
There's no way you're finding that. No way.
I'm glad I don't have to
go through that. Yeah,
go through that anymore. Hey. I mean, the price of things is just so ridiculous.
Goodness.
It doesn't matter what it is.
No.
everything is just ridiculous.
No. Just air. I mean, eventually we'll be charged for air.
I mean,
to breathe and live.
When you would get the formula, baby formula, it came in on can. Those cans were like $35 20 years ago. God. Looks like it'd be like $50, $60.
Yeah, I mean, goodness gracious.
So for those of you
young people
Decker,
don't have children.
Decker, don't have kids until you're like 30. There's nothing wrong with waiting.
Damn near 40 now.
Because Questo mucho on the childreno. Coming up next, we will talk with the General, John McClain. We will get more on your Houston Texans, the moves they've made, the way they've constructed the roster, things that might be coming up for the Houston Texans very soon. We'll get to him next.
The countdown is on. 3, 2, 1.
Well. Welcome to the party, pal! I got a 6-month backlog in New York scumbags I'm still trying to put behind bars. Come out to the coast, we'll get together, have a few laughs. Who gives a f***? Yes, I was wrong about you. You're not such an ass. How's that, ass? Shh, it's okay. I've done this before. Yeah, I'm that Energizer bunny. Listen to me. Sister Teresa called me Mr. McLean in the 3rd grade. Friends call me John. Off. You're neither, shithead. Yeah, I got a deal for you. But I let you live. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
He is not only our resident Hall of Famer, not only our resident movie star, he is our very own walking, talking, living, breathing encyclopedia of all things Houston sports. He is the General, John McClain, with us on the guest line. How are we doing, John?
Patrick, I'm doing great. Fired up about the start of college football season.
Oh, yeah.
Fired up about the start of the Texans, the NFL next week. Can't wait.
All right, so let's start with the Houston Texans. Maybe some mild surprises on the 53, which is already changing. But just is going to miss at least the first 4 weeks of the season. Today, DeMeco got a little testy about people asking about Joe Mixon. Is this something where, DeMeco needs to be protective of Joe? Or is this, hey, if you're just a little more transparent, people won't constantly ask you about it?
First of all, it's the media's job to ask questions that the fans who paid DeMeco's contract want to know.
Thank you.
The fans who buy tickets, the fans who watch on TV, so teams get $462 million a year before they sell a ticket. That's your job. Your bosses want you to ask. And the thing about Mixon, it would be really simple if DeMeco or Nick Caserio said, look, guys, he worked hard. He was ready to go. He was working out on his own in another state, and he had a setback, and he's doing everything he can to come back for it. So now he's on the reserved non-football injury list, and as we get closer, when he could be activated in 4 weeks, we'll visit it again. End of story, end of questions. And I just, the media is covering the team, and almost everything is positive. And you have to ask the questions. They don't have to answer them if they don't want to. I've never seen so much secrecy around a player when it came to an injury. And the longer you had the secrecy, the more speculation. And all we think we know is it's foot, ankle, somewhere down there. Because he put out, or his workout guru put out a video, I think it was in June, of Joe working out like crazy indoors, and he looked great. And the next thing you know, he's out, and it's a non-football injury, which means you could be working out somewhere else besides over at the Texans. And, of course, you hope he's going to come back. When Nick Caserio was asked if he'd play this season, he said, we'll see. Now, the only positive sign I see out of all this, as far as I know, Caserio did not try to trade for Brian Robinson, the running back with Washington, who went to the 49ers for a 6th-round pick. Caserio's got multiple low picks he could have traded. So if they were that worried about it, I think they would have made an effort to acquire Robinson, who was on the market, if indeed he fit Nick Caley's system. And right now it's going to be interesting because Nick Chubb's the guy. He averaged 5 yards a carry when he was playing in the preseason against Carolina. Dameon Pierce, who's had a lot of trouble staying healthy. I'm eager to see Woody Marks. You'd love for a guy to do what Steve Slayton came out of nowhere as a rookie under Gary Kubiak, rushed for 1,300 yards when given the opportunity, and then he just vanished. Have somebody like Woody Marks really step up. Another one I'm intrigued by, British Brooks. He weighed 243. He's worked his butt off to get strong and physical, and not just in short yardage situations, but I think we are going to have a running back by committee. because I don't see Nick Chubb carrying a big load based on his knee and his broken foot that he's had the last 2 years. But so far, he sure looks good on the practice field, and he sure looked good against the Panthers. And the Texans looked really good in those last 2 preseason games as well.
Hey, John, Chris Party here. Based on what we've seen and what you've seen so far through training camp, preseason, now we're heading to the regular season. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you in this offense minus Joe Mixon for potentially, obviously the first 4 weeks and possibly more?
Chris, that's an interesting question. And let me preface it by saying nobody has any idea about how the offensive line is going to do. They think they do. They hope they do. But until they get out there against the Rams, who have a very good defensive line, and start facing a lot of stunts like they couldn't stop last year, once they prove they can do that, then everybody's going to go, whew. And I can't imagine with 4 new starters and then Titus back at right tackle after starting at left guard last year, that they would not take some time to get their collective act together, because they're new. And everybody loves the job that Cole in his first season as their line coach. And first and foremost, he's all about being physicality. So that's still the big question mark. They got receivers. They got a great quarterback. And we don't know what they have at running back. And we're not sure about the offensive line. So there's uncertainty. So I'd say about a 5. And what they have going for them right now is Stroud and the receivers. But last year, Nico Collins missed 5 games. And what did Diggs miss? Like 8? Tank Dell missed 5 or 6. No quarterback could lose his top 3 receivers and have pressure from an offensive line performance that was mostly terrible and perform any better, I don't think, than C.J. Stroud did. People are all, he took a step back. I think anybody would have. Look at Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl under the kind of pressure from Philadelphia that Stroud was under for most of the season. And what happened to Mahomes? He struggled big time. So I think that if the receivers can stay relatively healthy, especially Nico. Nico's been hurt every year. And if he would play 17 games, I bet you he'd have 100 catches for probably 1,600 yards and 15 touchdowns because he's so good. And I can't wait to see the 2 rookie receivers. I thought Graham Mertz making a team as a 3rd quarterback. I was surprised about it, but they were obviously worried that somebody would claim him after he looked so good in that last preseason game. They have tight ends, another one off of the practice squad. Harrison Bryant is on there. And so they were keeping 10 defensive linemen. I think that's great. Did they keep 10? Because that was going to be their toughest cut, because they have talent up front. I can't wait to see it when DeMeco and Matt Burke and unleash those guys when they go after Matthew Stafford, who is not exactly mobile, coming off a back injury that's kept him out until last week. So there's a lot to like about this team, but the strength is on defense right now, and the offense is going to be a work in progress because of the line and the running game.
John, were you surprised they only kept 8 DBs? I mean, right now they don't really have a guy on the roster who would be the backup to Petrie as the nickel. Are you surprised they only kept 8 DBs?
I was, but, they'll probably activate somebody from the practice squad, and it might be Miles Bryant. He's played inside. He's played outside. Miles Bryant, I think this has been around like 6 years. That's what I would expect. So I do not expect them to go into that game with just Petrie covering slot receivers.
He's General John McClain with us on the guest line. We'll have more with John McClain on the other side, getting more into your Houston Texans. It's coming up next.
The Texans' initial 53 minutes. There were a few surprises, but in the end, these are the guys DeMeco and company will be going to war with this season. Will it lead to a trip to Santa Clara in February? We sure hope so.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. York is soon the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Remember, that's cars with a K.
Grown-ups, don't go back to school. Go forward through school into your future as an IT professional. Whether you're starting out, switching careers, or a veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you get into IT in just a few short months with no prior experience. So take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Your rewarding career in IT awaits. That's mycomputercareer.edu. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the VA benefits.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon.
Is back, and Underdog is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. And yes, you can play it in Texas. Playing Pick'em on Underdog is easy. You just pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. How many receiving yards is Nico Collins going to have? Do you think it's higher or lower? CJ Stroud, how many interceptions? The opposing quarterback, how many interceptions can he rack up? You make your picks, and if you get them right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. You can play with as little as $1, so download the Underdog app today and sign up with the promo code SethP to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code SethP. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org.
John Lopez here with Lewis Flory from Ability Trees. Lewis, first of all, I want to say thank you not for being a good dude and a good friend, but I slept well at night after the latest storm because my trees, we had problems, but we didn't have tree problems.
I always like to come in again and take care of these potential problems to make sure that we cut down the liability exposure to tree damage, property damage, someone getting hurt.
I know after our latest storm, you were getting calls that said, hey, thank you for this, thank you for that.
John, after Barrow came through here, I can't tell you how many calls that we had where customers were calling in and thanking our office staff of getting their trees pruned and cleaned out So they were very thankful that they had their trees pruned, cleaned out where the wind could blow through those trees instead of against them.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you want Louis Flory and nobody else on the job. Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. Call 281-441-4179, 281-441-4179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston's, say it, leading tree care professional.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Area 45, Sports Radio 610. Patrick Creighton, Chris Partee, and the General, John McClain, with us on the guest line. John, the last segment you were talking about, the offense and how, look, we've only seen the revamped offensive line in the preseason. We haven't seen them, play a full game against ones. There's still clearly a lot of unknown there. Titus Howard had said this about what's going on with the new offensive line. He said, this type of offense fits a lot of the guys we have in the room. And then he said, not coming out, getting bleeping negative yards on outside zone run plays, stuff that didn't really fit us. C.J. Stroud had an interview where he said he had more control and input in the offense in high school than he has his first 2 years. It seems like a lot of the finger pointing is heading towards Bobby Slowick, and understandably so. Is this very much this year's team kind of going to be a referendum on Bobby Slowick's tenure here with Houston? Because it seems like everything that was wrong with the offense is now being pointed directly at him.
Traffic jams were his fault. Heat, roaches, mosquitoes is all Bobby Slowick's fault. No rookie quarterback gets control at the line of scrimmage, none in history. In his second year, not many second-year guys do. And Nick Caley came from Sean McVay, who's notorious for giving the quarterback a lot of leeway when the huddle is broken. He likes to play it that way. And there's a lot of quarterbacks that grew into it. Hopefully Stroud will. But if the ball snapped and guys on top of him like it was last year, it's going to be hard for him to process stuff because he's going to be running for his life. And it's funny how nobody was saying anything negative about Chris Strasser last year. Nobody was saying anything negative about Slowick going into the season. And then it was all blamed on Slowick. And I'm glad that DeMeco Ryans, who I think does a great job, fired one of his closest friends. I'll guarantee you that was the hardest thing he's had to do as a coach. But good coaches have to fire their friends if they don't or do a job. And Slowick got hired by another 49ers former assistant, Mike McDaniel, in Miami to help work with Tua Tagovailoa. And so Cole Popovich, there were teams that were interested in Cole. Cole worked with Nick Caley with the Patriots. And Caley, who had been given a lot of authority to come here instead of one of his other offers, he wanted to make sure he worked with Cole Popovich. And with Popovich, it's all about being physical and communication. Offensive line have to communicate more than any area of the team, and you don't just do it overnight. And they spend a lot of time together at the facility, away from the facility, and I think that's great because that's how you do it, by getting to know your guys. And if they do better this year, people are going to say, well, it was all Slowick last year. But let's be mindful. As bad as Slowick was last year, did they get the number one pick? Did they have a high pick? No, they finished 10-7. It wasn't Slowick's fault that 3 top receivers missed multiple games, and it might have been his fault on play calls he made. What I was told was Slowick, as a second-year offensive coordinator, did not adjust well to what defenses were doing to him after studying the offenses all through that offseason. And a coach has to constantly adjust, whether it's the coordinators. The Texans got a good coaching staff. I think about where the Texans were when they were losing and coaches coming and going all the time. I think DeMeco's a great coach. I think Caserio's a great general manager. They have an excellent personnel department. And I don't think this team's a legitimate Super Bowl contender. I think that'll be more next year. They got to win the division and get a home game in the divisional round or win a divisional round game on the road for the first time in history. Then people will look at them as a legitimate Super Bowl team. But I like what Caserio and Ryans have done with the roster. Everybody likes Caley. But I tell you what, before Slowick's first year, everybody liked Bobby Slowick.
You know, John, between Jack Easterby and Bobby Slowick, it's like a plague of locusts and a plague of frogs. And the fact that this team won 10 games 2 years in a row, it's a miracle. It's a miracle.
Don't even mention those guys' names in the same sentence. That is blasphemy.
Oh my goodness, John! I want to jump ahead just a little bit here. I want to ask you about the opener with the Rams real quick. Is there a position or player matchup that you're most looking forward to, other than the offensive line for Houston versus the Rams defensive line?
Well, first of all, the Rams have had the last two NFL defensive rookies of the year, both pass rushers, a tackle and an end. They got a good pass rush. Yeah. What I'm interested in is has a back issue and was not able to start practicing till last week, didn't play in the preseason. And you got Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter and coming off the edges, and then you've got the tackles who are very underrated around the league, not in Houston. Those guys are going to get after Stafford, and he's not a mobile quarterback. And the last thing they want is him to take hits, whether it's a sack or not. So that's what I'm looking at. How can Matthew Stafford maneuver when he's got a bad back against a great Texans pass rush and a great Texans defense?
He's the General John McClain with us on the guest line. And you know the old saying, the other team's quarterback must go down, and he must go down hard. John, on the defensive line, you know, they kept 10 guys. Tommy Togiai is on this team. DeMeco Autry, he's going to miss the first 4 weeks after, you know, he missed the first 6 weeks of the season last year with suspension. This year he's going to miss the first 4 weeks with injury. How injured do you think DeMeco Autry is? You know, there were some reports that he was healthy, then maybe he's not so healthy. Is this something where he really needs to, like, he needs to get his body right, or is this kind of like a 4-game tryout here for Tommy Togiai?
He's been hurt the whole off season. He's been a big disappointment since he came here. From the time the Texans, he'd averaged 9 sacks a season. That is very rare for somebody his age. And it was a great signing by Caserio, but then he's suspended for 6. He got hurt last year. He's hurt now. He may never hurt him. Tommy Togiai has been a huge surprise. And the kid was a waiver claim last year. They do a tremendous job coaching defensive linemen. They take guys who haven't done squat with other teams, or they've bounced around like a pinball, like Mario Edwards, and they find roles for them, whether it's rushing the passer, whether it's stopping the run. Look at Derek Barnett. Derek Barnett was a first-round bust in Philadelphia. All of a sudden, every time he plays, he makes big plays. Tim Settle played really well. Foley Fatukasi was a good run player. They are loaded up front, and I'm glad they kept so many. Better to keep good guys at positions instead of let a couple good go, to keep a couple not so good at other positions, and that's what they've done, because DeMeco has told us a million times, you have to win in the trenches, and they win in the trenches on defense, and now they got to learn to win in the trenches on offense. And all that talk about Cam Robinson being traded. So you want Blake Fisher to be your third tackle? He had a great game in the second preseason game. He was really good. But other than that, he struggled. Now, maybe that's a sign that he's going to play better. But to me, you want 4 tackles. And when you got a veteran like Cam Robinson, is up for a 5th-round pick. You don't need another 5th-round pick next year. You need guys going to help you right now, especially if it's in the offensive line.
John, you mentioned Woody Marks earlier. I mean, realistically, how much do you think we'll see him early this season, especially with Joe Mixon being out for the first month of the season?
I'm interested, Chris, to see if Dargun Bawali is going to be the 3rd down back who can catch the ball, and he's really good blocker and everything. But Woody Marks is a good blocker, and he was a great receiver in college, and he had a couple of really impressive runs following his blockers in the last preseason game. And they didn't utilize him in the passing game the way I think they will in regular season. They didn't want to show too much. Keep in mind, Nick Caley hasn't showed much at all about what he's going to do against the Rams and other teams. That's why I can't wait to see what Caley does when the gloves come off. And I wouldn't be surprised, because they really liked Woody Marks, that if they didn't find a significant role for him. And if Pierce gets hurt, which is happening to him a lot, but it's the last year of his contract, players have a way of staying healthy the last year of their contracts. This is a great opportunity for Dameon Pierce. He's going to get play calls for him more designed to his talent than what he was getting last year. And is out most of the time. Then when they went to a gap game, he ran well. So I can't wait to see Pierce, and I can't wait to see Woody Marks. And you never know, because there's a lot of backs that come out of nowhere, low picks, undrafted, mid picks that come out, get an opportunity, and boom, all of a sudden they're producing big time. And it wouldn't surprise me if Marks didn't do that. But hopefully Nick Chubb stays healthy and Dameon Pierce stays healthy, and they only have to use Marks in the passing game.
John, do you think that we will see an improvement year from Dalton Schultz? And what kind of year do you think we get from Cade Stover year 2?
Well, since most players make their biggest improvement between first and second season, I would say Stover will improve in the offense. It's new to him, but he's a devastating blocker. And he's not a huge guy, but he is a tough guy, and he knocks some guys on their butt. It's obvious he likes doing it. And Dalton Schultz was really good his first year. Last year he was not. Hopefully he'll bounce back and be the receiver he was 2 years. Some of that could be the issues that Stroud had with the blocking and the pressure that he was under almost constantly. I went back and watched a bunch of Texans games last year, and it's amazing when Stroud had just a couple of seconds how good he was to throw to his guys, and also when he had his receivers together. There weren't many games where they had all 3 wideouts, their top 3 guys. If he gets some time to throw and continues to show it, because they don't. Texans are set at general manager, head coach, and quarterback. When your franchise has those 3 positions locked down for a long time, think about where that puts you ahead of other franchises. And the McNairs, Hannah and Cal, they right now, they've been ideal owners. They want to know what goes on. They give them money. They give them whatever they need. Casario needs this. They say, here, it's yours. They don't get in the way of personnel decisions, and they don't shortchange the franchise on money. Can you imagine if they were acting like the Bengals or the Cowboys? I hate to even use them in the same sentence, but the ownership is good, and the GM and the head coach and the quarterback. I don't think they're going to the Super Bowl this year, but it wouldn't surprise me next year if Houston has a legitimate chance to have its first Super Bowl team.
John, what do you think is going on with C.J. Gardner-Johnson? Do you think he's ready to play week 1? Do you think maybe he misses a week? You think he's going to be able to get through the season healthy? What's your expectation for him as of right now?
We'll know that when we see about practice next week. Players are going to get 3 days off. They come back. When you've been out as long as he has now, and you see him walking around and he doesn't limp or anything. So I think it's only a matter of time. If he's not there for the first game, I bet he's there for the second. any approval. He wants, Philadelphia's gotten rid of him 2 times now, and he's won a Super Bowl ring. And so I'm pretty sure he's got a big chip on his shoulder, and he makes the secondary, tougher, and more confident because he is unfiltered. And I think that kind of confidence, cockiness that he has rubs off in this secondary has got a chance to be great, just like this defense does.
He's General John McClain with us on the guest line. John, let's talk about your Houston Astros. No, you don't want to talk about your Astros?
I'm tired of throwing up.
Well, they're up 1-0 right now.
They were up 1-0 last night.
That's true.
Last night, oh God, I was wishing you wouldn't ask, was the worst game they've had this year. And they've had some wretched performances against bad teams. And with Yardine being back and the fans being so fired up, they act like they didn't want to play. They act like uninspired, lifeless, just bored, bad fielding, bad base running, and couldn't hit in the clutch. Other than that, they were fine. Hunter Brown, now, it looked to me like he got kind of upset at the fielding thing. You had 2 errors. Dubon could have had 1. It was just a terrible performance against a team that had been outscored 18-1 in Pittsburgh over the weekend, and by far. They should have been embarrassed. And I guess they were embarrassed, but they go, hey, it's a long season. Fortunately for them, Seattle stunk it up again, but now Seattle has won. Can you imagine if they lose this series to the Rockies? This was the time to make the move. The Rockies, the Angels, and the Yankees. And so far, they are off to a terrible start.
Now, I just want you to know,
other than that,
Chris,
everything's fine.
I just want you to know, Chris.
John is not happy about this.
You heard everything that John just said about the Astros. He sent me a message on X yesterday. He says, "Don't be too negative about the Astros."
Don't be.
Yeah,
he can be negative about them, but you can't be too negative.
I said, don't be too negative about our Astros.
There you go.
But the Astros who aren't ours, we can hammer them.
Hammer them. John, I won't make you talk about the Astros.
No, I don't mind.
I know you don't. I want to ask you a general kind of NFL.
Hey, by the way, Chris, hang on a second.
Yep.
Bobby Shantz, who won the first game in Astros history in 1962, I listened to the victory over the Cubs in my transistor radio when I was 8 years old. I was about to turn 100.
Oh, wow.
He is the only living player who played for Connie Mack, one of the all-time great owners/managers in baseball. But Bobby Shantz, there's a story about him, I think, in the Athletic, is turning 100, and he won the first game in franchise history out there.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
Keep in mind, Connie Mack last managed in 1950.
Yeah, that's amazing. That is amazing.
Bobby Shantz was MVP in 52, and 10 years later, he beat the Cubs, and Ramon Mejia hit 2 home runs, and the Colt 45s started 1-0.
Wow. John, real quick before we get you out of here in a minute, give me 1 or 2 storylines that are non-Texans that you're looking forward to seeing how they play out going into the regular season.
My God, I'm so sick of the Cowboys. I wish they'd just get Micah Parsons in there and then declare a moratorium on anything written or said about him and Jerry Jones. Jerry will probably do it as close to their opener as he can, so he'll get more attention nationally. But that's the one story I'm sick of. I'm very interested in Aaron Rodgers. He has been very quiet. There's no controversy. It's like he signed with Pittsburgh and disappeared. Can't wait to see how that's going to play out. And then, of course, all the teams in the AFC South and their young quarterbacks. And Indy, really, with Daniel Jones, unless he's a miracle worker, they're going to be in the market for a quarterback. And then, of course, there's the big game this weekend that everybody in the country is going to be watching, and that would be Auburn and Baylor on Friday night.
Jerry Jones. Ass.
You just,
of course.
Say his name and the devil will appear.
Is there any talk show in the country that does not go a day without mentioning Jerry Jones?
Oh, no, he's reality TV.
And he loves it. He loves every second of it.
I feel sorry for all the media and the talk show hosts in Dallas having to talk about this subject every day. I tweeted last week one line. I said, is anybody else sick of the Cowboys besides me? I had all kinds of people respond. And, of course, they're all sick of it.
Oh, yeah.
Jerry loves the drama, but nobody else does.
The greatest showman in the history of professional sports is Jerry Jones.
He thrives on drama. He really does. Thrives on it.
And all the players, the agents, the coaching staff, the fans, the media, they all can't stand it. But Jerry, I'm going to admit it. It is on my bucket list to be on Jerry Jones' tour bus because I want to see how much cocaine is on that bus.
You think there's still cocaine on that bus to this day?
I think he finds like random 22-year-olds on Instagram and rolls them in the cocaine. He's the General John McClain with us on the guest line. Joins us every Wednesday night. John, always appreciate you, my friend. We'll talk next week.
Thanks, John.
Patrick, Chris, thank you guys very much, as always.
John McClain with us on the guest line. Now, when I said he rolls women in cocaine, what do you think John's face looked like in that moment?
Oh, my goodness.
He's just like, oh, God.
Here we go. Like, let me get off of this call right now. Let me off.
I'm telling you, I'm pretty much sure that Jerry Jones rolls young women in cocaine and then cleans them up with his nose. I don't want to do
This is
that.
not a report, okay? This is
just,
This is pure speculation right here.
And
let's just throw that out there.
And look, I mean, clearly he's got the tiger blood because God knows how many times he's done this and he's lived.
Goodness gracious.
Regular humans would have died doing this, but Jerry, it just gives him a little bit of energy. It's like an energy drink.
Jerry Jones is going to live a very long time.
He chugs a Red Bull, and it's like, I can do all the cocaine.
He's going to live a long time.
I don't want to do the coke. I just want to watch.
You want to get on the bus to watch.
I want to watch as he does like a brick of coke, and then he's like, let's party! Because pretty much outside of him and Charlie Sheen, nobody else could do a brick of coke.
Oh, my God.
And live. And Lamar Odom tried to do this, and he wound up in a hospital for months. Everybody else, you'd be dead. But Jerry's got the tiger blood, man. You can't kill him. You can't kill him. There's no amount of cocaine in the world could kill Jerry Jones.
He's going to live a very long time.
You know what I'm telling you?
He's not very, very long time.
He's, if you watch Men in Black, Jerry, just like Elvis, he's not going to die. He's just going to go home.
I don't even think he's going to do that, honestly.
All right, we talked about this with John earlier. A lot of eyes on Bobby Slowick do offensively. Why? Well, you'll hear why next.
The countdown is on. 3, 2, 1.
It's the final countdown.
The rosters are set. The preseason is over. The moment we've been waiting all off-season for is just a week away. H-Town, are you ready?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painter's Trust kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply STOP to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country. When you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
Connect with a local divorce attorney today. Text GUYS55 to 32 32 32. GUYS55 to 32 32 32. Office in Houston Metro and St. Louis.
Our Vision Homes is a 5-star, A+ rated turnkey custom home builder. They've been serving the entire greater Houston area for 18+ years. And folks, they're growing, baby. They want to hear from you. Our Vision is your family's home, and if you're looking to add bells and whistles, they can do it all seamlessly at one time with one point of contact. Are you ready to build that dream home? Our Vision Homes ain't hard to find. Stop by one of their 4 beautiful model homes and information centers. They're open 7 days a week, y'all. Check them out online at ourvisionhomes.com or give them a shout at 281-844-2887.
You worked hard for your 401k. But if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 346-371-3330. That's 346-371-3330.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know millions of people are getting prescription medications for weight loss, sexual health, better sleep, and more? All online? RexMD.com has made getting these medications free of the most popular medications right to your door. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, we'll prescribe and ship clinically proven options to help with issues like weight loss.
I've lost 45 pounds so far. It's nice to get back into clothes that I haven't been able to wear for a long time.
We can also help with insomnia.
I slept through the whole night. It made me feel very well rested and ready to go for the day.
And RexMD can improve your sexual health.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is happier. I am definitely much happier.
At RexMD.com, we've made the process fast, easy, and affordable. Visit RexMD.com right now to get started. That's REXMD.com.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
And presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Much thanks to the General John McClain, A, joining us with all of his insights and information, and B,
dealing with your craziness,
tolerating my insanity.
Yes.
I mean, that's what you really get paid for when you're on this show. You don't get paid to be a host. You get paid to deal with my insanity.
I just told you off air. I'm used to it now. In fact, I expect it, and I would feel like I missed out if you didn't say something off the wall while I'm on air with you.
So first time we did a show together and that hit you, your reaction was like,
well, once I realized that, oh, he's a New Yorker, I was like, okay. And, every now and then.
You gotta say some ish.
Every now and then, that New York accent, that New York just comes out in you. So I'm like, oh, yeah, I just chalk it up to that. Man.
Yeah, when
I'm used to it now.
Just when we get riled up.
Yeah.
Comes out a little bit.
And sometimes you're not even riled up, but you are riled up. It's not really riled up, but it's just you.
It happens.
That's just you. That's who you are.
These are things that do, in fact, happen. And I feel bad for Mitch because... Mitch grew up a sheltered young man, very much in the eyes of the Lord, and now he's got to work with Satan's child. And
is this like culture shock for you? Like the first few times you worked with him, Mitch?
Oh no,
no,
it's not that. But no,
It's
like,
not.
No. Like there's nothing. There's nothing. But no, the New York does come out of him from time to time.
It does. Yeah.
And yeah, that's why I was like, oh yeah, the New York definitely comes out. I wasn't saying he was bad or anything.
All right, so Mitch, how many shows have you worked on 610? Have you worked on all the shows?
Probably all of them, yeah. As of a few months ago, yeah.
Okay, so you've done Payne and Pendergast, you've done In the Loop, you've done The Drive, and you've done Area 45.
Yes, sir.
In your opinion, which show has the wildest stuff said on it? I don't mean takes. I mean just wild stuff.
I would have to say that it's The Drive.
It's The Drive.
Yeah.
What wild stuff? Now,
I was gonna say it's either Area 45 or The Drive.
It's got to be Clint talking about his underwear and his poop. It's got to be.
No, all three of them.
T-Mill too. T-Mill kind of wild too.
The amount of times that I've came in there and that they're just talking about like sex and stuff like that and making 69 jokes. I'm like, this is like a high school like lunchroom table. That's what it reminds me of. Some of the stuff that they had. Like I've actually shown.
That wasn't even that long ago for you, huh?
Yeah, well, I guess so. Yeah,
it wasn't. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but I've shown my friends some of the clips because when I'm doing Area 45, I'll like hear the end of that show and I'll come in. I'll be like, "What? How do you even get to this topic with sports?" And then Tyler will be like, "I don't know. We just kind of got there."
You never know what to expect with these two shows.
I got a text earlier today from Tony, Viking Carpet One Outlet and Flooring.
Shout out.
You're not going to get a better deal from anybody over Tony. Tony's going to give you the best deal. All you got to do is give him a call over there at Viking Carpet One in Spring. And look, doesn't matter where you are. You could be in Baytown, Katy, Galveston, Conroe. They'll take care of you. Just call up and go, Tony! And you will get the most phenomenal deal. So he texted me to tell me about the latest person from Area 45 who is they got a job from. And then he says, I also love that you're using Clint's double wide. So we always refer to the bathroom as Clint's office. And during, their show was on air.
Goodness.
Well, I was using one bathroom and Ron Hughley is using the other. So Clint decides he needs to tell everybody about this.
Wait, so y'all taking a tag team number 2?
I walked in to go handle my business because I'm like, I want to do this before my show starts.
Well, of course, you got to take the pre-show poop.
Then Ron comes running in like they're on a break and he thinks, hey, he's got to, do like a 4 minutes or less. And
quickie.
And Clint comes running in right behind Ron, and I'm like, "What is this like? These guys are like tag teaming. Like, okay, we've got a 4-minute break. Let's both run to the can."
Yeah.
And there's only 2 cans, so Clint was SOL, and
oh man,
and he had to break, and he decided when they came back that he was going to tell everyone, "Man, Ron's in one, and PC's in the other."
Damn.
I'm left out here on the outside, and I can't handle my business. And
now, did he see you go in there? How did he know it was you, by your shoes, or how did he know you were in there?
Oh, because when he walks in there and both the doors are locked, he's like, "Oh, sheesh, man, come on, man, both of these things is bugging." I'm like, "Well, we knew you were coming, so we decided to block you."
Mitchell, I blame you for this conversation. You brought us here. You did.
I mean,
I blame you.
Yeah. I definitely. I trust me. I definitely knew earlier today when I walked into the.
Oh my
When
goodness.
I walked into the room, I was like, "Oh, it smells a little funky in here."
That was wrong.
I was like, "Oh, is Clint not here today?" And he's like, "Oh no, he had to use
Clint
the
was here.
restroom bad.
He had to go.
left right when it ended." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, I can smell that.
Damn."
I can smell that."
Goodness gracious.
Look, every guy has to,
it happens.
process the air.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's unscented and sometimes it's scented. And for Clint, he had the extra scented.
The extra strength scent.
Oh, it was leaking out. It was leaking out. Yeah.
He probably needs like a dryer sheet or something back there.
Oh God.
Just to kind of clear, rectify that situation.
Oh my Lord.
Just stick a dryer sheet or 2 back there.
Mud butt.
The very first show I ever did with Clint was like they literally called me 25 minutes. Hey, the guy supposed to be working with Clint today had an emergency. He can't show up. It's like 2 days after Christmas.
Oh, wow.
Nobody's here.
Of course.
Could you get there? And I'm like, I am 45 minutes away from the station. So I can get there at like 2:30.
Yeah.
Show started at 2.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Just get there.
Just get there.
And I wasn't working with Clint 10 minutes. And he's telling me about how all his underwear got holes in it.
Oh, my Lord.
And, the issues that he has with, the backfiring and things like that.
You had to clean that one up, huh?
So he's telling me how he had to go buy new underwear because his underwear got holes in.
Eventually, you got to do that.
I asked him, I said, so you're going to get the Burger King ones that say home of the Whopper right across the front?
The Whopper.
He says, man, if I came in with that, my wife would leave.
Oh, my Lord. Home of the Whopper. You should have done it.
I absolutely should
have it your way.
I feel like I should actually buy them for him just to see if he will wear them in front of Lauren and see what her reaction is, because that story will be hilarious.
I have a question for y'all. Is it just when y'all get older, do y'all just feel more comfortable?
When y'all get older?
Yeah.
I love how you just slighted us right there. When y'all get older.
Okay. Oh, well,
once you've had your first colonoscopy.
Yeah.
See, I'm not there.
CFG.
I'm not there yet.
No, I'm not saying you are.
Gone there yet. I'm not there yet.
Is it
you're gonna be
something of just getting older that y'all just don't care where y'all take a dump anymore? Because I swear, because
you know what, I've never really cared.
Like, because I know a lot of people my age, they'll be like, "Oh no, I'm not using it in a public restroom," or I'm not using.
But here's the thing: a lot of y'all be lying though, because when I was younger, folks would say that, but they was lying. If you gotta go, if you really gotta go, you're probably gonna go wherever.
I remember people used to do that in high school. And then I'm not using it. I'm like, dude, you're going to wait 3 hours and they would just run home.
No,
fart the whole way there.
Crap yourself.
The farts is an extra boost. You know what I mean?
In high school, you would never go in the boys' room. No,
okay.
You went to the nurse's office.
Oh, I thought you were saying you were going to the girls' room. I was like, hold on.
you went to the nurse's office.
Is that not where you thought this was going, Mr. Partee?
The nurse would actually,
maybe.
Like, there was like a group of 5 of us that she knew every time we walked in what we were doing.
Wait, so y'all was just blowing up the nurse's bathroom?
Yeah,
hey, y'all ain't right. Y'all wasn't right, man.
And she actually,
was not right.
as we get ready to walk in there, you'd hear her yell, "Use the spray!" Because she would keep like 3 bottles of spray in there. For depending, it didn't matter who it was.
Febreze existed back then?
When you came in?
I'm just kidding.
What's that?
Febreze. You said Febreze existed.
Oh, they hadn't invented Febreze yet. It was just Lysol. Or it was there was some other kind of spray. It was just like potpourri. It was just like perfumey
potpourri,
type of thing, and it smelled worse than what you did. Because in the boys' room, most of the stalls didn't have doors.
And a lot of times they wouldn't be toilet paper even in the early. It'd be very
toilet seats.
Yeah.
I mean, see, when you're younger,
especially if you was in public school,
even when you're older, like you will say, I'm not going to go in that nasty place. The problem is, as you get older, you are more likely to have an event where it's like your body tells you you have 3 minutes in counting.
Yeah. Find somewhere.
And I'm not going to go here isn't an option.
Sometimes it's not.
And you might walk into a place and be like, oh my God, this toilet hasn't been cleaned since like 1936. And you will lay like 5 layers of toilet paper on the seat because you're not going to touch it.
I've been there.
You see, when you gotta, you gotta.
What I do.
Have you ever had that happen to you? You going somewhere, it's just so filthy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, see, this is what I do now. And I bring this to work. I'll go to when I work Texans game days and all that. I bring flushable wipes with me everywhere.
Yeah,
I see Mitchell.
Those are one of the greatest inventions.
Dude wipes.
I'll wipe down the toilet seat or whatever, so I can sit down on it just to make sure, because I don't know if someone's been. Because some of y'all don't know how to aim. I'll just say that. Some of y'all don't know how to aim.
You ain't never had to just squat, like you get your butt cheeks just far enough away, but you're like squatting. I've had to do that before.
Listen, the best value in flushable wipes, you go to Sam's Club and you get the Members Mark brand. Best value. Those things are awesome, and they're cheap.
Hey, he's spitting some facts. I don't have a Sam's membership, but he's probably spitting some facts. how you save money.
Hey, I got
So
kids in
Costco?
college. I am all about the saving
I
and the
get it.
money.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Shout out them.
Shout out.
One's a senior and one's a freshman.
Yeah.
In college?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
nice.
His kid's out of the house, man.
What school do they go to? Or is
My
this-
son goes to UT Dallas and my daughter goes to SFA.
Okay. Knack of nowhere is what I heard is what
That's what
call
they
it.
call it. Knack of nowhere.
Knack of nowhere. Nice.
But you know what? They got a Chili's.
Hey, Chili's.
Is that the
that's where it's
barometer?
at.
That's the bar right there. I do like Chili's.
See, me and my friend used to make fun of it, but me and my friend used to love it. We'd always go there, but it's like now it's became mainstream. But it used to be like where middle-aged white people would have date night.
Stop it.
It's that is true. That's where it used
Chili's
to be.
has always been mainstream.
No, more recently with
they've always been mainstream.
I used to get made fun of the, oh my gosh, why are you going to Chili's? Now people my age are like, oh, let's go to Chili's, let's get a marg.
you do
Oh my
realize
God.
there's a lot less Chili's around now than there was like 15, 20 years ago.
I did not know that.
There are. The Chili's are kind of all over the place.
I was
There's a
also
lot less now.
8 back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're like 22, so you don't
23.
know.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, whatever.
I'm on LeBron year.
You ain't even a quarter century old yet.
Yeah. I'm about to be 24 coming up.
Yeah.
You get me anything for my birthday, PC?
Youngin.
It'll be my Kobe year.
He had to think
24?
about that. He had to think about that.
What do I get a 24-year-old who's celibate? I'll work on it. What day is it?
October 2nd.
Look.
Work on it.
Strip
Dude,
club is crazy.
He ain't go to a strip club. Come on.
I don't even really like clubs in general. I've been to one club. I stayed there for 10, 15
Dude,
minutes. Dipped.
The only club he's going to has comic books.
Oh, gosh. I did.
There's nothing wrong with that, but
He's going to play
I
some
did go
Magic
to
the
a-
Gathering in the back.
Nah, I'm more of a Yu-Gi-Oh guy.
So you never been to a only one real club, never a strip club?
Nah, I went to a
regular club,
and
I
I
should
was
say.
like, I went to a regular club. It was just like
Not for you, huh?
It was just not for me.
Yeah,
I just dipped. I was just like,
Not for
what
everybody.
is this? It was just super cramped. And then like
That's what
it
they
was
are.
a weird club because no one was dancing. That's what was weird. It's just everybody was
that's your
just
gen-
surrounding,
that's
and
your
there was
generation,
nobody.
man. That's your
I was
generation.
like, why? Why is nobody dancing? And people are like, nah, this is normal. And I was like, okay, if this is normal, I'm leaving. I don't care.
Because y'all are Gen Z and you're
Why
strange.
is nobody dancing? Because most people your generation are like, oh my God, that's a girl. What do I do?
Oh my gosh, yeah. Well, that's
The girls
yeah.
are saying the same thing to the boys.
If
It's
I
a boy,
stand-
what do I do?
If I stand too close to the girl, will I get like
that's
the heebie-jeebies?
Well, that's because like
Catch cooties.
some guys are worried about what girls will say because girls can say something and then people will take it as facts, even if it's not. Sometimes.
They have no idea what to do because they've never talked to a girl face
Oh,
to face.
oh, yeah.
They've only used these devices
Social media.
here, and they've done this little thing with their thumbs.
This little
but
thing.
now face to face, they do the
Abba.
Yeah, I would say social media is definitely like it's.
Just technology in general.
I gotta go.
I'm the opposite. I don't like using social media to communicate with like significant others or whatever. I like being in person. Like that's how I've always been. I'm like, I don't even know what to say over the DMs. Let me just
Over
can I
the
get you on-
DMs.
You know, I just like, can I talk with you in person? Can I talk with you on the phone?
So
And if
Mitchell,
I do.
Mitchell, you ain't sliding
Got
no
you wrapped
DM.
up.
You ain't sliding in DMs on Instagram.
And if
Be
I do,
honest.
it's really bad. Well, I have a girlfriend.
Okay.
But like, what I did
before her.
Yeah, well,
What's
what
his
I
name?
had to, what's his name is crazy. No, I had to slide into her DMs, but it was just some awful, like, yeah.
All right, before the boss slides into my DMs.
Exactly. Let's get this thing back on track.
Hot leads is next.
The Texans' initial 53-man roster is set. There were a few surprises, but in the end, the leads.
These are the new leads.
Now look, I need the leads.
These are the Glengarry leads.
2 lead cards for tonight, 2 lead cards for tomorrow.
Why give him the good leads? He's got the leads. He's got the leads. He's got the good leads. The whole thing is the leads.
They stole the Glengarry leads.
Let's talk about the coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
It's time for the leads. We'll start with what's going on at Dyken Park, where the Astros have one stinking run on 3 stinking hits. Top of the 7th. They lead 1-0. Framber Valdez has had to be basically perfect. He has gone 6 shutout innings, 3 hits, 1 walk, 5 Ks. He is at 77 pitches. So Framber definitely pitching the 7th, maybe pitching the 8th.
He's doing work. I mean, wasn't that your question coming in?
Would it be good Framber
we would see? Yeah.
Bad Framber? Well, they've gotten ace Framber tonight. And thank freaking God they did.
Because they've needed it.
Because their offense is ass.
I mean, Jordan can't even get a pitch across or even near the plate.
Yeah,
he can't get nothing tonight.
Jordan's 0 for 1. He's walked twice.
Goodness.
Down on the farm, Space Cowboys. Pedro Leon is 0 for 2 with a walk. Jake Myers, first game on the rehab assignment. He's 0 for 3 with a punch-out.
Nice build up there.
It is what it is. But Space Cowboys are up 4-1 the bottom of the 6th. Rashee Rice. Well, apparently he is going to
he got
a 6-game rip from the NFL. Rice accepted a 6-game suspension for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy and will begin serving the suspension to start the season. He's eligible to return when KC plays Week 7 ahead of their game against Las Vegas. He was sentenced to 30 days in jail and 5 years probation for his role in a multi-car crash in Dallas that left multiple people injured during the 2024 offseason in July. Since he is not appealing, it will void out his hearing before a federal judge. He pled guilty in district court to 2 third-degree felonies for collision involving serious bodily injury. Maybe, just maybe, NFL players can realize you're not supposed to do 115 miles an hour in a 30.
No, you're not. Doesn't matter how fast your car is.
Rice, 79 catches, 938 yards, and 7 touchdowns in his rookie season in 23. Tore the LCL in his right knee week 4 last year. Now he will not play until week 7. The love story that broke the internet.
Oh.
Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Yeah. Our friends over at our sister station were celebrating the engagement by playing hour-long blocks of Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Saying
they went all out for this.
They were saying, hey, just let us know what your favorite T Swift song is and we'll play it.
Did you call in and let them know what your favorite Taylor Swift song was?
You know I didn't. You know why?
You did not.
Because aren't like all Taylor Swift songs breakup songs?
Not all of them.
Maybe we shouldn't be playing any Taylor Swift songs to celebrate their engagement. Maybe we should play songs by,
not all of them.
People who sing actual love songs, not songs about how you're never, ever, ever, ever.
Ever. 22 is not a breakup song.
Or, what was the Bad Blood?
Yeah.
Now
we got Bad Blood.
All the songs are about breakups.
Not all of them, but a majority, but not all.
Can we think of any that aren't?
I just told you one, 22.
I never even heard of that song.
Yeah. She's celebrating being 22. That's not at least I don't remember it being a breakup song. There could have been a hidden message that I missed, but I don't think that was a breakup song.
I am not familiar with that song. and she probably talking about whoring out.
Stop it.
Because that's what you do when you're 22.
Stop it.
You get drunk and you do immoral things.
You are going to be attacked
unless you're Mitch Millimaki, in which case you stayed home and played video games.
I don't even play video games.
He played board games.
I don't really play board games either.
Gravel.
In a rough. Give him a break.
Mitch was playing Parcheesi.
Parcheesi. I don't even know what this is. Is this a game from the 60s?
Earlier.
Yeah, it was way back. Don't even worry about it.
We did play it in the 80s.
People still play it, but
you play Sorry with the Pop-O-Matic bubble.
He has no idea what
He doesn't know what a Pop-O-Matic is.
No idea.
No, I know what Sorry is.
Oh, you do?
I don't know what this.
But you don't know what a Pop-O-Matic is.
But you don't know what the little
Pop-O-Matic.
Yeah, it's the dice
button
are
in the middle.
inside
Yeah.
a Pop-O-Matic bubble, and you push the bubble, and it pops
Wasn't
the
that
dice.
Sorry? Where you go, you press it, and then the dice shakes it up?
Yeah, as I said, the Pop-O-Matic bubble.
Okay, yeah. I thought that was just a normal Sorry.
Not all Sorries have that.
Oh, I thought every Sorry did.
That was like something kind of like came up like in like the
Special
70s
edition.
where games started to have the Pop-O-Matic bubble.
Extras.
Did you play Life?
Yeah, I've played Life.
little
I've played
car?
Life before. I haven't played that in a minute. I haven't played that in years. But yeah, Life. I used to always pick the athlete route, even though I'd get less money.
Kids today are probably like, why is there a Pinterest pin that goes in the car?
Ha-ha!
A Pinterest pin.
That would be
What is a pin?
because in life it's the little people that go in the car.
Mhm. Yeah.
It's just a stick with a round head,
Yeah,
like the Pinterest pin.
sure.
You don't know. Moving on.
I'm not a big.
Do you
Pinterest.
have what kind of phone do you have?
An iPhone 13. I don't use Pinterest.
He's
My
got an
girlfriend
iPhone
does.
4.
Did you say 4?
It's an iPhone 13.
4.
Yeah. Okay.
Still has a home button.
Give Mitch a break.
I don't mind. I'm here for the fun.
All right, how close did the NBA come to history?
Ooh.
Dawn Staley said she did, in fact, interview with the Knicks for the head coaching job, and that if she had been offered the job, she would have taken it. She said, I would have had to do it, not just for me, for women, to break that door open. I would have had to. It's the New York Knicks. I'm from Philly, but it's the freaking New York Knicks. Do you think we will see a female NBA coach before 2030?
Yes. Yes. I think we're trending. We've already been trending towards that. I think it'll happen. That gives us 5 years. Yeah. I think it'll happen within the next 5 years.
Will it be Becky Hammond?
That's who everybody thinks the first one's going to be. And people may be right about that.
I don't know about that.
About what?
I don't know.
That it's going to happen, or that it should be Becky Hammond?
Do you think? No.
Okay.
Do you think it'll? Okay. Do you think if it does happen, it'll be kind of like how we hired David Culley because we had the whole like lawsuit against us with Brian Flores? Do you think it's going to be like, oh, we're gonna hire a woman so we can get more viewers, and we could be in the news a little bit more?
Yeah,
Because
that's a separate conversation.
If the Hornets did that, it would immediately be talked about on ESPN all the time. Their merch, their sales, all this stuff.
That's a separate conversation. He asked if I think it's going to happen. Like that's a
true.
whole nother conversation right there.
Yeah, I guess
for
so.
another day. I think it's going to happen within the next 5 years.
I don't know. It's also a different ballgame.
The reason could be any reason, but yeah, I think it'll happen within the next 5 years.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I just think women's ball game is it's going to be different. It's just like different things that they have to deal with. So I don't know. We'll see. Sorry to interrupt.
All right, and that's going to be the leads. Our time is up.
Is it really?
Our time is up. Coming up next, I'm in the camp that DeMeco's not wrong about a whole lot. But on this one, he's wrong. Next.
The countdown is on. 3, 2, 1.
It's the final countdown.
The rosters are set. The preseason is over. The moment we've been waiting all offseason for is just a week away. H-Town. Are you ready? Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family, every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-3333. That's 800-885-3333. 800-885-3333.
These are the final days to upgrade with Classic Labor Day savings at Classic Chevrolet Highway 6. Shop a huge selection of new Chevys, all holiday priced below market value. Plus, we're paying top dollar for your current vehicle. Trade up and possibly lower your payments. Last chance. Classic Labor Day savings in soon. Visit ClassicChevy6.com. Together, let's drive.
Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference.
Football is back, baby, and Underdog Fantasy is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. And heck yeah, you can play right now, right here in Texas. Playing Underdog Fantasy is easy. Heck, my wife plays with me and she loves it. Here's how it works. You pick whether your favorite player will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, tackles, and much more. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Again, that's win up to 5,000 times your cash. You can play with as little as $1. Millions of fans have already won billions of dollars. We'd be next? That's the question. Look, I love Underdog Fantasy year-round, but football season is the absolute best time. So right now, download the app today and sign up ASAP. When you do, use promo code H-Town and score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code H-Town, y'all. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_HTML for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 346-371-3330. That's 346-371-3330.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. And detailed safety information.
Did you know millions of people are getting prescription medications for weight loss, sexual health, better sleep, and more, all online? RexMD.com has made getting these medications fast and easy, with free delivery of the most popular medications right to your door. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, we'll prescribe and ship clinically proven options to help with issues like weight loss.
I've lost 45 pounds so far. It's nice to get back into clothes that I haven't been able to wear for a long time.
We can also help with insomnia.
I slept through the whole night. It made me feel very well rested and ready to go for the day.
And RexMD can improve your sexual health.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is happier. I am.
CFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and
We finally have more runs.
Liftoff.
Cam Smith, first homer in about 2 months. June 28th was his last homer.
Damn.
Banger into the boxes. 2-0 Astros, bottom 7. That one from Cam.
Is that enough?
It was a Crawford box special. He
smashed that.
He hit a 94.5-mile-an-hour fastball at 91.5 miles an hour.
He smashed
346 feet. Wow. That is a Paredes porch special. But we'll take it. Look, the Astros have sometimes the Paredes porch giveth, sometimes it taketh away. Here it gaveth. Good to see. Like, he hasn't hit a home run since June 28th.
Man.
That was a solid swing.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, just about exactly 2 months.
Let's see. That is about 2 rows. 2 rows into the Crawford boxes.
You know he's feeling good right now.
I don't know how many parks that's a home run in.
Hey, it don't matter.
It matters that it was a home run.
Exactly.
In this park.
That's all is a home run. That's all that matters.
Framber Valdez, 7 shutout innings tonight. 3 hits, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. He is at 99 pitches, and he walked off the mound with the salute like
he gave a signal.
Freaking done.
Yeah.
He was a little warm around the face.
Oh yeah. He had that. You mentioned it in the break, but he had that look on his face, like I've done my part. Bring it home.
Score me some dang run.
Bring it home now, fellas. Bring it home.
All right. We said, I usually don't find DeMeco to be wrong about a whole lot of things, but
you don't.
Well, he was wrong on this one. DeMeco angry today, scolding the media.
Yeah.
Over their attempt to ascertain information on Texans running back Joe Mixon, who has not been seen for months.
Yeah.
Today, DeMeco was, he was a little hot under the collar about it. This is the exchange, and listen to DeMeco because his level of patience decreases very quickly here. Here's DeMeco Ryans, less than pleased about the media asking about Joe Mixon.
Yeah, everything we do for when it comes to injuries, and I don't, because I'm thinking about the player. Like, it's different for me. I played the game, so I can see all the news and media that circulates on everybody speculating. Well, it's not us speculating. It's everybody who's writing the stories are speculating. So it's more so of let's not speculate if you don't know the true information. And why is everybody so quick to find some story on a player when he's dealing with whatever he's dealing with? That's his personal information. I don't think anybody would speculate on the people who are writing the story wouldn't speculate on your medical situation, because would that be fair? No, it wouldn't be. So it's all out of respect to the players and the men who put the work in the locker room to grind and what they put their bodies through to be on the fields. Like, that's always the forefront of my thoughts. Everybody really doesn't care about our players in that manner. Everybody kind of just wants to write a story. And now in the day and age where we are with everybody wants to be first with a story, there's no repercussions for people writing inaccurate stories about players. You can just put something out and you don't really know the information. It's not true, but nothing happens. You just, take it down. So where is the old school reporting where people used to fact find, take time, really dig and find like the true accurate information on players. That doesn't happen anymore, right? Everybody wants to get right. Get it. It's the microwave society wants to know, and that leads to inaccurate information. Well, I would just say it's really that's Joe's business, that's whoever's business, and don't talk about it. Let him be at peace. Let him do what he has to do to recover and get back right to play the game that he sacrificed his body, time for. All these guys do that. So the speculation, it isn't from our end, it's from everybody else who wants to be first. And I get it. It's the clickbait. I want to be first. I reported it first, so I'm the best. Well, how is that helping our players? It's not. And it's inaccurate. And what happens to you when you put out an inaccurate story? Nothing. So who's the benefit from this? Our players aren't benefiting from it. Joe isn't benefiting from it. So what are we talking about here, right? So for me, it's always about protecting our players because I truly care about our players.
So I'm not sure what college DeMeco thinks he's at today. But I will say this. He clearly thinks he's in college because in the NFL, the first league where they played for pay.
Yeah.
There's this thing called reporters, and it's their job to report on the team and report on the players. And whether you want to report on them or not, every one of those reporters has a boss. And then go find out what's going on with this guy. There's no news. Go find some.
There's still no news.
I can't find some. Well, you then create some. And that doesn't mean lie, but it means come up with ideas.
Yeah.
Right?
Speculate, as we've talked about.
That is the job of the media, is to find the information. And when you won't give us any information, it's to dig and find info, and it's to speculate until we find the info.
Yeah.
And if, you learned from what happened in the offseason with C.J. Stroud and the shoulder and him not throwing, the idea of if we just said, look, C.J. don't need to throw right now. We're not going to have him throw until we need to have him throw. He doesn't need to throw until, 2 weeks from now. And in 2 weeks, he'll throw. Right? Okay, we're good. You answered our questions. We'll all write stories about what you just told us. I want you to think back to a lesson maybe that you could have learned from the Houston Astros a year ago. When the Astros told us, Kyle Tucker has a bone bruise. He'll miss like a week or 2 weeks. It's not healing as fast as we thought, 3 weeks. Okay, now we're just not saying anything because we lied. 3 months later, it comes out he had a fracture, and then you look like horses' fannies. So to give no information at all is going to lead to guys getting info from teammates, relatives, agents, all of whom you're going to deny whatever they say anyway, if true, false, or not. You're just going to deny it. But eventually, when Joe comes back to play, this year or not, it's going to come out what happened. And if you guys are being ridiculous, you're the ones who are going to look like fools. And don't think that when a media guy puts out a story that turns out to be inaccurate, that there's no repercussion. Because if you've ever been on this thing called the social and the media, you might be familiar with a term called trolling.
A little bit.
When you get it wrong, ask Chris Broussard, when you get it wrong, the internet does not let you forget. Not for at least a month. Unless you really whiff. Then they might not let you forget ever.
Yep.
Again, ask Chris Broussard.
That is very true. It's always amazing how coaches and players, they just can't seem to. I mean, Coach Ryans there, he talked about his job of protecting the players. He has reporters, the media in general understands that. But like you so eloquently put yourself, eloquently, the media and reporters, whatever level it is, they also have a job to do. They have a boss who's sending them out to, especially when you talk about beat writers who are specifically with the team, covering that team, that franchise, they are sent to find out information. They know this. This is what they do. This is their livelihood as well.
I know.
It just amazes me how a lot of guys still, and they understand this, and I get that, yeah, it's frustrating, but as long as you keep not giving information, they're going to keep asking questions because they have to.
I get it that DeMeco went to Alabama. Dude, you're not Nick Saban. You do not get to essentially deny any and all information and then yank the credential from anybody from trying to get it. And if they ask you a question, they're like, okay, you're banned.
Yeah.
That's not how this works.
It's a lot different.
Well, you just shouldn't write about it. Let me introduce you to this thing called the real world.
They're going to write about something.
See, in the real world, they're going to find out. Yeah. Now, granted, today, we're not going to have any situations where Adam Schefter goes into a hospital and takes a picture of somebody's medical chart, violates HIPAA, and spills the beans.
No.
That Jason Pierre-Paul and the New York Giants at the time were trying to hide. Now, because, now we know what will happen next time some idiot does that.
Yeah.
And in reality, all Adam Schefter had to do is, ask the general manager, hey, Mr. Editor, sir. And, he could have gotten all the info he wanted. But DeMeco's totally wrong here. Totally wrong here. And really the best thing they could just do is say, you know what? Kind of like John McClain said earlier. He was rehabbing. He had a setback. We're not sure how long the setback's going to be, but we're working towards getting him right. And when we have more information, we'll get it to you. Real easy. You didn't say anything.
You can keep it simple.
You literally said nothing.
But you said something, though.
But the media now says Joe Mixon was rehabbing his foot injury, had a setback, and now the timetable is unknown. That was it. Instead of, is he going to play this year? Well, when he comes back, he'll come back. You literally just said you don't know if Joe Mixon's going to play this year. That to me says a whole lot more. When you get asked, is he going to play this year? And you dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Because you would think they'd just be like, look, he's going to miss the first 4 games, and we hope to have him back afterwards. You didn't say you did dodge and the duck and the shucking and jiving, and now it's legitimately in the back of people's minds. Hey, Joe Mixon might not play this year.
Yeah,
and they're not telling us why Joe Mixon won't play this year. So why the hell isn't Joe Mixon going to play this year?
And that's where the speculation starts.
Inquiring minds want to know.
That's where you get all the speculation,
and
because now it's out there.
Every beat writer is going to have a story on it because they have bosses, they have sports directors, and they have editors who are going to tell them you're going to write something and we don't give a damn. You're going to write it. And the guys from the National Enquirer are going to tell you aliens, did something to his leg and now his foot is 5 different colors. But this is what happens when you don't take control of the story. PR 101. You get in front of it.
You got to.
You know it's going to be an issue. You come up with your plan, and you execute it. When you act all butthurt and try to do the whole, I'm going to college sports bully you, how dare you be asking questions, and how dare you think that you're going to write about this I don't know who the hell you think you are. You know who the hell Yordan Alvarez thinks he is? He's the guy who just hit a bomb to dead friggin' center.
I told you eventually somebody's got to throw him something.
If you throw him a bomb. For those of you wondering what happens when Yordan Alvarez is not playing with a fractured hand, the answer is that.
Home run.
And by that, let me tell you what that was. That was 107 miles an hour off the bat. 421 feet to dead center.
Wow.
It's a Yor bomb from Yordan. Swinging his Yordong all over the heads of the potheads.
First home run since April 27th.
Yeah, it's hard to hit home runs when you're on the IL.
Yeah.
It's also hard to hit home runs with a busted hand.
Very hard.
Apparently, hand no longer busted.
He must be feeling pretty damn good. That hand is all right.
And see, again, this is they got cute. So
they got cute.
You know, Chivilli tried to he threw him a 95.5 mile an hour fastball low.
Yeah.
Even though it was called a strike, it was low. Then he threw a changeup even lower ball. Then he came back with another changeup that was on the outer half of the plate and about mid-thigh high. And Yordan Alvarez smacked it like a redheaded stepchild.
Leave the step
mule. Like a big old booty. Slap!
How did I know you would keep going? How did I know that?
4-0 Astros in the bottom of the eighth.
That's going to be enough runs, right? 4 is going to be enough.
Well, you know, Brian Abreu has been absolute freaking nails. He's got 11 straight scoreless innings. And he will have the 9th inning.
Yeah.
Coming up next, who's on the Texans' expanded roster, also known as the practice squad? We'll get to that before we get to the H-Town post game, which will be coming up very, very soon as we are feeling a happy recap coming soon.
The Texans in Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Area 45, Sports Radio 610, Patrick Creighton, Chris Partee in for the lazy Sean Bijani.
Shout out to Bijani.
Who literally is doing Jack and Pooh tonight, and Jack left town.
Wait, shout out to Bijani and Santiago. Shout out to both of them.
It's not Santiago's fault. Chris would have worked, but he was banned.
He was banned.
Banned by management. I had nothing to do with this.
I don't know if I buy that.
No, I had nothing to do with this.
He's just always stirring stuff up.
I found out yesterday that he was banned for the week.
For one week specifically, huh? He'll be back next week, but he's just banned for 1 week.
He'll be back next week, but he's banned for the week.
Did he willingly accept his banning?
He unhappily,
like Rasheed Rice,
he was not pleased about being banned. He wanted to work, but he was banned. As far as why he was banned, I'm just going to let everybody speculate.
Of course you are.
But unlike DeMeco Ryans,
like the
I'm
Texans.
not going to yell at them for speculating.
Oh, you're not going to yell at them, huh?
Speculate all you want. Feel free to speculate. Speculate as hard as you can.
Start digging. Pull out that shovel. Start digging.
All of the possible crazy scenarios you can come up with. All right. So, Trent Brown, Jakob Johnson, Damon Arnett Jr., Harrison Bryant, Luke Lachey, Miles Bryant, not related, Jared Wayne, Eli Cox, Junior Tafuna, Solomon Byrd, K.C. Osai, Jackson Woodard, and that sounds like something dirty. On the Texans practice squad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know how you say Endabusi without feeling like you said something.
Just stop it.
Like you said something dirty.
Just don't make us use the dump button on you.
Where did you put it? Endabusi. Wait, what?
No.
I'm going to hell.
It's not what that means.
I'm already going to hell. I'm going to hell for way worse.
Let's not say that.
And now you got Mitch started again. You start talking about going to hell.
Mitch, say that name.
Endabusi? I don't know how to actually say it, but I'm just going off what you're saying.
Endabusi.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
How sure are we that this is how it's pronounced? I'm not very sure.
That's the problem. We're not sure of how it's pronounced. That is the problem.
Mind you, this guy this could be a fake name that he just made up and he just wanted to say a joke. There's a chance. There's a chance that this could be a joke that he wants to say.
It's already a joke.
All right, so apparently the way to say it is Endabuisi.
See, look, there you go. It sounds less scandalous when you say it that way. It sounds a lot less scandalous.
Sounds less pornographic
yes.
when you say Endabuisi.
It's so
not by a lot.
It's less raunchy when you say it the correct way.
Not by a lot.
But it is less. Nonetheless.
Endabuisi.
Debuisi.
It still sounds dirty.
Let's straighten up here.
It still sounds dirty. But, he's 6'6" and 300 pounds. So,
yeah,
we'll say his name however he chooses to say his name, even if it sounds dirty.
I got to go out here and buy groceries and stuff. And so do you. I'm not in the.
But
get us beat up, man.
12 of the 17 spots now filled for the Houston Texans, who will probably fill up the rest of them at some point tomorrow. And look, the 53-man roster is a moving target, right? It's not finalized, and
no,
very possible that on game day, Harrison Bryant might wind up on the active game day roster. Miles Bryant might wind up on the active game day roster. You heard Nick Caserio talk about how it's not a 53-man roster. It's a 69-man roster. And the truth is, with the international player in Ndebwisi,
stop it.
It's a 70-man roster. You're going to get that Ndebwisi in there.
Just don't.
Childish.
I know. You just can't help yourself. I know.
Churlish.
I know.
But how are you feeling about, look, from the guy who were a little bit surprised to you that didn't make the team on the practice squad? And look, we know how Nick Caserio views the practice squad. He basically thinks the whole damn thing is his own taxi squad, bringing guys up and down. You can elevate a guy 3 times before you have to sign him. So,
yeah,
Solomon Byrd. There's guys who are going to get on there. I thought Trent Brown, when he was released, I was like, it tells me he's not healthy. And the fact that they have him back on the practice squad tells me they're going to continue to get him healthy and work on getting his body ready. And maybe when that point comes, maybe at that point they get a little more serious about maybe moving a guy like Cam Robinson. I don't know. I don't know if they move him or not. But I think that when you have a lot of options, you can try to move on from the ones that are more expensive.
Oh, of course.
And go to the ones that are less expensive, if possible. So, but we know they use the practice squad like the whole thing is a taxi squad. And I said, a lot of the guys, a lot of times teams, there's a bunch of guys they're going to cut. They don't want those guys on the practice squad.
Yeah, of course.
I say, the Texans, pretty much everybody that they're cutting, they would want back on the practice squad.
Yeah.
Well, everybody that is on their practice squad was in camp with them. Everybody.
And that says a lot.
They didn't go and grab guys from other team. They just everybody's on their team.
At this point, they have not done that. I mean, that could probably change, but right now, no, they haven't done that.
And I think that tells you the kind of depth that they have. We talked about the competitions that they had and how strong those competitions were, and how much they, how much they talked about. Hey, we're going to have some really tough decisions to make, and the guys who didn't make it is still with the organization.
Yeah.
I will say I was surprised. I saw the names, the list of the guys who were claimed on waivers. There wasn't that many. And as I was looking at the guys who were claimed on waivers from cutdowns, Chris, there was no name that I'd ever heard of. Everybody who got claimed, who the hell are these guys?
So you were kind of baffled by that.
Yeah. I'm like, these are the guys who got claimed? Who the hell are they? So, it was it's good they were able to bring back as many guys as they did. Tomorrow we'll see how many more guys there. Texans' depth is really strong.
That's not a bad problem to have, though. To have that much depth at so many different positions or units, no, that's not a bad thing.
There are definitely worse problems to have in life.
Those tough decisions, those are good tough decisions to have to make. To have that many good players that, okay, well, obviously we can't keep everyone on the main roster, but we'll throw you on the practice squad. And at some point we're going to see at least a couple of these guys come back up to the main roster.
You know what's a hard decision? When you have to have a crappy recap.
Yeah.
But we don't have to have that decision tonight.
No, we don't.
We got a happy recap. And we will get to that next.
The countdown is on. 3, 2, 1.
It's the final countdown.
The rosters are set. The preseason is over. The moment we've been waiting all offseason for is just a week away. H-Town, are you ready?
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Do you want to feel unstoppable again? Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for the Men's T Clinic, where I've been going for over 5 years now to feel unstoppable every day. For me, it was my testosterone level. For you, it might be something else. Get with the experts at the Men's T Clinic so they can customize a plan for total wellness optimization for you. Whether it's testosterone, libido, hair loss, they can help you at the Men's T Clinic. Get in touch with them today. Make that initial consultation at one of their 5 Houston area locations at mensteclinic.com.
Here in Texas, we look out for each other. At home, around town, and especially on our roads. So, let's slow down. Set the phone aside and drive like a Texan. Kind, courteous, and safe. Because that's what neighbors do. Learn more at drivelikeatexan.com. Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
Good times are in season at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Decoys, waders, and firearms that say, I'm flying high and pulling the trigger on duck and dove. Get Monarch and Remington gear for less at Academy. Fun can't lose.
I'm Yuval Michler, founder of Texas Mattress Makers. Most people don't realize their mattress could be the reason they wake up tired, sore, or restless. That's why we take the time to educate you and help you understand what your body needs for the perfect restful sleep. We give you expert guidance and handcrafted comfort, made right here in Texas.
Save huge this Labor Day with up to 30% off plus free cooling and accessories. Plus 0% financing for up to 5 years.
Visit us at one of our greater Houston area locations or shop online at texasmattressmakers.com.
Football is back, and Underdog is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. And yes, you can play it in Texas. Playing Pick'em on Underdog is easy. You just pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Con's going to have. Do you think it's higher or lower? CJ Stroud, how many interceptions? The opposing quarterback, how many interceptions can he rack up? You make your picks, and if you get them right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. You can play with as little as $1, so download the Underdog app today and sign up with the promo code SethP to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code SethP. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details concerned with the play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 346-371-3330. That's 346-371-3330.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth and Advisor.
Liqueur 43 is recognized as the world's top-selling premium Spanish liqueur, and it is the key ingredient in the Carajillo, the greatest after-dinner drink of all time. The Carajillo is Liqueur 43 and coffee. Learn more about Liqueur 43 at buyliqueur43.com. And Zamora reminds our friends to drink responsibly.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton is proudly presented by Viking Carpet One Floor and Home Outlet. Call or text 281-907-6444 for all of your flooring needs.
Sports Radio 610 presents H-Town Post Game. Bijani and Creighton.
Swing and a miss. Abreu closes it out with a strikeout. Number 91 on the year. The Astros shut out the Rockies 4-0. Cesar Salazar in his first start of the season. A shutout. Cam Smith and Yordan Alvarez with home runs. Aggie, that's a good bounce back win.
It's a happy recap with the bounce back win. 4-0. Your Houston Astros blank the Potheads from Colorado. Behind some brilliant pitching by Framber Valdez. 7 shutout innings, 3 hits, 2 walks, 5 Ks. Brian King got the 8th inning in what at the time was still a 2-run game. Pitched an inning, gave up a hit, struck out 2. And then Brian Abreu with the 1-2-3 9th inning and a pair of strikeouts to boot.
Bring it on.
As you heard on the highlight there, Space City Home Network, 91 strikeouts on the season for Brian Abreu, who is now 9 strikeouts short of his 3rd consecutive 100 strikeout season as a reliever. He leads all relievers.
Yeah, I would think.
In strikeouts this season.
I would believe that, yes. Magnifico.
And as Yordan 1 for 2 tonight with a 421-foot 2-run homer. Dead blast center field. Oh, and he walked twice because generally they don't want to pitch to him.
Can we officially say Yordan is back now?
You're back.
Yeah.
Yordan. With the Your Bomb. Yordan Alvarez, and as I said, this was probably the closest thing he's gotten to a strike.
Took advantage of it.
2 days.
Took advantage.
He gets a changeup on the outside part of the plate about mid-thigh, and he absolutely annihilated 107 miles an hour off.
Hammered it.
That was a bomb. And Yordan 1 for 2 with a pair of walks, 2-run homer. Jesus Sanchez 2 for 4 tonight with an RBI single. And how about Cam Smith? Cam Smith with his first home run since June 28th. Solo shot into the Paredes porch, also known as the Crawford boxes. Going 1 for 4 with the solo homer. Astros with 4-0 victory tonight. They didn't hit Chris Dollander like you would think. Chase Dollander, who entered today with a 6.91 ERA and a 1.63 WHIP, 2-10. Got 1 run off of him in 6 innings. So again, a totally ass pitcher faces the Houston Astros, and they basically turned him into an all-star. But they did
not light him up, but you know what? They got the win.
It's amazing to me that they hit Garrett Crochet better than they hit these bums. But the Astros, who got 3 of their 4 runs, 7th inning and later. They do
that.
This team has
They like to do that.
Has made a habit of putting runs up late. That's why, even when they're down, it's like if the lead isn't like really big, If the Astros are within 3 runs going to the 7th, there's a shot because they score late.
You just got to hope that it doesn't come back to haunt them in October.
Man,
waiting that long sometimes to really hit the ball, just in general.
They are college frat boys. They score late. But Astros now 73-60 on the season with the victory. And look, after last night's putrid performance, they needed to bounce back. And they did.
Yeah.
They got, not Joker Fromber. And they got a couple of bombs. Just taking a peek around scores in Major League.
Yeah. Division.
The Arlington Junkgrabbers in the bottom of the 8th are leading the LA drug dealers by the score of 20-3.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Say that again.
The Junkgrabbers are leading the drug dealers 20-3.
Goodness gracious.
20-3. That's a football score.
That is exactly a football score. Exactly. 20-3.
Hey, it's still a 3-score game? Come on, that's not bad.
Come on. 20-3.
20.
Goodness gracious.
The Coffee Sippers beat the Fat Friars earlier today 4-3. So the standings in the AL West do not change.
Was that 1.5?
Astros remain a game and a half ahead of the Coffee Sippers, 6.5 ahead of the Junkgrabbers. As the Astros are 1 up in the win column, 2 up in the loss column on Seattle, and the Junkgrabbers 6 in the win column and 7 up in the loss column. Interesting, though. You know how Disney Sports, also known as ESPN, has the playoff chances, like percentage chance
for teams, yeah.
Despite having a game and a half lead over the Coffee Sippers, according to ESPN, the Coffee Sippers have a higher chance of making the playoffs. The Astros playoff chances 90.8%. The Coffee Sippers 91.9%.
All right.
Well, make it make sense.
Hey, it's ESPN. They're all knowing, right? They are all knowing.
Yeah.
ESPN, the 4-letter
I think
network.
they might need to take out that KN and replace a BL. Meanwhile, the South Bronx Slumlords, who are in 3rd place in their division, 98.5% chance to make the playoffs.
Of course.
They have the same record as the Houston Astros.
Of course. Of course.
Who are the slum grabbers or what?
Slumlords?
He said the slum grabber?
The South Bronx Slumlords.
Yankees, sir.
Yankees. Okay, I didn't know if you were talking about the
where the
Southside
Mets.
Bronx.
Where are the Yankees located?
Well, there's also the Mets.
They're not in the South
They're not
Bronx.
in the Bronx.
They're in Flushing.
Well, I didn't know where they were. You know me.
Have you ever been to New York? You ever been to New York? No. Okay.
This is why we.
I try to stay far away from there.
Why?
Especially like the Mets.
That's why they're the.
I don't want to get that just bad.
They are.
I don't know, just the bad voodoo that they give off. That's why their acronym stands for "My entire team sucks."
They are the
Mets.
Flushing Mess. The mess, MESS,
Yep.
the Flushing Mess. There's so much of a mess that you flush it.
That one went right over his head.
I would tell you that they don't say flushing in Flushing, they say frushing.
Oh, my goodness.
You won't understand why.
I wouldn't.
I'm having too much fun tonight.
See, he thinks he's fine with the Mets and my entire team sucks, but Jets is just end the season.
Yeah.
Hey,
and usually they should.
I think the Mets acronyms. I think it's worse.
Think so? Huh? Either way, it's bad.
The Mets have won a world championship in the last 50 years.
They actually have, and went to another one in 1 year.
Yes, and actually gone to 2 more.
Yeah, that's right. They have. Yeah.
They went in 2000, took an L. They went in 2015, and
that's right.
Took an L.
Yeah. And he can tell you every single pitcher, every single pitch that happens.
Of course he could.
Yeah.
No, of course
that may not be false.
DC has probably the best baseball mind I've ever heard.
So these are things that happens when you have no life whatsoever. What did you do tonight, baseball?
Or you just been around a while,
By the way,
you've been around.
Flushing Mess blanked the Philadelphia Filthies.
Oh, did they?
6-0.
Okay. Go ahead, Mess. Go ahead. Good job. The Mess.
I even redid the whole song to be Meet the Mess.
Goodness gracious.
I redid the whole song.
Now, and so you've done that on air before is what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh, my Lord.
I sang the song, but I sang it as Meet the Mess, and I changed all the lyrics. And it definitely is funnier than the original version.
Don't ask him to sing it, Mitchell.
Yeah, no, we're not singing tonight. The South Bronx Slumlords.
I think the last time I was on air, we were singing. You remember that one?
Crushed the DC Disaster 11-2.
Mm-hmm.
You figured out who the DC Disaster are?
He is not. Moving on.
Oh, the DC Disaster, is that probably the Wizards?
Like I said, moving on. Mitchell, shut your mic off. Mitchell, shut your mic off right now.
Point, Mitch, did we transition to basketball?
Because
shut your mic off right now.
Okay, to be fair, because I was talking trash about his team, so I thought he was talking trash about my team.
Wait, you're a Wizards fan?
We've been over this multiple times. Every time I bring it up, show we had mind you.
You really
quiz me on Wizards players.
You really need to pick a new team because I do not want to. Read your obituary before you're 30.
Hey, when I die, bury me in a Wizards jersey so they could let me down one more time.
You'll be the only person ever buried in a Wizards jersey. I feel like you could probably go on eBay and get one for like $1.49.
You probably could. It's the Wizards.
I'd buy them up.
Would you really?
He's gonna be buried in
John Wall is my favorite player of all time.
He's gonna be buried in a Javaris Crittenden jersey.
Oh my goodness! And he was talking about the Nationals, actually. But
I figured that now. But yeah,
Mitchell, do something with yourself.
Oh my goodness!
Oh.
Astros with a 4-0 victory tonight over the Colorado Potheads. I told you about how good they were. They only allow 4 hits. Abreu nails again. I mean, the one thing in the bullpen we know is Abreu's nails. I thought it was interesting that Brian King got the opportunity in the 8th because that had been Bennett Sousa before he got injured.
Yeah.
So now it's going to be Brian King. And, Sean and I had, talked about this yesterday of, who do you think is going to be the 8th inning guy? I said, I think it's probably going to be Brian King.
Spot on.
And every now and then I get him right.
Yeah.
But, I mean, look, they need help in the pen. I really would like to see them go to a tandem situation where they tandem McCullers, say, with like Javier and McCullers, and then Arrighetti and Bluebaugh. And you tandem these guys because you might only get 4.
You think that's a realistic? There's a realistic chance that we see that.
I think
soon
it makes a lot more sense than burning the snot out of your bullpen and having to send pitchers up and down.
You ain't got nobody,
pretty much on like a every 3 games basis because all right, you burned a bunch of arms, now I need fresh ones.
Yeah.
If you've got guys who are starters that you need to put in the bullpen, but you don't know whether or not they can handle getting up, getting down, getting up, getting down, warming up. Okay, warm up. You've got 3 minutes. We'll get loose.
Yeah, let's go.
Like these guys are used to having their routine. They're 5 days. They know when they're going to pitch. Well, if you tandem them, you can keep them on a regular 5-day schedule, and you can keep them on a starter schedule. And you just, hey, you know what? You're going to come in and you're going to pitch in this game. You're probably going to come in the 5th inning, maybe the 6th inning. And your job is to come in and get me 9 outs. And just, if that means you can just let it loose because you're only pitching 9 outs, then go let loose and get me to the 8th inning so that I can go right to King of Break.
Well, the clock is ticking. I mean, what did you say, 30 games? There's 30 games, 30-ish games left. Yeah, the clock is ticking. Like, if Joe Espada's going to go to, this rotation you're talking about, I mean, yeah, something needs to happen soon, obviously.
Yeah, especially since you figure that they're in the stretch of 22 games in 23 days.
Yeah.
This is the time to be doing that. And this is something they did in the World Series in 2017. You had McCullers and Morton were a tandem. This is what they do all up and down their minor league system. They tandem guys. You don't have enough bullpen arms. So you can save your bullpen arms by using tandem guys to get you 7 innings. And then you don't have to use the underbelly of the pen, which is what you're really terrified of, because those guys, yeesh.
I mean, I would have to think this is something that's been discussed though already.
You know how many more times I want to see Caleb Ort pitch? -37.
Oh, not even 0.
Yes,
not even 0. You're way past 0.
F0. Yeah.
He wants his money back for the previous times.
Goodness gracious.
All right, we will hear from Joe Espada on the other side. H-Town post-game continues next.
The Texans' initial 53-man roster is set. There were a few surprises, but in the end, these are the guys DeMeco and company will be going to war with this season. Will it lead to a trip to Santa Clara in February? We sure hope so.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610, the Texans play.
BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, we're raising the standard in cancer care. Our world-renowned researchers and subspecialized physicians work together to turn discoveries into life-saving treatments faster. Through the world's largest cancer clinical trials program, we bring the most innovative treatment options directly to our patients when they need it most. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Our Vision Homes is a 5-star, A+ rated turnkey custom home builder. They've been serving the entire greater Houston area for 18 plus years. And folks, they're growing, baby. They want to hear from you. Our Vision Homes can dream home. If you're looking to add bells and whistles, they can do it all seamlessly at one time with one point of contact. Are you ready to build that dream home? Our Vision Homes ain't hard to find. Stop by one of their 4 beautiful model homes and information centers. They're open 7 days a week, y'all. Check them out online at ourvisionhomes.com or give them a shout at 281-844-2887.
Make this your year. Looking for a new career in the high-demand fields of IT and cybersecurity? Attend classes live, online, or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the a free career evaluation today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
2 years ago, Bobby Carpenter completed treatments for knee pain at QC Kinetics. So we're checking in with the former college and pro football player to see how he's doing.
I've been asked a lot, how long does this last? How long does it work? I go, I've had mine for a couple years, and everything feels very good. It feels just as good as it did when I started to turn the corner.
Bobby's an active husband, dad, and business owner. That's why 2 years ago, he heard about QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and he knew he could trust them for his chronic knee pain.
And thankfully, with QC Kinetics, I was able to go through this, and my activities are the same as it was. I'm able to coach my kids in sports. I can play golf. I can go run.
QC Kinetics patients like Bobby don't miss a beat. No surgery or rehab, just freedom from debilitating joint pain. Ready for lasting relief from joint pain? Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
It's time. We are here. Football is back, and Underdog is the best place to make picks and win money. Underdog is easy. I do it just about every week. Just pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and a lot more. Get your picks right, and you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. You can play with as little as $1, and it's just a blast to do. Like I said, I do it just about every week. Underdog. Download the app today and sign up with the promo code OG610 to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code OG610. That's me, easy to remember. Millions of fans already have won billions making picks on Underdog. You could be next. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 and over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com.
.610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
H-Town postgame, 713-572-4610. You want to get in and talk about your Houston Astros. 4-0 winners tonight over the Potheads from Colorado. Jordan Alvarez 1 for 2. 2-run homer, scored twice, walked twice. The fear of Jordan Alvarez by all the other teams in the American League was reinstated.
Oh, yeah.
Tonight. Reinstated because he looked perfectly healthy.
He looked just fine.
And when you throw him a strike, 107 miles per hour, 421 feet, and hasta la vista, baby.
When you eventually throw him a strike, because he couldn't get much tonight, or last night for that matter.
No, walked twice tonight, walked twice yesterday. They really probably should have stuck to giving him the Barry Bonds treatment.
Just keep walking him.
You know what? I think I can throw him a poop.
You know, eventually a pitcher is going to slip up like what happened tonight, and he's going to rock him. Rock 'em, sock 'em robots.
You know, soon to be permeating Dyken Park. Because, as we say many times on this show, nobody gets off the mat like the Houston Astros.
And look at Cam Smith, man. He was grinning from ear to ear, man. He's feeling good.
Cam Smith is 22 years old.
He's feeling good.
Cam Smith looks like he's 17.
Yeah, pretty much. Not much facial hair going on there.
I mean,
a little stubble.
he's obviously got the young face.
Oh yeah,
young face,
baby face, just about.
You got to get him a beard or something.
Man, hey, it takes time. Like, when did you start? How old were you when you started growing? Not just a mustache, but like the goatee beard. Like, how long did it take for you? It took me a while.
It started probably I was about 15.
See, I had a mustache, but it took me to start growing a beard. I was into my 20s, like to really start growing a beard.
Oh no,
it took a while. It took a while. I was a late bloomer.
Growing hair is not a problem.
You still ain't got nothing, Mitchell.
Hey, I'm needing anything over here. I'm starving.
I'm needing
Brother's
anything.
starving for some facial hair.
Growing hair was never a problem I had.
Yeah, we can see that.
Doesn't matter where.
Gee, thanks. We don't need all the extra there.
You know,
Doesn't matter where.
This will put some hair on your chest. Yeah, I got that at 12.
It did more than that.
So I had hair on my chest at 12. Thanks.
Hairy ass.
It was, dude, it's embarrassing. You're like, you don't want to wear that had a little V collar, and I'm like, man, I don't want people looking like, because they're looking at you and it's like, I don't
looking at your chest here.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to be like 70s soul patch type thing.
See, mine is more like taco meat, like it's barely there.
I'm not I'm not starring in Saturday Night Fever 2.
Oh my goodness, no.
I
guess not.
I didn't want any part of that, so I used to shave it.
I was gonna say you were shaving your chest,
and
hair.
the problem is when you do that,
I was gonna grow back thicker.
No, you itch like hell.
Well, that too. It does itch.
Oh, I'd be scratching at myself like I had fleas.
You learned a lesson though. Sometimes you got to learn the hard way.
So I'm sitting in a math class one time, and the teacher looks at me and he goes, "What is wrong with you?" And I'm like, "I'm just itchy,
scratching all over the place."
Like, what do you have, fleas? Like nobody's itchy like this. And I'm like, I'm just itchy. The teacher literally comes over and like grabs me by the shirt and goes, "Oh, you idiot."
You idiot.
And then, like, everybody started laughing, and, like, they knew, okay, you're shaving your chest.
Teacher really called you an idiot?
Called me an idiot.
Damn.
Right in the middle of class. Looked at my shirt, saw that I'd been shaving my chest. Like, you idiot.
What are you doing?
You ever done a wax strip across it?
Yeah, we didn't quite have that back in the 80s.
My girlfriend, she did one on my belly.
Did you yell Kelly Clarkson?
No, it's more the thing. It did it. I was just like, oh. But then, like, the after effect.
You didn't have a whole lot of hair to pull off, did you?
No,
I'm sure he did not.
It's weird because I have so much, and that it just doesn't correlate because my face is a baby face. And
we all
so
understand. He said belly, but he meant lower.
No. I did not.
Is she
I have a story.
Mitchell, don't walk into his traps. Don't walk into his traps.
I do have a similar story to where you were itchy the first time you shave your chest. Yeah, I was itchy, but in a different area.
Oh my Lord.
Is she allowed to see that part?
Yeah.
She's allowed.
Yeah.
She's allowed to touch that part.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I know that, you're...
What are we even talking about here?
See?
I don't even know what's going on
You're very much a man of the cloth.
Are you waiting for marriage? Is that what he's saying?
Have I waited for marriage? No, I haven't.
So you get thrown out of BYU?
When I get thrown out of BYU, yeah, I don't soak.
Soak?
You don't know what soaking is? No way.
Clearly, I
Oh my! So
what idiotic thing is soaking?
Can I explain soaking to him, Chris?
Explain it.
Do you know what this is?
It's a Mormon thing, right?
Yeah, it's basically so.
What?
So basically, a male and a female, they'll lay on top of each other, but they won't, insert anything. But they'll have someone under the bed. And they'll move the bed up and down.
What?
So that it wasn't technically them doing it. It was somebody else doing it for them.
Okay, the fact that there's a third party.
How did we get here?
Under the bed.
It's very popular in Mormon culture, soaking.
So are they naked?
Yes.
So they're naked, they're on top of each other, and a third party. Dude, that is as dysfunctional as anything I've ever heard in my life.
So the Astros won 4-0. And how did we get here?
Well, I'm assuming it's apparent.
Well, actually, how did we get here? Because it was him talking about shaving his chest.
How does your... I'm sorry. The idea of, like, a parent being under your bed while you're naked with your girlfriend.
Well, it doesn't need to be a parent.
So it's going to be somebody who's a total stranger?
Okay, well,
someone they've selected.
I think it's like a friend. Usually, what I would assume is it's like a friend or something, like what they would do at parties.
So the friend is okay. Hey, listen, you're gonna get to see my chick naked, or like you're gonna see my junk naked.
Hey,
like go under the bed.
People are into that kind of stuff.
Hey, I mean, Mormons are a different breed.
I mean, this sounds more like a sex club than a religion.
Hey, Mormons, they're different. They're different. They're not even but
freakazoids.
I actually just remembered how we got here.
Don't start attacking people now.
Chris, you're actually the one who started this, by the way.
I did not start nothing.
You did. You actually pointed out his baby face of Cam Smith, and that's how this started.
It's my fault now.
Your fault.
This is my fault. Okay, that's fine.
Look what you did.
Look what I've done. I'm not even going to talk about Fromber's traps, man. I'm not even going to talk about his traps. I'm not going to say nothing.
Did he take his hair off? No, there it is.
Did he take his hair off?
It's in the back.
His hair off.
I'm not.
Insane.
Yeah, I don't even know. What do you mean take his hair off?
I didn't see it hanging like in the back.
He had a braid toupee.
Well, I mean, they're just extensions or whatnot. I mean, it's not his real hair. Oh, it's not because he cut it off like a year ago.
What?
Yeah, he had the dreads off like a year ago. We were all like, "Dude, bring back the dreads."
Oh, I thought they were real. They look real.
Yeah, they're not real.
Maybe they are extensions, but I know he's always had dreads.
He got his hair done.
You can get dreads that long, though.
You can get anything.
Yeah, but it takes time to grow real hair that long.
If you're rich enough, you can get anything you damn well want.
True.
You wonder how long?
Pretty much.
I think. I feel like B. Scott was telling the story about how he hasn't had a haircut in like 13 years.
Yeah, his locks are pretty long.
Yeah,
I believe. My mother had locks twice. Had them once for maybe 6-7 years, cut them off a few years, grew it out again. I did not get her hair follicles.
I did not do any locks. When I was in college, I had long hair. I mean, my hair was like all one length, like almost down to my ass.
PC, I would not
straight headbanger, PC, long as hell.
I would get dreads.
I would not.
Get dreads,
I would not
PC.
expect PC to have ever had locks in his life.
Okay,
definitely.
I would not expect that.
You wouldn't expect really any white guy to have locks.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
but yet some do.
Some do,
and some white girls do.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's locks. That's more braids.
But
no, they have some locks. Yeah,
wow.
There are.
And I can tell you that usually the white women who go and get locks, bad decision.
I can imagine it.
You've got to be able to pull those off.
You're just attacking everybody tonight, huh?
Everybody getting it.
Everybody,
listen.
Everybody catching strays from PC tonight.
I hate everyone equally.
Apparently,
you all suck.
Hey, there we go. It's not hate speech if I hate everybody.
I hate everybody. You're all annoying. You're all in the way.
You're all on his nerves.
Y'all can't drive.
Oh.
Y'all take too damn long in the supermarket.
Chris wants his name redacted from this episode.
No, I don't need to redact it. A lot of that is true about people not being able to drive, especially in this city.
You take too long to order in the drive-thru.
Oh, so you mad at folks taking too long in the drive-thru? You just mad at everybody.
I can find a reason
to be mad.
To be mad at everybody.
You see that right there? That's the New York in him.
I'm probably one of the drivers that y'all are mad at. I'm the type of dude, when there's a long line for an exit and everybody that you're supposed to wait in the line to, wait your turn. I just cut in front of everybody. I just drive and then I'll cut in front of somebody that lets me in. I'm one of those guys.
You got to be careful, man. People get shot in this state for that.
You better be careful out there.
Yeah.
Folks got road rage, man.
The roads in Houston are littered with crazy people with guns.
That's true. I mean, say that about most of this state, though. Just be honest.
Yeehaw. I actually had I have friends who are law enforcement.
Yeah.
And I had there's a lot of crazy people who have guns.
A lot of crazy people.
And what they told me is, you better get one of your own.
Yeah, I guess so.
And then it became, okay, you really need more than one. You need like a shotgun for the house, but then you need like a pistol in your person. And you should probably get the mother of children also a pistol. And your kid should know how to use them all. And like, I was just like, okay. So he's saying I need like 5 guns. And I'm like, well, you can get as many guns as you want. But yeah, it's a good start. Yeah.
5
guns.
Sounds like my grandfather. He had a bunch. My grandfather grew up in Arkansas. He had a bunch of guns. I remember when he died, we were finding guns everywhere in his house, just all over the place.
Didn't find money. Scary. Found guns.
Definitely found guns. I don't know where he hid money.
Do either of y'all?
No, I don't.
Do I hide money?
No, not hiding money.
I hide money, but I don't have any guns.
Yes, maybe PC. Yeah, I'd believe that one. Hiding money under his mattress.
Nah, because people gonna look.
Dude, it doesn't go under the mattress; it goes in the mattress.
Yeah, people gonna look under the mattress.
That's where some people hide money. They'll hide like legal documents under their bed.
Oh yeah, that's different.
I mean, that's like where a 14-year-old hides his Playboys.
See, you're revealing your age right there. Nobody uses Playboys anymore.
Well, no, that's probably
it's all digital now.
That's where he's got his DVDs.
No one even uses DVDs anymore.
I know, right?
Yep.
That's not even a thing.
Yeah, you're really revealing that age.
That's
right there.
not even a thing anymore.
Once upon a time,
we did do that, but not anymore.
There is a blockbuster.
There's like one left in Oregon.
There's one.
I think it's in Oregon.
That's because he still goes. That's because PC still is.
I hope he ain't going.
He goes there to watch the first 3 Die Hard films
Here we go.
continuously.
Dude, I got Amazon for that. Hell, you know what? I have them on VHS.
Do you still have them? Do you still have it on VHS?
I found when we moved. I found a ton of movies I still have on VHS. I basically have every Disney cartoon movie.
Oh God,
ever.
I have a bunch,
even ones that are illegal in the U.S. Well, out of print in the U.S.
I don't know if you should be announcing that over.
They're not illegal. They're just not available.
There you go.
In the U.S.
There you go.
He's just announcing crimes over
there. Yeah, a little bit.
So, for example, you can't buy Song of the South in the U.S. But you can buy it in the U.K. and have it shipped.
Well, there you go.
What is the Song of the South?
Where there's a will, there is a way.
It sounds a little racist.
Well, that's why you can't get
it.
Not because of the but certain stereotypes. But the key part of Song of the South is Brer Bear, Brer Rabbit, and they're all after the rabbit and the hijinks. So if you want to get if you want to be able to get Brer Bear, and when you go to Disney World, there is a ride with Brer Bear and Brer Rabbit and whatnot, and the whole thing is like, don't throw me in that briar patch. So the rabbit outsmarts the bear. Somebody says, I'm from the same area in New York as PC, and people can't drive in Houston. No, people can't drive in Houston. I mean, it's not as bad as New Jersey, but then again, people in New Jersey don't know how to make left turns.
Oh, my goodness.
Because there are no left turns in New Jersey. Everything's a jug handle. You have to exit right to turn left. Because New Jersey.
Yeah, that sounds miserable. That just sounds miserable.
And if you wind up in the city of Bayonne is a giant circle, and there's only one exit to get back on the turnpike. And if you miss the exit, like you're going all the way back around the city again.
Goodness.
Jersey is probably the worst drivers of all time.
Think so?
They don't know how to make a left turn.
I mean,
you ever been to South Asia?
They got hand-pulled carts, man. It's not the same.
No, it's supposed to be really bad over there.
It's not the same.
Hand-pulled cart.
It's not the same.
Hand-pulled cart is crazy. He thinks they're stuck in like the 1800s.
Dude, that was definitely like 1990. They run around with them hand-pulled carts. But like you see like videos of like various Chinese cities, and the roads are like barely wide enough for one car. Yeah. How small some of their cars are. And that's the thing. Like when BMW, purchased the rights to make Mini here in the U.S., they had to completely redo the codeworthy.
Yeah.
Minis here in the U.S. don't look like Minis in the U.K. Not at all.
No.
They had to redo the whole car to make it American roadworthy.
They were even smaller.
Yeah, a lot smaller. They were really mini. Now they're, just small BMWs.
Just kind of mini. Yeah. Fake mini.
Fake mini. All right. Astros 4-0 winners. It was a happy recap. We are all very, very happy that our Houston Astros.
And Jordan is back.
Got a victory. Jordan is freaking back. Which means it's time to play bandwagon.
Uh-oh.
Next.
Bandwagon.
The countdown.
95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Bandwagon.
I'm on a board. Yeah, he's been off the wagon 2 years. Off the wagon? I think it's off the wagon. I think it's on the wagon. You're back on the wagon.
Right off the wagon.
What the hell do you know about wagons? I know enough not to get on them. Told you. There's lots of...
It's time to get on or get off. We'll play some bandwagon. All right, Chris, first one. WNBA star Satu Sabali calling out the WNBA.
Satu, you were saying on TikTok that the league doesn't want you guys playing on Rival, the league doesn't want you guys playing overseas. What was expressed to you?
I wasn't aware that they already publicly announced that. I mean, that's wrong. I made more money at Unrivaled than excluding this year in my entire WNBA career, so that's not right.
So, Unrivaled, which is actually by two WNBA longtime stars in Brianna Stewart and Nafisha Collier, which pays, as a 3-on-3 league, pays more than the WNBA. WNBA does not want them playing in any other leagues other than the WNBA. Meanwhile, the WNBA is on the verge of locking the players out.
Yes, they are.
Because they do not want to pay them more money. A quick look at their books. So you know how we talked about in the NFL, players get 48% of the revenue, and in the NHL, they get 50% of the revenue, and in the NBA, they get 50 to 51% of the revenue. In the WNBA, players get 10% of the revenue.
Yeah.
10.
Like, that's the piece of the pie they get.
And thanks to people whose names rhyme with Schmaitlin Schmark, the league's revenues are exploding.
Yeah.
The WNBA is its own worst enemy and desperately needs a leadership change. Ooh. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
Yeah, I'm on. They need leadership change. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Or I don't know if you're on that, but yeah, I'm on the bandwagon for sure. I mean, if you don't want the players playing anywhere else, then with this boom and boost in revenue, you're going to have to give them more eventually.
Now,
yeah, you're going to have to give them more. Now, I'm not saying what the percentage should be, but it's got to be more than 10% of the pie.
They just got a brand new TV deal that's going to pay them like 6 times more than the old deal.
Yeah. So the owners are just planning to take all that money for themselves.
Yes.
That's what they're planning. That's what this sounds like.
Greedy.
We're just going to take everything.
Ass. Mo. Fo.
Yeah, I'm on the bandwagon with that.
Hey, I mean, yeah, I mean, I got to agree. I mean, women can be their own worst enemy sometimes.
Don't speak with any kind of enthusiasm or upbeat or energy here. It makes me really tired. Sound like you're drowsy. Sound like you just chugged like 6 beers and you're ready to go to bed.
All right. Well, no. But yeah, no, I guess I'm going to agree with you here.
You fighting a sinus infection?
No, I'm not fighting a sinus infection at the moment. No.
Are you on the bandwagon or not, Mitch?
Huh?
Are you on or off?
I am. I will be on.
You will be on.
I will be on the bandwagon here. But I will say, even though Caitlin Clark is in the league, last year they were millions of dollars in the red still. So
no, allegedly.
No, you can look it up.
No, you can only look up what they show you. And one thing that you will learn about business and owners is they will do this thing called cooking the books.
Yeah.
It's where they take losses on things they actually made a bleep ton of money on. It's where they write off depreciation on non-depreciating assets. In fact, they write off depreciation on... There are so many different ways to, quote, claim losses.
Yep.
When you're actually making money hand over fist. Which is why when they tell you, when you have a league where you're only paying players 10% of the revenue and you're claiming you're losing $50 million, you're lying.
That math ain't mathing.
It ain't doing a lot of things, but it's lying. That is what it is doing. It is lying ass. Kathy Engelbert needs to go.
Yeah.
The fact that she deliberately sabotaged a sale that the Mohegan Indian tribe agreed to because the league doesn't want to. The league wants to steer the Connecticut Sun to a new market, but they don't want that market to be Boston. Yeah. It's freaking Boston. No, we don't want it to go there. It might come here.
That's a possibility.
But they got to get Tillman to cough up the money. And Tillman has already shown a reluctance to cough up the money for an NHL team when he realized the cost for an expansion team was now going to be $1 billion.
They should go to. They should
He
go
said,
to
I'm
Austin.
good.
They should go to Austin.
I don't know that Austin will support it.
Yeah.
Why not?
Because all about Longhorns. And literally nothing else.
And when he says all about, I lived there for about 3 years. They are all about the Longhorns, and that is it.
That city will talk Longhorns football 12 months a year.
Oh, yeah. I did radio there.
Yeah.
They do it.
By the way.
They do it.
But they also support women's sport. Like UT tends to show out for women's sports, so I think there could be a good
Yeah, but you just said UT, right?
Yeah.
Well, okay.
For UT sports.
Yeah, they showed out for UT.
because they have nothing else there.
Shout out to
They show up for Austin FC.
WWE Hall of Famer Mark Henry.
Oh, yeah.
Now doing a radio show.
I know.
In Austin.
So that show he's on, I was the morning show producer for that same show.
Ha! Nice.
Almost 10 years ago, and he would come in. So I've done radio with Mark Henry.
Mark Henry's a badass.
Yeah. And you know what? He's one of the nicest guys you will ever meet. Seriously.
He is.
He is one of the nicest guys
You just won't want to get on his bad side.
Well, of course not. Don't get on his bad side.
No, because then you'll be in the Hall of Pain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out.
So that is a full bandwagon.
Full bandwagon.
All right, number 2. There's freaky, and then there's stupid freaky. A woman in Russia had to be rushed to the hospital with a king cucumber inside of her.
See where this is going.
After, quote, extreme lovemaking.
Don't pump.
Doctors had questions.
I bet they did.
So a 21-year-old woman had to make an emergency visit to a hospital after some extreme intercourse, after a king-size cucumber was found stuck inside of her. The woman was admitted to a hospital in western Russia with spasms and pain in the anus.
Oh, she chose that entry.
How do you find these stories, Patrick? Like I don't
even know. I'm not even sure she chose, but despite her initial vague complaints, the diagnosis was made almost immediately after the man who brought her in explained a cucumber had been lodged inside of her during an intimate session, that they tried to pull it out, but they failed.
Probably got a little
According
slip there.
to the Russian news site Baza, doctors were able to remove the vegetable and prescribed a rectoscopy, which is a procedure that examines the anal canal and rectum to make sure that there was no damage to those areas and that all foreign objects had been removed. However, upon further examination of the king cucumber, doctors had a question. Why was the cucumber bitten? The couple did not answer. Instead, they packed their bags and they GTFO.
No comment. That's what they did.
The guy should have been forced to endure exactly what the girl endured. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
I'm off the bandwagon. How do we know that it was his idea to.
Well, if we
know what I mean?
If we look at facts and evidence, she didn't put it there herself.
Okay, I missed that part.
And it was bitten. Well, she certainly couldn't have bitten it herself.
Are we sure?
You'd have to be able to bend your body in ways that...
it could have been bitten before.
You would literally need to, like...
Yeah, I'm gonna need more.
Be in the middle of an exorcism.
I'm gonna need
in order to bend like that.
I'm gonna need more evidence to convict this guy. I'm gonna need more evidence.
Same here.
I'm off.
I'm off the bandwagon.
I'm off
too.
on this one.
And
because it sounds like they were both willing participants in this, especially since they didn't even want to answer the questions at the end of the whatever the procedure was that you mentioned.
Listen, I'm on the bandwagon. I think what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And if you're willing to stick that thing up your girl's behind, then you got to be willing to let her stick it up your behind, because that cucumber was about the size of your foot.
I don't agree.
See, it was a grande. It was a grande cucumber, and to put your woman through that kind of pain,
mucho.
Say.
You will say.
If they're using stuff like this, a king-size cucumber, you don't just go straight for that. No. It implies that they worked their way up there over time.
Allegedly.
Oh, yeah, this is all allegedly. We don't know. We're all making assumptions here, okay? We're making assumptions here.
We're speculating.
They're working their way up to, the king size.
Did you hear that, DeMeco Ryans? This is speculation.
Yeah, he's listening right now.
I disagree with PC on that one majorly, though. But, no. I mean, they got to work their way up there. So who is saying at a certain point, maybe the halfway point, 3/4 of the way, she may have liked it.
I want to know how the hell...
Now he's measuring.
You have this mega cucumber.
3/4 of the way.
And you get it so far up there that you can't get it out.
Now, maybe he got a little overzealous.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And
okay. He may have gotten a little overzealous.
I don't know
there may have been
the cucumber got bitten before it was too far up to get out.
We don't know.
Or after. But like I said, she couldn't bite it herself.
Oh, no. Think about this. Okay. Okay, Jen, this could be what happened, right? So say that there was, I think I can say this on air. But
don't do it.
Say
there was a gerbil.
There was, no. Say, they were.
Don't do it.
It was already mostly in there, right? And then they were, I don't know, he was trying to get kinky, and he was like, oh, I'm gonna take a bite out of it. And then after he took a bite out of it, he was like, oh, shoot, now there's nothing to pull it out.
Oh, my goodness.
Maybe that's what happened. Maybe
100% B, he deserves to experience it too. He put her in that position.
At that point, it would, I guess, be his fault. But see, we don't know. This is all speculation. I don't know that happened.
Do you think they're still together?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I do.
You're probably right.
I think they're still there. I'm telling you, I think this was both of their idea. They're into kinky, freaky stuff.
Yeah.
She is 21.
You'd be surprised with some of these girls.
Which means she is young.
Did it say how old he was?
No.
Okay.
And she is dumb. Because if you were entertaining that to begin with, you were dumb.
She just freaky. They both are.
All right, that is the bandwagon. Coming up next, well, they said it, and we'll hear what that is next. First, got to tell you about my man, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. Man, it was 6 years ago Dr. Ben changed my life because
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton is proudly presented by Viking Carpet One Floor and Home Outlet. Call or text 281-907-6444 for all of your flooring needs. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
All right, final segment of the show tonight. Time for a little... They said it. So, Taylor Townsend is an American tennis player. And she had just had an upset victory over Latvian tennis player Jelena Ostapenko. They had a rather heated discussion. At the end of the match. And afterwards, the, I guess, courtside media member asked her what she said. And here is what Taylor Townsend said about their conversation.
Taylor, congratulations. Fiery match, start to finish. We'll get to it all. Can you fill us in on the conversation you were having with Jelena out there?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's competition. People get upset when they lose, and you can't. Some people say bad things. She told me I have no class, I have no education, and to see what happens when we get outside the U.S. So I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I beat her in Canada outside the U.S. I beat her in New York outside the U.S. So let's see what else she has to say.
Maybe she was right. Did you hear what she said? I beat her in Canada outside the U.S. I beat her in New York outside the U.S.
Oh, she said New York? I didn't catch
Play it again. Listen to the end. She said
Taylor,
she was
congratulations. Fiery match, start to finish. We'll get to it all. Can you fill us in on the conversation you were having with Jelena out there?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's competition. People get upset when they lose, and you can't. Some people say bad things. She told me I have no class, I have no education, and to see what happens when we get outside the U.S. So I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I beat her in Canada outside the U.S. I beat her in New York outside the U.S. So let's see what else she has to say.
Damn.
Talk about the wrong time to slip up.
Oh, yeah. I think that was a slip up, but yeah, it didn't sound well for her. Conversation went. Yelena's probably saying, see, I told you.
I have no education.
I told you.
But I beat her in New York, which is outside the U.S.
That's all right. You still beat her. That's what matters. You still beat her.
There's a place called New York in England, so...
No, that's called York.
Nope, there's a place called, I searched up. There's New York in South Wales, also in Australia.
Maybe she beat her in Australia.
New York, a location in Nova Scotia.
Scotia.
Sorry.
Of course, the problem is she's literally at Flushing Meadows Tennis Center.
She could have been talking about a different. They could have been playing in like the the neighborhood in New York, Australia. They could have. Yeah, you don't know.
Yeah, we do know. This time we do, in fact, know. Yeah, if you are talking about New York, not in the U.S., should probably never speak again.
I don't think she was. Unfortunately, I do not think she was talking about any other New York but the one that you know so well. Mr.
Only one New York. Nothing else matters.
The very mid New York.
Well, the issue at New York nowadays is that, as soon as you set foot in New York, all you smell is weed.
So it's like Austin.
They actually,
it's like Austin.
Because weed is legal in New York, some of the tennis players were actually talking about how they didn't like the fact that the weed is so strong. All you smell is weed on the court. You're not supposed to be able to break it into the tennis.
People don't care.
Center. No, and in New York, they really don't
People
care.
don't give a damn.
They got the weed, the
They
vape.
don't
They got
care.
the weed, blunt. They got weed, everything. There's weed everywhere.
Hiding joints to
Yeah,
sneak
I'm not
in.
going to
They
New York.
don't care.
I'm not going to New York.
Not last year before, I was up in New York for Christmas and taking the kids through Bryant Park and all the shops. And there's just like used blunts, like everywhere, all over the ground.
Yeah.
People smoke it down to just like the little pinch of the finger, and then they just chuck it on the ground. Can't even throw it in the garbage or like with the cigarettes on top. Nope, just throw it on the ground.
That is irritating. And sometimes a garbage bin is feet away, if that.
Yeah.
You're just going to throw it on the ground, huh? All right, well.
Oh yeah, littering.
It's irritating. It irritates me.
I've been in the car with my
Irritates me.
friends before, and they'll just roll down the window, throw the trash out. I'm like, dude.
Hey, do you know what kind of ticket you can get for that if you're caught? That's a hefty fine. For throwing trash on the side of the road out of your car? Yeah, it's a hefty fine.
You know, when I was a kid, one of my friends had a 1970 Chevelle, but the floorboards were rotted out.
Oh, goodness.
So you would lift the mat.
Oh, and you could see
throw the garbage out the bottom of the car.
Oh, my Lord. Y'all was like the Flintstones.
Yeah, pretty
You're
much.
running with y'all feet.
You literally could do that,
You know what the Flintstones is, right, Mitch?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta ask.
He
You're looking at me kind of crazy there.
he fishtailed it one day and wrapped it around a tree.
Of course. I hope he wasn't hurt.
No, somehow he was fine.
He walked away, huh?
Somehow he was fine. He
Not a scratch.
bent the car in half. With the amount of rust on the bottom of that car, it's amazing the car didn't get cut in half.
Right? But it sounded like that car needed to be put out of its misery. It really sounds
needed
like
a lot of work.
Yeah, it sounded like it.
And he was never going to put the work into the car.
It doesn't sound like he even had a thought to do that.
No.
He was just going to ride it until the wheels literally fell off.
That's what you do when you're 17.
Hey, I've been there.
The best part was my friend. He was like 5'6". 1970 Chevelle. Manual brakes.
Ooh.
He would literally grab the steering wheel and use both feet to push down and like pull himself by holding the steering wheel.
Couldn't reach.
In order to stop the car, because manual brakes, it pushes back. It's hard to push the pedal down. And he couldn't push it down with 1 foot. So he had to use both.
He wasn't heavy enough. He didn't have enough. He was a little light in the loafers.
Jeez, manual brakes? My goodness.
That's old school.
Yeah, that's really old school.
old school. No ABS.
No anything.
No nothing.
All right. Our second one comes from Lexi Hull of the Indiana Fever. All right. Now, Lexi Hull and Sophie Cunningham have gotten a lot of attention this year because they're hot blondes, basically. Lexi Hull was in a really bad head-to-head collision on the court. This was a meeting of the minds. And the result is she's got a knot on her head, the middle of her head, like
damn.
And after the game, sporting literally like an alien coming out of her head.
Damn.
She got asked a few questions, and here's how it went.
Well, I didn't know exactly what happened when it happened. It was kind of just like a clash. But looking at the video, it just, Gabby and I ran into each other. Unlucky. I think we both have knots on our heads, so we both kept playing, so it's all right.
Were you pretty dazed when you...
Yeah, I think it's more of like what just happened, big like collision. I just need some time. Felt my face, felt a growing knot, so that doesn't feel good.
How long did it take you to kind of get your bearings and like get recollected?
Honestly, it was pretty quick. Went back into the tunnel, and the trainers did a great job of, making sure I was good, not completely out of it, which I wasn't. More than anything, just trying to get the swelling down, the immediate ice, making sure my neck was good, checking all the boxes, but it didn't take too long.
Getting back on the bench, then was everybody just kind of staring at your forehead directly?
I knew yeah. Everyone's like, you look beautiful. I'm like, I know I look insane, but it honestly looks better now than it did when it first happened, so hopefully this goes down quick.
Did you glance up at the video board to like see it? Like, did you get a look at it?
No, I could see it looking out. Like, I could see it just from my own eyes, so I didn't need to look anywhere. I knew it was going to be big.
No way. So it's in your peripheral vision?
Yes. It was literally like sticking out. I mean, it's still big right here, but it was bigger and I could see it, so they brought it down a little.
Your teammates, your coach, the GM, everybody's just kind of talking about your toughness, I guess, question. But you could just talk to me about that toughness and where that comes from.
I mean, if I can play, if I feel like I can play, you know, whether or not I look good or not isn't the problem. So, yeah, I think for me it's just the team is the most important thing, getting wins is the most important thing, and if I can contribute in any way I can, that's what I'm going to do. So if it's playing a little injured, playing a little hurt, that is what it is.
It's not a tumor.
It looks like she has a baseball trying to escape her skull. I'm looking at it right now. I hope they have a concussion protocol in the WNBA.
Dude, she's blind. She definitely doesn't have a concussion.
Shut up. I'm done with you. I'm finished. Oh,
do not need to worry about a brain injury.
Oh, my Lord.
Now, if she
that thing looks bad.
If she dyes her hair dark, though,
then we worry.
Then we worry.
All right.
It's okay if it's artificial intelligence.
That looks bad.
We worry.
That just looks bad. I hope she's all right.
It does. And we certainly hope she's all right. And even with the giant knot on her head, she's still hot.
Oh, man.
She's pretty much always going to be.
I mean, yeah.
Whatever.
Don't take more than a knot.
Yeah.
We know
Right.
PC's type.
Might take 14 of them. Nah, she's still hot. Whatever.
Doesn't matter.
14 of what?
Lumps.
Okay. Just had to make sure.
Big thanks to my man Chris Partee.
Always.
In for Sean Bijani tonight. Mitchell Millimacki in for the band. Chris Santiago tonight. I'm Patrick Creighton. We're back tomorrow night. Have a great night. H-Town!
The countdown is on.